Hey there, my awesome listeners. Welcome back to another epic werewolf shifter romance fantasy novel. This time, we're diving into a werewolf shifter romance packed with passion, secrets, and just the right amount of fantastic drama. I'm your host, as always, and I'm so pumped to see our little pack growing bigger every day. Big shout out to my loyal crew in the UK, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, Belgium, and the US. You've been with me from the start. And now a warm welcome to our new pack members tuning in from South Africa, Spain, Sweden, Argentina, Ireland, Costa Rica, Trinidad, and the Czech Republic. Seriously, it's so cool to have you all here with us. You guys keep this going. Your support means everything, like finding that one perfect scent trail in the woods. I'm beyond grateful for every single one of you jumping into these stories with me. So, let's get to it. This tale's got steamy romance, shifter magic, and twists that'll keep you howling for more. Grab a cozy spot, maybe a mug of something warm, or hey, a late night snack if you're drifting off with my voice in your ears. And let's sink our teeth into this adventure. The moon's up, the pack's ready, and the romance is about to heat up. If you are new to our channel, we invite you to subscribe and turn on the notification bell to stay updated with our daily releases of captivating werewolf romance stories. And if you enjoy our content, don't forget to leave a like to show your support. For our loyal listeners, welcome back. Excited to have you here again. Shall we begin? Silver shadows. The kitchen stone floor was unforgiving on Alira's knees as she scrubbed furiously at a copper pot that refused to release last night's burned stew. Her arms ached, shoulders burning from hours of the same repetitive motion in the frigid pre-dawn air. The other kitchen staff wouldn't arrive for another hour. This was her punishment for having disrespected Celine yesterday, which really meant she'd failed to move out of the Alpha's daughter's path quickly enough. Stupid entitled she-wolf, Alara muttered, attacking the pot with renewed vigor. The rough scrubbing brush bit into her palms, adding to the collection of small cuts and calluses that marked her hands as those of a servant. A familiar dull ache throbbed behind her breastbone, the place where her wolf should be accessible but remained frustratingly dormant. In the Silvercrest pack, she was ranked below even the lowest Omega, an orphan charity case with no status at all. The fact that she couldn't properly shift only cemented her position at the bottom of the hierarchy. As she worked, Alara's mind drifted to her first memories of the pack, being carried through the gates as a terrified 4-year-old, clutching a silver pendant that was quickly confiscated. She could still see Alpha Orion's face as he'd look down at her, his expression a mixture of distaste and something else she couldn't identify. The child stays, but she serves. Her pack is gone. She has no name now but what we give her. The pendant had vanished. Her memories of before, of parents, of warmth, of belonging, had faded to impressions so vague she sometimes wondered if she'd dreamt them. "You're here early even by your standards," Alara startled, nearly dropping the pot. Mira's delicate features appeared in her peripheral vision, the small Asian woman moving so silently that even Alara's unusually sensitive hearing hadn't detected her approach. "Celine," Alara explained, the single word sufficient. Mira nodded, eyes soft with understanding as she knelt beside Alara. "Here, let me help." She took another brush and began working on the opposite side of the pot. Which infraction was it this time? Existing in her hallway while she was having a bad day. Ah, that most grievous of crimes. Mira's tone was light, but they both knew their jokes masked a heavier truth. Working together, they made quick progress on the pot. As they moved to the next one, Mira's eyes darted to the kitchen entrance before she leaned closer. "The pack is buzzing. Alpha Darius of the Blood Moon pack arrives today with his entourage." Alara raised an eyebrow. "I thought he and Alpha Orion despised each other." "They do, which makes this visit all the more intriguing." Mira's eyes gleamed with the pleasure of sharing valuable information. As a servant who moved invisibly through the pack, she was Alara's main source of pack news. "Word is, they're negotiating an alliance." "What kind of alliance?" Before Mira could answer, the kitchen door banged open. The twins swept in, identical in their blonde beauty and the cruelty that animated their perfect features. Celine led as always, Serena half a step behind, both of them glancing around the kitchen with identical expressions of disdain. You, Celine pointed at Alara. The baking pans from last night still need scrubbing. I finished those an hour ago, Alara replied softly, keeping her eyes downcast. Well, they're dirty again, Serena added with a smirk. Alara caught Mira's warning glance. Don't engage. She swallowed her retort and nodded. Yes, of course, and when you're done, Mother wants extra hands for the feast preparations. Celine moved closer, deliberately knocking into the water bucket beside Alara. The boiling water, clearly brought in specifically for this purpose, sloshed over the rim and across Alara's thigh. She bit back a cry as the scalding liquid soaked through her thin servant's dress. Oh, how clumsy of you to leave that there, Celine tittered as they sauntered away. The moment the door swung shut behind them, Mira was pulling Alara to her feet. Let me see. It's fine. It wasn't. The skin was already an angry red, blistering in spots. It's not fine. Come on. Mira guided her to the small servant's washroom. With practiced movements, she helped Alara out of the wet dress and began applying a soothing salve to the burn. One day they'll push too far, and I won't be responsible for my actions. Alara smiled despite the pain. Tiny as she was, Mira possessed a fierceness that made her threats seem almost plausible, and I'd have to bail you out of whatever trouble followed. She winced as Mira's fingers brushed a particularly sensitive spot. Thank you, Mira snorted. Don't thank me. In a just world, you'd be the one giving orders, not taking abuse. Well, we don't live in a just world, do we? Once bandaged and dressed in her spare work clothes, Alara resumed her duties. The kitchen gradually filled with staff preparing for the evening's feast. Head cook Bertha barked orders in her booming voice, directing the chaos with the precision of a battlefield general. Despite her brusque manner, she had always shown Alara small kindnesses. An extra portion slipped onto her plate, slightly less arduous tasks when the twins had been particularly vicious. Alara, take these vegetables and start chopping. Thin slices for the rabbit stew. Bertha thrust a basket of carrots and parsnips into her arms, relieved to have a task away from the scrubbing. Alara settled at a corner table with her knife. This was one area where even Celine couldn't complain. Alara's knife skills were exceptional, her movements quick and precise. She fell into the rhythm of the work, the familiar motions almost meditative. In the relative quiet of her corner, something strange happened. The persistent ache in her chest, the place where her wolf should be, suddenly flared hot. Like a banked ember catching an unexpected breeze, Alara gasped, the knife freezing mid-slice. For the briefest moment, she felt the wolf she'd only caught glimpses of in dreams. A presence with silver fur and amber eyes, pushing against the barriers that kept her contained. Something's coming. The impression wasn't words exactly, more a feeling of anticipation, of change approaching like distant thunder felt through the soles of the feet before the ears could detect it. Alara, those vegetables won't chop themselves. Bertha's voice shattered the moment. The wolf presence receded, slipping away like water through cupped hands. Shaken, Alara returned to her chopping with renewed focus. This wasn't the first time she'd felt her wolf stirring, but never so strongly, never so aware. Wolves typically emerged in childhood, certainly by adolescence. At 23, Alara had long since accepted she would never fully shift, never experience the freedom of running on four paws beneath the moon. Yet now, something was different, something was changing. The Silvercrest pack assembled in the central courtyard with military precision, arranged in hierarchical formation to greet the Blood Moon Pack's delegation. Alpha Orion stood at the front, his mate and daughters flanking him in their finest clothing. Behind them, ranked by status, the rest of the pack fanned out. Alara and the other kitchen servants were positioned at the very back, nearly invisible but required to show respect to the visiting Alpha. From her position, Alara could just see the main gates through gaps between bodies. She stood on tiptoe, curiosity momentarily overriding her usual caution. A rumble of motorcycle engines announced the Blood Moon Pack's arrival. Unlike the more traditional Silvercrest pack, the Blood Moon Wolves had embraced modern technology with enthusiasm. Their alpha, Darius was known to prefer mechanical steeds to forepaws, a choice Alpha Orion frequently criticized as abandoning our true nature. The gates swung open. A convoy of black motorcycles roared into the courtyard, their riders clad in leather emblazoned with their pack's emblem, a wolf's head silhouetted against a red moon. At their head rode a figure whose arrogance was evident even at a distance. He removed his helmet with theatrical slowness, revealing sharp features, calculating eyes, and a cruel smile. Alpha Darius had arrived. Alara shivered. The whether from fear or the strange electricity suddenly charging the air, she couldn't tell. Her wolf stirred again, more insistently this time. The formalities began, the two alphas circling each other verbally while maintaining strained smiles. Alara tuned out their posturing, her attention drawn instead to the imposing figure who had taken position at Darius's right shoulder. Unlike the others, this wolf wore no helmet, allowing his black hair to flow free. Where Darius was lean and wiry, his second was broad-shouldered and powerful, standing at least a head taller than those around him. His copper-bronze skin gleamed in the afternoon sun, and a jagged scar traced his right jawline, only enhancing the dangerous aura that surrounded him. Kieran, the name rippled through the crowd in whispers. Darius's general, his enforcer. Something about him called to Alara. While the others in his pack scanned the crowd with obvious disdain, his gaze seemed to be searching, as though looking for something specific. His dark eyes moved methodically across the assembled wolves, missing nothing. When those eyes reached the servants section, Alara felt an irrational urge to duck behind the person in front of her. Instead, she remained frozen, watching as his gaze continued its sweep. Then, like a physical blow, his attention snapped back to her. Their eyes locked, the world tilted on its axis. Alara gasped as something electric and undeniable arced between them across the crowded courtyard. Her wolf, so long suppressed, lunged against her internal barriers with shocking strength, clawing to get closer to this stranger. Heat bloomed in her chest, spreading outward in waves that stole her breath. Kieran went utterly still, his body rigid, eyes widening in what might have been shock or recognition. For an endless moment, nothing existed but the connection humming between them like a plucked string. A powerful tremor raced through Alara's body. The silver serving tray she'd been holding slipped from suddenly nerveless fingers, crashing to the sown courtyard with a sound like thunder in the ceremonial quiet. Every head turned. Mortification flooded her as she became the center of unwanted attention. Alpha Orion's furious gaze promised later punishment. Selena and Serena exchanged gleeful looks at her misfortune. But worst of all was Alpha Darius, whose calculating eyes narrowed as they flicked between her and his still-frozen general. "My apologies," Alara murmured, dropping into a deep bow as she scrambled to retrieve the fallen tray. When she dared look up again, Kieran had composed himself, his face once more an impassive mask. Yet she could feel his awareness of her like a physical touch, even as he turned his attention back to the formal proceedings. Mira appeared at her side, helping gather the scattered cutlery. "What happened?" she whispered. Alara shook her head slightly, unable to explain the inexplicable. How could she describe the sensation of recognition, of something clicking into place that she hadn't even known was missing? "I don't know," she whispered back. But that wasn't entirely true. Something fundamental had just changed. And deep inside, in that place where her wolf had awakened, Alara knew with bone-deep certainty that nothing would ever be the same again. The formal dinner celebrating Alpha Darius's arrival had concluded hours ago, but the night's most important meeting was just beginning. Alara moved silently through the shadows of the main hall, balancing a tray of liquor and crystal glasses. She'd been assigned to serve the private council between the Alphas and Pack elders, a task usually given to more trusted wolves, but head cook Bertha had insisted. "You've the quietest steps and steadiest hands," Bertha had said, with a wink that suggested this wasn't entirely about service skills. Approaching the heavy oak doors of the council chamber, Alara paused. Raised voices leaked through the ancient wood, an argument already in progress. She hesitated, knowing she should announce her presence, but curiosity won out. Setting the tray down silently, she pressed her ear to the door, her unusually sharp hearing catching every word. "The prophecy has never been proven authentic." That was Elder Thaddeus, his gravelly voice unmistakable. "We cannot base Pack decisions on ancient hearsay." Hearsay? The woman's voice dripped with scorn. The silver blood prophecy has been preserved in our most sacred texts for generations. The celestial convergence approaches, the first in 50 years, and you would ignore what the Moon Queen has placed before us? Alara's breath caught. Ophelia, the Blood Moon Pack's mystic, rumored to be older than any living wolf, with powers that went beyond normal pack abilities. Enough, Alpha, Orion's voice cut through the debate. Ophelia, repeat the prophecy for all present. A pause, then Ophelia's voice took on a rhythmic, chanting quality. When silver blood flows beneath a broken moon, old chains will shatter and new bonds will form. The forgotten daughter returns, bearing the mark of the queen's favor. Power divided becomes power united, but only if freely chosen. And you believe this prophecy pertains to our current situation? Alpha Darius's voice was smooth as silk, but couldn't quite hide his interest. The celestial convergence occurs in 28 days, Ophelia replied. The moon will appear broken in the sky, half blood red, half silver. Such an event happens only once every 50 years. It is no coincidence that our packs find themselves at this crossroads now. What exactly do you propose? Alpha Orion sounded cautious. I must examine all unmated females in both packs, Ophelia declared. The one who bears the Moon Queen's mark will be revealed. She is the key to everything, to power beyond what either of you currently possess. There was a long silence before Alpha Darius spoke. And if we find this special female, then she becomes the bridge between your packs, a mating bond stronger than any political alliance. Alara's heart raced. A prophecy about silver blood and broken chains? It sounded like the kind of fantastical tale servants whispered around kitchen fires on cold nights. Yet the elders were taking it seriously. Very well, Alpha Orion conceded. Tomorrow, all unmated females will be assembled, but Ophelia, if this proves to be nothing more than mystical nonsense, it will not be, the mystic cut him off. The signs are clear. She is here, her blood waiting to wake, and when it does, the ominous pause sent a shiver down Alara's spine. When it does, the power of both packs will be transformed. Ophelia's voice lowered. But remember, the prophecy specifies freely chosen. Force her hand, and all will be lost. Heavy footsteps approached the door. Alara snatched up her tray and stepped back, arranging her features into a mask of servile indifference, just as the door swung open. Elder Thaddeus glared at her. Well, don't just stand there, girl. Bring in the drinks. With her eyes downcast, Alara entered the council chamber, but her mind was racing. Silver blood. Broken chains. A forgotten daughter. Each phrase seemed to echo with significance she couldn't quite grasp, yet something deep within her responded to those words, like a wolf hearing a distant howl. Her gaze flicked up briefly as she set the tray on the table. Seated in shadow at the far end was Kieran, his dark eyes following her movements with unsettling intensity. When their gazes met, that same electric current from the courtyard zipped between them. Her hands trembled slightly as she poured the aged whiskey, and she silently cursed her body's betrayal. Ophelia, a white-haired woman with unsettling pale eyes, studied the interaction with evident interest, a slow smile spreading across her wrinkled face. Interesting, the mystic murmured, too quietly for anyone but Alara to hear. Keeping her head bowed, Alara backed out of the room as quickly as decorum allowed, desperately hoping the thundering of her heart wasn't as audible to others as it was to her. Dawn broke clear and cold the next morning. Word had spread through the pack like wildfire. All unmated females were to present themselves in the central hall immediately after breakfast. No explanations were given, but rumors flew. A contest for worthy mates, a selection for special training, a test of loyalty. None came close to the truth Alara had overheard. The female servants were the last to arrive, slipping in through side doors after completing their morning duties. Alara and Mira found space at the very back of the hall, where over 100 females had gathered, from giggling adolescents to mature, unmated wolves in their 30s. Any idea what this is about? Mira whispered, her dark eyes scanning the room. Alara hesitated. She trusted Mira more than anyone, but something held her back from sharing what she'd overheard. Some kind of inspection by the blood moon mystic? Ophelia? Mira's eyebrows rose. I've heard stories about her. They say she can see your future with just a touch. Before Alara could respond, the main doors opened. Alpha Darius entered, followed by Alpha Darius and their respective entourages. The female wolves straightened, many preening and positioning themselves to be noticed. Alara fought the urge to shrink further into the shadows, especially when she spotted Kieran's towering figure at Darius's side. Unlike yesterday, he didn't scan the crowd. His eyes locked onto her immediately, as if he'd known exactly where to find her. The intensity of his gaze made her skin tingle, her wolf stirring restlessly beneath the surface. Last to enter was Ophelia, moving with surprising grace for one so ancient. The room fell silent as she stepped forward, her pale eyes sweeping across the assembled females. I thank you for your presence, she began, her voice carrying effortlessly. Today I seek one among you who bears a special blessing from the Moon Queen herself. I will need to touch each of you briefly. The connection will cause no discomfort. She began with the highest-ranking females, naturally. Celine and Serena stepped forward eagerly, clearly expecting to be chosen for whatever honor was being bestowed. Ophelia took each twin's hand in turn, closed her eyes momentarily, then moved on without comment. Their outraged expressions would have amused Alara under different circumstances. The process continued methodically, the mystic working her way through the pack hierarchy. Occasionally she would pause longer with a particular female, but always she moved on with a small shake of her head. An hour passed. The back of the hall was beginning to empty as servants were examined and dismissed. Mira went before Alara, the mystic barely touching her before waving her away. Finally, Alara was the last one remaining. The alphas were growing visibly impatient. Is this truly necessary? Alpha Darius gestured toward Alara. She's nobody, an orphan without rank or notable abilities. Ophelia's eyes narrowed. Every unmated female, those were the terms. With obvious reluctance, Alpha Darius beckoned Alara forward. She approached slowly, uncomfortably aware of the many eyes upon her, especially one pair that seemed to burn into her back. Ophelia extended her gnarled hands. Alara placed her own within them, expecting the same brief touch given to the others. The moment their skin connected, Ophelia gasped. Her pale eyes flew wide open, their pupils dilating until they were mostly black. Her grip tightened painfully around Alara's hands. Silver blood, she whispered, so softly only Alara could hear. You've been hiding in plain sight all these years. A strange heat flowed from their joined hands up Alara's arms, spreading through her chest and settling behind her breastbone where her wolf resided. The dormant creature stirred more powerfully than ever before, pushing against barriers that suddenly seemed paper-thin. Turn around, Ophelia commanded. Confused but unable to disobey the compulsion in the mystic's voice, Alara turned. The back of her simple dress was low enough to expose her shoulder blades. Ophelia's cold fingers brushed against her right shoulder, and Alara heard several sharp intakes of breath. The mark, Ophelia announced triumphantly, the crescent of the Moon Queen herself. Alara had always known about the crescent-shaped birthmark on her shoulder, but she'd never considered it significant. Now, under Ophelia's touch, it seemed to tingle and warm. Impossible, Alpha Darius growled, stepping closer to examine her. She's nothing, a servant. She is everything the prophecy foretold, Ophelia contradicted him. Her voice rose, taking on that same rhythmic quality Alara had overheard the night before. The silver blood flows within her veins. The forgotten daughter has been found. Alpha Darius moved forward, his calculating eyes assessing Alara like a particularly interesting specimen. Are you certain, Ophelia? As certain as the moon rises, the mystic replied. Bring her to the private chamber. We have much to discuss. As the implications began to dawn on the gathered wolves, the atmosphere in the hall changed. Confused murmurs gave way to outright shock as alphas and elders alike stared at the kitchen servant, who had apparently just become the center of an ancient prophecy. Alara's legs trembled. This couldn't be happening. There had to be some mistake. She was nobody, nothing. Celine and Serena reminded her of that fact daily. A strong hand gripped her elbow, steadying her. She looked up to find Kieran beside her, his touch sending that now familiar current racing across her skin. His expression remained neutral, but his eyes held a storm of emotions she couldn't decipher. "Breathe," he murmured, his deep voice pitched for her ears alone. "Just breathe." His proximity awakened her wolf again. The creature paced restlessly within her, drawn to this male in ways Alara didn't understand. For a brief, disorienting moment, she could have sworn she saw a massive black wolf superimposed over Kieran's human form, his animal half watching her with the same intensity as the man. "Come," Alpha Darius commanded, breaking the moment. "Both of you." As Kieran guided her forward, his hand remained at her elbow, its warmth the only thing anchoring her to reality as her world tilted on its axis. From the shadows at the edge of the hall, she caught sight of Mira's worried face. Her friend mouthed what looked like, "Be careful," before disappearing through a side door. The small procession, 2 alphas, the mystic, several elders, and Kieran still at her side, moved toward the private council chamber. With each step, Alara felt as though she were walking away from everything she had known and toward something both terrifying and exhilarating. Just before they entered the chamber, Kieran leaned down, his breath warm against her ear. "Whatever happens in there, remember, you have more power than they know." His words should have been confusing. Instead, they settled into her chest like a promise, like a truth she had always known but somehow forgotten. She straightened her spine and lifted her chin. For the first time in her life, Alara entered the pack's inner sanctum not as a servant, but as someone who made the alphas themselves uneasy. And deep inside, her wolf howled in triumph. The council chamber fell into uneasy silence as Alara stood before the assembled leaders, her heart thundering so loudly she was certain everyone could hear it. Alpha Orion paced like a caged predator, occasionally throwing disbelieving glances her way. Alpha Darius remained seated, his calculating eyes never leaving her face. Only Ophelia seemed pleased, a secretive smile playing at the corners of her wrinkled mouth. "This is absurd," Alpha Orion finally exploded. "She is nothing, a kitchen girl with no lineage, no training, no status." "On the contrary," Ophelia countered, "her lineage may be greater than you know. The mark does not lie." Alara struggled to keep her expression neutral despite the storm of emotions raging within her. The mystic's fingers reached out again, tracing the crescent birthmark on her exposed shoulder. The silver moon mark appears only in those blessed by the Moon Queen herself. It signifies royal blood, Alpha... Darius leaned forward, suddenly more engaged. "Alpha blood?" His gaze turned speculative as it swept over Alara's form. "From which pack?" Ophelia shook her head. "That remains to be discovered, but what matters is what she is, not where she came from." Kieran had maintained his position near the door, seemingly detached from the proceedings, yet Alara remained acutely aware of his presence, as if an invisible thread connected them across the room. Whenever she dared glance his way, his dark eyes were already on her, intense and unreadable. "The prophecy speaks of bonds forming and chains breaking," Ophelia continued. "Of power united through free choice." She turned to Alpha Darius. "You came seeking an alliance through mating. The Moon Queen has shown us who that mate must be." Realization dawned on Alara with the force of a physical blow. They couldn't possibly mean... "She is to be my mate?" Darius asked, his voice silky with newfound interest. "She is to join the packs," Ophelia confirmed, carefully sidestepping the specifics. "Through her, the alliance will be sealed with power beyond mere political arrangement." From his position by the door, Kieran made a sound so soft it might have gone unnoticed if Alara's senses hadn't been unnaturally focused on him. A low growl, quickly suppressed but unmistakable to her ears. His expression remained impassive, but something dangerous flickered in his eyes. Alpha Laren had ceased his pacing, a calculating look replacing his previous outrage. "This changes matters. If she truly carries alpha blood, and if the prophecy is authentic." "It is." Ophelia's tone brooked no argument. "Then perhaps we should reconsider our initial arrangement." Alpha Darian's smile didn't reach his eyes as he turned to Alpha Darius. "You came seeking a bride from my pack. It seems the Moon Queen herself has made the selection. Alara's breath caught in her throat. This couldn't be happening. Yesterday she had been scrubbing pots, invisible and insignificant. Now she was being discussed as a political pawn, a bridge between warring packs, all because of a birthmark and an ancient prophecy. I accept this adjustment to our arrangement, Alpha Darius replied smoothly. Kieran took a single step forward. Alpha, perhaps we should consider. I don't recall asking for your input, General. Darius cut him off without even looking his way. The sharp dismissal hung in the air, a clear reminder of hierarchy. Kieran's jaw tightened, but he stepped back, his eyes briefly meeting Alara's. In that fleeting connection, she felt something pass between them. A warning, perhaps, or an apology? Then it's settled, Alpha Orion declared. The ceremony will take place at the full moon before the celestial convergence. That gives us 3 weeks for preparations. He turned to Alara, addressing her directly for perhaps the first time in her life. You will be moved to the Eastern Wing immediately. Your position has changed. Alara fought to find her voice. Alpha, You may speak when spoken to, Alpha Orion cut her off. For now, you will be presented to the pack as my ward, recently recognized for her special lineage. His lip curled slightly. The kitchen staff will be informed that your services are no longer required. The world seemed to tilt beneath Alara's feet. In the space of a single morning, everything she had ever known, however harsh and unfair it had been, was being stripped away. And for what? To be handed over to an alpha whose cruelty was legendary among the neighboring packs? The pack will be informed at sundown, Alpha Orion continued. Until then, you will remain in your new quarters. Beta Lydia will begin your training immediately. Training? As if she were a pet being prepared for a show. Alara swallowed the bitter retort that threatened to escape. Now was not the time to antagonize either Alpha. Yes, Alpha, she murmured instead, lowering her eyes in a show of submission that she was far from feeling. Alpha Darius stood, moving toward her with predatory grace. Instinctively, Alara took a step back before catching herself. His smile widened at her reaction. I look forward to our union, he purred, reaching out to trace a finger along her jawline. Every muscle in Alara's body tensed at his touch. Her wolf, so long dormant, stirred with a surge of revulsion so powerful it nearly brought her to her knees. Wrong, 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 wrong. The silent howl echoed through her mind. From across the room came another sound, this time an unmistakable growl. Alpha Darius turned slowly, his eyes narrowing as they landed on Kieran. Something to add, General? His voice dripped with dangerous warning. For a moment, the tension between the two males was palpable. Kieran's body was coiled tight, his eyes flashing with barely controlled fury. Then, with visible effort, he relaxed his stance. No, Alpha, nothing. Darius stared at him a moment longer before dismissing him with a contemptuous flick of his hand. See to the perimeter security. I want no disturbances before tonight's announcement. With a curt nod, Kieran turned to leave. As he reached the door, his eyes sought Alara's one last time. In that brief glance, she read a multitude of emotions. Anger, frustration, and something that might have been resolved. Come, Alpha Orion commanded, gesturing to the beta female who had appeared in the doorway. Lydia will show you to your new quarters and begin your instruction. As Alara was led from the chamber, the full impact of what had just transpired began to sink in. In 3 weeks' time, she would be mated to Alpha Darius. Bound forever to a male her wolf rejected with every fiber of her being, while the one who made her blood sing watched from the sideline. News traveled fast, even when officially contained. By midday, whispers of Alara's sudden change in status had reached every corner of the pack grounds. As Beta Lydia marched her through the main house toward the eastern wing, curious eyes followed their progress, speculation running rampant. The eastern wing had traditionally housed honored guests and unmated daughters of high rank. Its elegant corridors and spacious rooms were as foreign to Alara as the moon's surface. Each step took her further from the life she had known, humble but predictable, into an unknown future that filled her with dread. These will be your quarters until the ceremony. Lydia announced, pushing open an ornately carved door to reveal a suite larger than the entire servants' dormitory. Alara stepped inside, momentarily stunned by the luxury surrounding her. A massive four-poster bed dominated one wall, draped in silk the color of moonlight. Plush rugs covered the hardwood floors, and a sitting area with velvet-upholstered furniture occupied another corner. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the pack's private gardens. "The bathing chamber is through there," Lydia continued, pointing to a door on the right. "Your new clothing is in the wardrobe. Nothing from your previous life is to be worn. You represent the pack now." Represent the pack. The phrase echoed hollowly in Alara's mind. Only yesterday she had been considered barely part of the pack at all. "Beta Lydia," she began hesitantly, "may I ask why?" "It is not your place to question pack decisions," Lydia cut her off sharply. "The Alphas have determined your purpose. You should be grateful for the honor being bestowed upon you." Honor. Was that what they called being traded like livestock to cement a political alliance? "Yes, Beta," Alara murmured, keeping her eyes lowered to hide the rebellion simmering within them. "Your first lesson begins now," Lydia stated, circling Alara with a critical eye. "Posture. You slouch like a servant. An Alpha's mate stands tall, shoulders back, chin lifted." For the next hour, Lydia drilled her on proper posture, walking, sitting, and the complex protocols of pack hierarchy. By the time a servant arrived with lunch, Alara's muscles ached from maintaining unaccustomed positions. "Eat," Lydia commanded. "Then we'll continue with dining etiquette." Alone for the first time since the morning's revelation, Alara sank onto the window seat, ignoring the elaborate meal laid out on the table. She pressed her forehead against the cool glass, watching pack members go about their daily activities in the grounds below. How simple their lives seemed now. How enviable in their ordinariness. A movement at the edge of the forest caught her attention. A tall figure emerged from the trees, his distinctive stride immediately recognizable. Kieran. He paused, looking up toward the eastern wing as if sensing her gaze. For a breathless moment, their eyes locked across the distance. Then the door to her suite burst open, shattering the connection. Alara turned to find Celine and Serena standing in the doorway, their beautiful faces contorted with fury. "You," Celine spat, stalking forward. "How dare you?" Alara rose slowly, instinctively seeking higher ground as the twins advanced on her. "This was supposed to be my position," Celine continued, her voice trembling with rage. "I was to be Alpha Darius's mate. I was to cement the alliance. Me. Not some kitchen rat with a convenient birthmark. I had nothing to do with this decision," Alara replied quietly, surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. "Liar," Serena hissed. "You must have schemed, manipulated. There's no other explanation." "The explanation is the prophecy," a new voice interjected. All three women turned to find Ophelia standing in the doorway, her pale eyes gleaming with amusement. "A prophecy older than any of you, written in the stars and in blood." The mystic moved into the room with surprising grace. "The Moon Queen has chosen her vessel, and it is not either of you." The twins recoiled slightly, their anger tempered by superstitious fear of the ancient mystic. "This isn't over," Celine promised, her voice low with menace as she backed toward the door. "Enjoy your temporary elevation, kitchen girl. When this prophecy proves false, you'll be back scrubbing pots if you're lucky." With a final venomous glare, the twins swept from the room. Ophelia watched them go, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "They will be trouble," she remarked casually, "but not your greatest concern." Alara's patience, already stretched thin by the day's events, finally snapped. "And what exactly is my greatest concern? Being forced to mate a male I don't know? Being thrust into a position I never asked for? Or perhaps having my entire life upended for a prophecy I've never even heard of until today?" Rather than taking offense, Ophelia chuckled. "Good. There's fire in you after all. You'll need it." "For what?" "For the choice that lies ahead." The mystic moved closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "The prophecy speaks of power united, but only if freely chosen. Remember that, child. When the time comes, the choice must be yours alone." Before Alara could question her further, the door opened again. Alpha Oriana entered, his imposing presence filling the room immediately. "The pack gathers at sunset for the announcement," he stated without preamble. "You will be presented as my ward and Alpha Darius's intended. You will speak only when spoken to. You will show appropriate gratitude for the honor being bestowed upon you." "Yes, Alpha," Alara replied automatically, the response ingrained through years of conditioning. His eyes narrowed, studying her with new interest. "It seems impossible that you went unnoticed all these years. Perhaps it was the Moon Queen's design, keeping you hidden in plain sight until the time was right? Or perhaps," Ophelia suggested slyly, "some eyes see only what they expect to see, missing what stands before them." Alpha Orion shot her an irritated glance before returning his attention to Alara. "Be ready at sunset. Beta Lydia will return to prepare you." With that, he turned and left. Ophelia lingered a moment longer, her ancient eyes holding knowledge that made Alara shiver. "The silver blood awakens," she murmured cryptically. "Listen to what it tells you." Alone again, Alara returned to the window. The sun had begun its descent toward the horizon, the afternoon shadows lengthening across the grounds. In just a few hours, her identity would be completely transformed in the eyes of the pack. No longer the invisible servant, but the centerpiece of an alliance, the subject of an ancient prophecy. Movement drew her eye to the training grounds below. The Blood Moon wolves were engaged in combat exercises, their powerful forms demonstrating lethal grace. In the center of it all stood Kieran, shouting commands, correcting techniques, his authority absolute despite the earlier dismissal by his alpha. As if sensing her observation once again, he paused mid-demonstration. His head tilted back, eyes finding her window unerringly. Even at this distance, the connection between them pulsed like a living thing. A muscle worked in his jaw. Then, with deliberate intent, he pressed his fist to his heart, a wolf's gesture of loyalty and promise. Before she could react, he returned to his training, but the message had been received. Whatever game the alphas were playing, whatever the prophecy foretold, she was not as alone as she had believed. For the first time since this nightmare began, Alara felt a flicker of something dangerous ignite within her chest. Hope. Chapter 2. Ascension. Sunlight streamed through unfamiliar windows, painting golden patterns across silk sheets that felt impossibly soft against Alara's skin. For one disorienting moment, she couldn't remember where she was. Then, yesterday's events crashed over her like a tidal wave. The examination, the prophecy, the announcement to the pack that had transformed her from kitchen servant to Alpha's bride to be in the space of a single day. Alara pushed herself upright, taking in the opulent bedroom that was now hers. The previous night remained a blur of faces, shocked, angry, curious, calculating. As she'd stood beside Alpha Orion while he presented her as his newly acknowledged ward and Alpha Darius's future mate. She'd been too numb to process it all, functioning purely on instinct and the training Beta Lydia had drilled into her over the preceding hours. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. Before she could respond, the door opened to reveal a familiar face. Greta, one of the kitchen maids she'd worked alongside for years. "Good morning, miss," Greta said, her voice formal where once they had traded jokes across the kitchen counters. She carried a breakfast tray laden with foods Alara had only glimpsed when preparing them for others. Fresh pastries, exotic fruits, steaming tea in fine porcelain. "Greta, please don't call me miss," Alara said, uncomfortable with the role reversal. "Beta Lydia was very clear about proper protocol," Greta replied, not meeting her eyes as she set the tray on a small table by the window. "The kitchen staff has been instructed on how to address you now." The awkwardness hung heavy between them. This woman had been, if not exactly a friend, then at least a friendly face during Alara's years of service. Now, an invisible wall had been erected, constructed of hierarchy and protocol. "Is there anything else you require?" Greta asked, hands clasped before her, gaze fixed somewhere over Alara's left shoulder. "No, thank," Alara began, but was interrupted by the door opening again. 3 more servants entered, including Mira, whose familiar face was a welcome sight. Unlike Greta, Mira's eyes met hers directly, a hint of her usual mischief visible, despite her carefully neutral expression. "Your bath is being prepared," Mira announced. "And the seamstresses will arrive in 1 hour for your first fitting." "Fitting?" For your ceremonial garments, Mira explained, moving efficiently around the room as she laid out various items. And your new daily wardrobe. Alpha Orion has commissioned an entirely new collection befitting your station. Alara felt a pang of loss for her simple, practical clothes. They might have been patched and faded, but they had been comfortable, familiar. I'll help you prepare, Mira offered as the other servants exited. The moment the door closed, Mira's formal demeanor dropped. She hurried to Alara's side, concern evident in her dark eyes. "Are you all right?" she whispered urgently. "Everyone's talking about what happened. The prophecy, the mating, all of it." Alara hesitated. Was she all right? Nothing about this situation felt right. "I'm managing," Mira squeezed her hand. "We don't have much time. They'll be watching you closely now." She glanced meaningfully at the door. "But I'm still your friend, no matter what they call you now." Relief washed through Alara. At least one person still saw her as herself, not as a pawn in some political game or the subject of an ancient prophecy. Mira helped her through the unfamiliar morning routine, the scented bath, the selection of clothing more fine than anything Alara had ever touched, let alone worn. As she fastened the delicate buttons on Alara's new dress, a flowing creation of pale blue silk, Mira paused. "Your birthmark," she said, fingers hovering over Alara's exposed shoulder blade. "I never realized." Alara twisted to look in the mirror, catching sight of the silver crescent that had always been there, always hidden beneath practical clothing or dismissed as an unusual birthmark. Now it seemed to shimmer faintly in the morning light, its significance forever altered by Ophelia's pronouncement. "The Moon Queen's mark," Mira murmured. "Do you think it's true? That you're meant for something more?" "I don't know what I'm meant for anymore," Alara admitted. 24 hours ago, I knew exactly who I was and what my life would be. Now, she gestured helplessly at their surroundings, at the fine fabric draping her body, at the mark that had suddenly become so important. A brisk knock interrupted their moment of candor. Mira immediately straightened, resuming her role as attentive servant just as Beta Lydia entered, followed by 3 women carrying bolts of fabric, measuring tapes, and sewing implements. "You're fitting," Lydia announced. "These are the pack's finest seamstresses. They will create your ceremonial robes for the mating ceremony." The following hour passed in a blur of measurements, fabric swatches, and design discussions that largely excluded Alara, despite concerning her own wedding attire. The head seamstress, a stern-faced wolf named Helen, held up various luxurious materials for Beta Lydia's approval. Shimmering silver silks, delicate laces, and fabrics embedded with crystals that caught the light like miniature stars. "Traditional silver for a silver crest bride," Helene stated, draping a length of moonlight-colored fabric across Alara's shoulders, "but with accents of deep red to honor the blood moon pack." "The neckline should be lower," Lydia instructed, "and the back must showcase the mark." The women circled Alara like predators, pinning and adjusting, discussing her body as if she weren't present. The sensation of being a doll, dressed and positioned for others' purposes, settled uncomfortably in her chest. When they finally departed, Alara sank onto a cushioned window seat, suddenly exhausted despite the early hour. "Rest while you can," Beta Lydia advised, her tone marginally softer than before. "Your real training begins after lunch." True to her word, Lydia returned promptly after the midday meal, which Alara had barely touched. The beta's expression made it clear that this would be no casual instruction. "You have 3 weeks," Lydia stated without preamble, as she led Alara to a private study lined with books. 3 weeks to learn what pack daughters spend years mastering. Your ignorance reflects on Alpha Orion, on our entire pack." Alara's spine stiffened at the implied criticism. "I'll learn whatever is necessary." "We shall see." Lydia gestured for her to sit at an ornate desk where parchment, ink, and several leather-bound tomes awaited. "First, pack history and lineage. You must understand the significance of this alliance." For the next several hours, Alara's mind was flooded with names, dates, and complex relationships between packs. To her surprise, she found herself absorbing the information with unexpected ease. The hierarchies and alliances weren't so different from the kitchen staff's intricate social dynamics she'd navigated for years, just on a grander scale. The Silver Crest and Blood Moon packs were once a single entity, Lydia explained, pacing the room as Alara took notes. The Great Divide occurred 4 generations ago when twin alphas could not agree on pack direction. Orion's great-grandfather took those who valued tradition and established Silver Crest. Darius's ancestor gathered those who sought change and founded Blood Moon. And they've been rivals ever since. Alara murmured, connecting pieces of information she'd picked up over the years. Lydia arched an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Alara's quick understanding. Rivals, yes, but interconnected. Many families have members in both packs. The divide created weakness where once there was strength, which is why the alliance matters. Yes, separately, we are vulnerable to larger packs from the south who covet our territories. United, we become the most powerful wolf presence in the northern territories. Lydia's expression hardened. Your mating to Alpha Darius isn't just symbolic. It's survival. The weight of responsibility settled more heavily on Alara's shoulders. This was bigger than her discomfort, bigger than the strange pull she felt toward Kieran instead of his alpha. This was about the safety of hundreds of wolves, including those who had been her only community, however tenuous her position within it. They moved from history to protocol, the complex etiquette of interpack relations, the precise forms of address for various ranks, the expectations for an alpha's mate during formal gatherings. Your posture has improved, Lydia noted with grudging approval as Alara demonstrated the proper way to enter a formal council. You have natural grace when you stop hunching like a servant. Coming from the stern beta, this constituted high praise. Alara felt a surprising flicker of pride. Now, Lydia continued, we must address your wolf. The shift in topic sent a jolt of anxiety through Alara. Her wolf, or rather, her inability to fully shift, had been a source of shame her entire life. I can't, she admitted softly. I've never been able to complete a transformation. The prophecy says otherwise, Lydia countered. Silver blood flows within you. The mark proves it. Your wolf is there merely suppressed. I've tried. For years I've tried. Perhaps you lacked proper guidance, or perhaps something has been blocking your connection. Lydia moved to stand before her. Close your eyes. Center yourself. Find the place within where your wolf dwells. Reluctantly, Alara obeyed, closing her eyes and turning her awareness inward. The familiar ache behind her breastbone intensified immediately, as it always did when she attempted to reach her wolf. Breathe into the connection, Lydia instructed. Imagine the barriers between you dissolving. Alara tried to focus, to push past the discomfort. The ache sharpened, becoming a lancing pain that made her gasp. Behind her closed eyelids, she caught a fleeting impression of silver fur, of amber eyes watching her from behind some invisible barrier. I'm here, she called silently. I'm trying to reach you. The pain intensified, blossoming into a full-blown headache that radiated from the center of her chest to her temples. Her wolf pushed against whatever kept them separated, the barrier bending but refusing to break. Something's wrong, Alara managed through gritted teeth. It hurts. She opened her eyes to find Lydia watching her with a mixture of concern and fascination. Interesting. There should be no pain in connecting with one's wolf. Something is actively preventing the bond from completing. Alara rubbed her temples, the headache already beginning to recede now that she'd stopped trying to shift. Has that happened before? To others? Not that I've encountered. Lydia's eyes narrowed in thought. Perhaps Ophelia will have insights. Until then, we'll focus on other aspects of your training. By the time evening fell, Alara's mind was saturated with new information and her body ached from maintaining perfect posture for hours. Lydia finally dismissed her after extracting a promise to review the historical texts before their session the following morning. Alone in her chambers, Alara found dinner waiting, an elaborate meal she had no appetite for. The day's lessons swirled in her mind, mixing with anxieties about her future and confusion about her past. Who was she, really? Where had she come from? And why did the thought of mating Alpha Darius fill her with dread while the mere memory of Kieran's gaze made her pulse race? She moved to the window, gazing out at the pack grounds now bathed in moonlight. The full silver disk hung low in the sky, calling to something deep within her. Without conscious decision, she found herself slipping from her room, drawn inexorably toward the gardens and the moonlight they captured. The night air carried the scent of wolfsbane and moonflowers as Alara moved silently through the formal gardens. She'd exchanged her fine dress for a simpler garment, though still more elegant than anything she'd worn as a servant. The soft fabric whispered against her skin as she wandered deeper into the carefully tended paths, relishing the momentary solitude. Here, away from watchful eyes and expectations, she could finally breathe. The moon above bathed everything in silver light, and she tilted her face upward, absorbing its glow. The ache in her chest eased slightly, as if her wolf responded to the moon's presence, even if it couldn't break free. A subtle shift in the air, a new scent carried on the breeze, alerted her that she was no longer alone. Her newly heightened senses identified the intruder before she turned: sandalwood, pine, and something uniquely male. Kieran. He stood beside a flowering wolfsbane bush, its purple blossoms luminous in the moonlight. Unlike their previous encounters, he wore no uniform, only a simple black shirt and pants that emphasized his powerful build. The moonlight carved his features into sharp relief, highlighting the strong line of his jaw and the intensity of his gaze. For a long moment, they simply looked at each other, the connection between them humming like a plucked string. "You shouldn't be out here alone," he finally said, his deep voice sending an involuntary shiver down her spine. "I needed air," Alara replied, lifting her chin slightly. "And moonlight." His expression softened almost imperceptibly. "Your wolf calls to the moon." "How did you know?" "I recognized the pull." He moved closer, his movements fluid and controlled. Even a wolf that cannot fully shift still yearns for the moon's touch. The casual reference to her inability should have stung, but something in his tone held no judgment, only understanding. "Is that why you're here too?" she asked. "The moon's pull?" A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "Among other things." He stopped an arm's length away, close enough that she could see the subtle flecks of gold in his dark eyes, yet maintaining a respectful distance. The night air between them seemed charged with unspoken possibilities. "You've had quite a transformation," he observed, his eyes taking in her changed appearance. "From kitchen to royal chambers in a day." "Not by choice," Alara replied, then immediately wondered if she'd been too candid. Rather than taking offense, Kieran nodded. "Few of us chart our own paths in pack life. Duty and hierarchy dictate much." The bitterness underlying his words resonated with her own feelings. "You don't approve of the alliance." It wasn't a question, but he answered anyway. "It's not my place to approve or disapprove of my alpha's decisions." "That's not an answer." "No," he agreed, that ghost of a smile returning. "It's not." He moved past her to a stone bench positioned to catch the best view of the moon. After a moment's hesitation, Alara joined him, careful to maintain space between them despite the inexplicable urge to move closer. "May I ask you something?" she ventured. He inclined his head. "Permission granted." "Yesterday in the courtyard when our eyes met." She trailed off, unsure how to describe the electric connection that had arced between them. "You felt it too." His voice had dropped lower, sending another shiver through her that had nothing to do with the night air. "What was it?" Kieran's jaw tightened, conflict evident in his expression. "Something that complicates matters." "That's not an answer either," she pointed out. This time his smile was fuller, transforming his severe features into something heart-stoppingly handsome. "You're not what I expected." "What did you expect? Someone more malleable?" He studied her face with undisguised interest. "The pack whispered about the kitchen wolf who couldn't shift, who had no status or power. Yet here you sit, questioning a blood moon enforcer without a trace of fear. Should I be afraid of you?" Alara asked, genuinely curious. "Most are." "I'm not most people, apparently." She gestured to her shoulder where the crescent mark lay hidden beneath her dress. "Or so I've recently been informed." His expression sobered. "The prophecy, do you believe in it?" Alara considered the question honestly. "I don't know what to believe anymore. Yesterday, my biggest concern was avoiding Celine's temper. Today, I'm being groomed to unite rival packs as some prophesied bridge. She shook her head. It feels like someone else's story that I've stumbled into. Perhaps it is, Kieran said softly. Or perhaps it's a story that was always yours, just waiting to begin. The poetic sentiment surprised her, revealing depths to this warrior that his intimidating exterior concealed. You're not what I expected either, she admitted. His eyebrow arched in question. The ruthless enforcer, Alpha Darius's feared right hand. She gestured to the wolfsbane he'd been admiring. I didn't expect to find you contemplating flowers in the moonlight. A low chuckle escaped him, the sound warming something inside her. There's value in being underestimated. They lapsed into comfortable silence, the night sounds of the garden enfolding them. Crickets chirped, a gentle breeze rustled through ornamental grasses, and somewhere in the distance a night bird called to its mate. The ceremonial mating, Kieran said abruptly, breaking the silence. It's scheduled just before the celestial convergence. Yes, 3 weeks from now. His expression turned grave. Be cautious, Alara. Not all bonds are what they seem. The cryptic warning sent a chill through her. What do you mean? He leaned closer, lowering his voice, though there was no one to overhear them. The prophecy speaks of silver blood and broken chains, of power united through free choice. His gaze intensified. Ensure that choice remains yours. Before she could press for clarification, his hand moved toward hers, where it rested on the bench between them. The small distance separating their fingers seemed charged with possibility. Slowly, deliberately, he extended his index finger until it was a hair's breadth from touching her. The air between them crackled with unseen energy. Alara's breath caught in her throat as she found herself leaning imperceptibly closer, drawn by a force she couldn't name or resist. The sharp crack of a twig breaking shattered the moment. Kieran withdrew instantly, rising to his feet with fluid grace as 2 Silvercrest guards rounded the corner on their patrol route. They stopped short at the sight of Alara and Kieran together, suspicion darkening their features. Lady Alara, one addressed her, using the new title that still felt foreign to her ears. Is everything all right? Perfectly fine, she replied, striving for the authoritative tone Lydia had been teaching her. General Kieran and I were discussing interpack protocols. The guards exchanged skeptical glances, but couldn't openly question her statement given her new status. We'll escort you back to your chambers, the senior guard offered in a tone that made it clear this wasn't optional. Kieran stepped back, his expression once again the impassive mask she'd first encountered. Good evening, Lady Alara. Our discussion has been illuminating. Only his eyes, still holding that intensity that seemed reserved solely for her, betrayed that anything significant had passed between them. Good evening, General, she responded formally, rising from the bench. As the guards flanked her, preparing to lead her back to the main house, Kieran's voice stopped her once more. Remember what I said, he called after her, about choices and bonds. The guards exchanged another look, this one more alarmed, but Alara merely nodded, tucking his warning away like a precious stone to be examined later in private. As she walked away, the night air cool against her flushed cheeks, she realized that for the first time since this whirlwind began, she felt truly alive, not resigned to a fate others had decreed, but awakened to possibilities she had never dared imagine. Behind her breastbone, her wolf stirred again, but this time the sensation wasn't painful, it was anticipatory, as if the creature too sensed that something momentous had begun in that moonlit garden, something that neither alphas nor prophecies had planned for. A week had passed since Alara's elevation from kitchen servant to bride-to-be, and the novelty had worn off for everyone, herself included. The constant lessons, fittings, and scrutiny left her drained each night, while the prospect of her impending mating to Alpha Darius loomed ever closer. Only her midnight garden encounters with Kieran, brief, stolen moments where they spoke of everything and nothing, provided any respite from the pressure crushing down on her. Today's lesson with Beta Lydia focused on the ceremonial aspects of the mating ritual. Alara sat straight-backed at her desk, absorbing information about ancient pack traditions with the serious attention that had surprised her instructors over the past week. The central binding circle represents the eternal nature of the mating bond, Lydia explained, pointing to a diagram in the ancient text before them. Once completed, the bond is unbreakable except by death. The finality of those words settled like a stone in Alara's stomach. Unbreakable. Forever bound to a male her wolf rejected, while the one who made her blood sing watched from the sideline. A commotion in the hallway interrupted the lesson. The door burst open without warning, revealing Celine and Serena, both flushed with what appeared to be distress. "Beta Lydia," Celine gasped. "You're needed urgently. Mother has collapsed." Lydia rose immediately, concern etching her features. "What happened?" "We don't know," Celine answered, her eyes wide with apparent fear. "She was reviewing the ceremonial arrangements when she suddenly fell ill." Without hesitation, Lydia hurried from the room, leaving Alara alone with the twins. The instant the Beta's footsteps faded, the distress vanished from the sisters' faces, replaced by twin smiles of malice. "Gullible as always," Serena smirked. "Mother is perfectly fine," Celine added, sauntering into the room. "But we needed some private time with the pack's newest treasure." Alara closed the ancient text carefully, keeping her expression neutral despite the alarm bells ringing in her head. "What do you want?" "Want?" Celine circled the desk like a predator. "We want what's rightfully ours. The alliance, the power, the position you stole." "I didn't steal anything," Alara replied evenly. "I never asked for this." "Oh, of course not." Celine's voice dripped with sarcasm as she moved to block the door. The humble kitchen wolf, thrust into greatness against her will. How convenient. Celine leaned down, bracing her hands on the desk until her face was inches from Ilara's. "You may have fooled the others with your innocent act and your convenient birthmark, but we know what you really are. Nothing. A nobody playing dress-up in clothes in a life that should have been mine." Something in Alara snapped. After a week of enduring thinly veiled hostility from all quarters, the twins' blatant aggression breached her careful composure. She rose slowly, forcing Celine to straighten or risk an awkward collision. "If you have something to say it clearly," Alara challenged, surprising herself with her steady voice. "If not, I have studies to complete." The twins exchanged glances, momentarily thrown by her directness after years of submission. Then Celine's smile returned, sharper than before. "Actually, we have something to show you." She moved toward the door with a deliberate sway to her hips. "Consider it a wedding preview." Against her better judgment, Alara followed them from the study and down the hall to her chambers. Something in their confident strides and barely suppressed excitement warned her that whatever awaited would not be pleasant. She was right. The door to her room stood open. Inside, chaos reigned. The elegant furnishings had been overturned, her few personal possessions scattered across the floor. But the true target of the destruction lay spread across her bed, her wedding dress. The masterpiece Helene and her seamstresses had spent days creating now lay in tatters. The delicate silver silk had been shredded, the crystal beadwork ripped away, leaving ragged holes throughout the fabric. Across what remained of the bodice, someone had written in dark ink, "Not yours." "Oh dear," Celine said with mock concern. "It seems someone doesn't approve of the upcoming nuptials." Alara stared at the ruined dress, an odd calm settling over her despite the blatant act of sabotage. She should have felt afraid. Instead, a different emotion bubbled up from deep within. Anger. Pure, cleansing anger that burned away the uncertainty and resignation of the past week. "Do you feel clever?" she asked quietly, turning to face the twins. "Powerful. Destroying an inanimate object when I wasn't present to stop you?" Celine's smile faltered slightly. "You should be worried about what happens next. When the Alphas see this, they'll question your worthiness, perhaps reconsider the entire arrangement." "Will they?" Alara took a step toward them, something unfamiliar surging through her veins like liquid fire. "Or will they wonder why the daughters of an Alpha would resort to such childish tactics?" "Watch your tone," Serena warned, though she took an instinctive step back. "You forget your place." "No." Another step forward. The fire in her veins intensified, concentrated behind her breastbone where her wolf had always been caged. "For the first time, I'm remembering it." The sensation building within her chest wasn't the painful ache that usually accompanied attempts to reach her wolf. This was different. A gathering power, a pressure-seeking release. Her vision sharpened suddenly, colors becoming more vivid, scents more distinct. "What's happening to your eyes?" Serena whispered, genuine fear creeping into her voice. Alara couldn't see her own face, but she could feel the change, a warmth spreading outward from her core, up her neck, into her face. The reflection in the twins' widening eyes told her what she needed to know. Her irises were glowing with silver light. "You should leave," she said, her voice deeper, rougher, as if another's words were emerging alongside her own. "Now." The command in that single word was unmistakable. The twins backed toward the door, their earlier confidence evaporating like morning dew under a harsh sun. "This isn't over," Celine tried to assert, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. "It is," Alara countered, feeling her lips curl back to reveal teeth that seemed suddenly sharper, "unless you'd like to see what else I'm capable of." She had no idea what she was capable of. This surge of power was as new to her as it was frightening to them. But the bluff worked. The twins practically fell over each other in their haste to exit, slamming the door behind them. The moment they were gone, Alara's knees buckled. She caught herself on the edge of the bed, breathing heavily as the silver glow faded from her vision and the fire in her veins cooled. Her reflection in the vanity mirror looked ordinary again. No glowing eyes, no visible sign of the momentary transformation. But something fundamental had changed. For the first time in her life, she had felt her wolf not just as a distant presence, but as a part of herself, an extension of her own strength rather than a separate entity trapped behind barriers. She looked down at the ruined wedding dress, the twins' vindictive message staring back at her. "Not yours." Perhaps they were right, though not in the way they had intended. This life, this mating, this role she was being forced into, none of it was truly hers. It was a construct created by others for their purposes, using her as a convenient vessel. The realization should have been depressing. Instead, it felt oddly liberating. If this wasn't her life, then perhaps somewhere out there existed one that was. One she could claim for herself on her own terms. With renewed determination, Alara began to clean up the mess. The dress was beyond salvage, but that was a problem for tomorrow. Tonight, she had much to think about, including the strange new power that had emerged when she needed it most. The ceremonial grounds hummed with activity as workers prepared for the rehearsal of the mating ritual. Alara stood to one side, watching as Silvercrest and Blood Moon Pack members moved around each other with careful precision, cooperation undermined by centuries of ingrained suspicion. 3 days had passed since the dress incident. As she had expected, the twins had twisted the story, claiming they had discovered the destroyed garment and rushed to inform Beta Lydia. No one openly accused Alara of sabotaging her own wedding attire, but the rumor had spread nonetheless. Only Helene, the head seamstress, had seemed genuinely sympathetic, promising an even more magnificent replacement on an impossibly tight schedule. My bride arrives." Alpha Darius's smooth voice sent an involuntary shiver down Alara's spine. Not the pleasant kind she experienced around Kieran, but a cold prickle of apprehension. He approached with the confident stride of a male accustomed to having his every whim obeyed. Unlike Kieran's powerful but controlled presence, Darius exuded a grasping energy, as if constantly reaching for more than he already possessed. "Alpha," she acknowledged with the formal nod Beta Lydia had drilled into her. Such formality. His smile never reached his eyes as he took her hand without permission, bringing it to his lips. "Soon you'll address me more intimately." Her wolf stirred restlessly at his touch, the same instinctive rejection she'd felt since their first meeting. She forced herself to remain still, neither pulling away nor responding to his implied intimacy. "The preparations look extensive," she observed, deliberately changing the subject as she reclaimed her hand. "Only the best for such a momentous occasion." Darius placed his hand on her lower back, steering her toward the central platform where the ceremony would take place. "The joining of our packs after generations of separation. The fulfillment of prophecy." As they approached, Alara noticed workers painting intricate symbols around the periphery of the circular platform. The designs were unfamiliar. Not the traditional pack markings she had studied with Lydia, but something older, more complex. "Those symbols," she began, curiosity overcoming caution. "I don't recognize them from the ceremonial texts." Darius's grip on her waist tightened fractionally. Ancient designs, specific to the celestial convergence. They enhance the bonding. Something in his tone rang false. But before she could question further, Alpha Orion joined them, accompanied by the mystic Ophelia and several elders from both packs. "Excellent, everyone is here," Orion announced. "Let us proceed with the rehearsal." For the next hour, Alara was guided through the complex steps of the traditional mating ceremony. She would enter from the eastern point of the circle, representing new beginnings. Darius would approach from the west, symbolizing established strength. They would meet in the center, where the ritual binding would take place under the full moon. Throughout the rehearsal, Darius maintained physical contact whenever possible. A hand at her waist, fingers brushing her arm, a grip that lingered too long during the practiced exchanges. Each touch felt like an assertion of ownership rather than affection, and her wolf's agitation grew with every contact. "The silver moon ritual requires precise timing," Ophelia explained as they reached the culmination of the rehearsal. "The moon must be at its zenith, the convergence beginning. Only then will the power flow correctly." Alara's attention snagged on the phrase, "silver moon ritual," not mating ceremony or bonding ritual, but something specific, something that hadn't been mentioned in her lessons. "The power transfer must be instantaneous," Darius added, exchanging a significant look with Orion. Power transfer, another term that raised her internal alarms. She opened her mouth to question it when movement at the edge of the ceremonial grounds caught her attention. Kieran had arrived, his imposing figure instantly recognizable even at a distance. Unlike the other Blood Moon wolves who mingled comfortably with the preparations, he remained apart, his stance rigid as he surveyed the scene. When his gaze found her, standing within Darius's possessive grip, something dangerous flashed in his eyes. "My general seems displeased," Darius murmured, following her line of sight. "Perhaps he envies me my prize." The casual objectification stung, but Alara kept her expression neutral. "I'm sure he's concerned with security, as is his duty." Darius's laugh held no humor. "Always so diplomatic. You'll learn that isn't necessary between mates. I know what Kieran wants. I've always known." The implication sent a chill through her. Could Darius sense the connection between her and Kieran? Was he aware of their midnight conversations in the garden? "The position of the attendants needs adjustment," Ophelia interrupted, drawing Darius's attention away. "They must channel the energy properly when the silver blood awakens." Again, terminology that hadn't been part of her instruction. Silver blood awakens. Combined with the strange symbols being painted around the platform, Alara's unease deepened into genuine concern. As the mystic led Darius away to consult on some detail, Alpha Orion stepped closer to Alara. "You've adapted well," he observed, his tone suggesting mild surprise. "Lydia reports your progress exceeds expectations." "Thank you, Alpha," she replied automatically. "The dress incident was unfortunate," he continued, his eyes sharp on her face. "My daughters can be territorial." The acknowledgement of the twins' involvement surprised her, but she maintained her composure. "The seamstresses are creating a replacement. It will be ready in time." He nodded, his gaze drifting to where Darius and Ophelia were engaged in intense discussion. "Things are proceeding as they must." The statement seemed directed more at himself than at her. "The packs will be stronger for it." "Alpha," she ventured carefully, "may I ask about the silver moon ritual? It wasn't covered in my ceremonial studies." Orion's attention snapped back to her, something calculating entering his expression. "An ancient tradition, rarely performed. Ophelia will explain the necessary details before the ceremony." Before she could press further, he gestured toward the approaching Blood Moon contingent. "Your future mate requires your presence." As the rehearsal continued, Alara found her attention repeatedly drawn to Kieran, who had moved closer to observe the proceedings. His expression remained impassive, but tension radiated from him in almost palpable waves. Once, when Darius demonstrated the binding gesture that would connect their wrists during the ceremony, she could have sworn she heard a low growl from Kieran's direction. Finally, as the sun began its descent, Alpha Orion declared the rehearsal complete. Servants immediately began clearing the area, preparing for the feast that would follow in the main hall. In the flurry of activity, Alara found herself momentarily unattended, a rare occurrence since her elevation to bride-to-be. She took advantage of the moment to move toward the edge of the clearing, ostensibly examining the flower arrangements, but actually seeking a better view of the mysterious symbols being painted on the platform's periphery. The design seemed to focus inward, creating a pattern that would converge at the center where she and Darius would stand during the ceremony. Curious about the decorations? Darius's voice startled her. He had approached silently, a skill that seemed at odds with his flashy public persona. "They're beautiful," she deflected. "So detailed. Ancient magic often requires precision." His smile didn't reach his eyes. "The celestial convergence offers rare opportunities for those who know how to harness its power." The casual mention of magic sent warning signals flaring through her mind. This wasn't just a mating ceremony. Something else was being planned. Something neither Alpha seemed inclined to explain to her. "I look forward to understanding more about these traditions," she replied carefully. Darius's hand came up to trace her jawline, his touch possessive and cold. "Understanding isn't necessary. Only compliance." His voice had dropped to a near whisper. "The silver blood awakens, and with it power flows, from vessel to wielder, as it was always meant to be." Vessel. The word echoed in her mind, confirming her worst suspicions. She wasn't a bride. She was a container for something they wanted to extract. Before she could respond, a commotion near the main house diverted Darius's attention. He dropped his hand, irritation flashing across his features. "Wait here," he commanded. "I'll return shortly." The moment he was gone, a shadow detached itself from the nearby trees. Kieran moved to her side with silent efficiency, his presence immediately both comforting and electrifying. "You need to leave," he murmured without preamble, his voice low and urgent. "Tonight, before the moon rises tomorrow." The directive startled her despite her own growing concerns. "What? Why?" His eyes scanned the clearing, ensuring they weren't observed. "The ritual they're planning isn't a mating ceremony. It's a blood rite. Ancient and forbidden. It will drain you, possibly kill you." The confirmation of her fears should have terrified her. Instead, a strange calm settled over her, as if some part of her had always known this was coming. "They want my power," she stated rather than asked. "The silver blood carries abilities lost to both packs generations ago," Kieran confirmed. "The celestial convergence creates a window where that power can be transferred to Darius." Kieran's jaw tightened. "That's his plan, yes." The pieces aligned in her mind with sickening clarity. The prophecy, her sudden elevation, the rush to perform the ceremony precisely as the convergence began, all of it designed not to unite the packs through a mating bond, but to channel her supposedly dormant power into Darius's waiting hands. "Why are you telling me this?" she asked, though she already suspected the answer. For the first time since she'd met him, uncertainty crossed Kieran's features. "Because you deserve the choice. Because what they're planning is wrong on every level." He hesitated, then added more softly, "Because since the moment our eyes met in that courtyard, I haven't been able to think of anything but keeping you safe." The raw honesty in his admission stole her breath. Here was no political calculation or power play, just the simple truth of a connection neither of them had sought, but both felt undeniably. "Darius will kill you if he discovers your interference," she whispered, genuine fear for his safety overshadowing concern for her own. Some risks are worth taking. Around them, pack members were beginning to stream toward the main hall for the evening feast. Their momentary privacy would soon be interrupted. With swift precision, Kieran pressed something into her palm. A folded piece of paper. "Tonight, the northern boundary where the river narrows. I'll be waiting." His fingers lingered against hers, the brief contact sending that now familiar current racing up her arm. "But the choice must be yours, Alara. I won't force you, even to save you." Then he was gone, melting back into the shadows as Darius reappeared at the edge of the clearing. She slipped the note into a hidden pocket of her dress, heart racing not with fear, but with the first stirrings of something far more dangerous. Hope. As Darius approached to escort her to the feast, his hand once again claiming her waist in that possessive grip, Alara maintained her carefully neutral expression. But beneath the surface, her wolf prowled with new purpose. Strengthened by the knowledge that perhaps there was a path forward that neither Alpha had planned for, a choice that was truly her own. Chapter 3. Midnight Flame. Dawn broke over the Silvercrest Pack grounds, pale light filtering through the gauzy curtains of Alara's chambers. She hadn't slept. How could she when the day she had been dreading for weeks had finally arrived? Her wedding day. Or more accurately, if Kieran's warning proved true, the day she might be sacrificed. Kieran's note had been simple but clear. Northern boundary. Midnight. Last chance. She had memorized the words before burning the paper, aware that discovery would mean death, not just for her, but for him as well. All night she had wrestled with the decision. Flee and risk the wrath of two powerful alphas hunting her down. Stay and face a ritual that might drain her very life force. The choice seemed impossible, particularly when the safety of others hung in the balance. A soft knock at her door announced the arrival of her attendants. Taking a deep breath, Alara composed her features into a mask of calm acceptance. Whatever she decided, she needed to make it through the day without arousing suspicion. "Enter," she called, her voice steadier than she felt. The door opened to reveal a procession of females. Beta Lydia led the way, followed by the seamstresses carrying the replacement wedding attire, and finally Mira, whose worried eyes met Alara's briefly before lowering in the appropriate deference. "The day has arrived," Lydia announced with solemn formality. "By sunset, the packs will be united." "Or I'll be dead," Alara thought grimly, but she merely nodded. The morning passed in a blur of activity. Attendants bathed her in water infused with moonflowers and wolfsbane, a traditional purification for pack brides. Her hair was washed, dried, and arranged in an elaborate style, interwoven with silver threads and tiny crystal beads that caught the light with every movement. When the moment came to don the wedding attire, Alara couldn't help but gasp. Helene had outdone herself with the replacement garments. The dress was a masterpiece of silver silk that seemed to flow like liquid mercury, with intricate white embroidery depicting ancient pack symbols along the hem and sleeves. A matching cloak of sheer, shimmering fabric completed the ensemble, designed to be removed at the moment of bonding. "Beautiful," Lydia murmured, genuine appreciation in her voice. "You will bring honor to both packs today." If only they knew what kind of honor the alphas actually had planned. As the final preparations were being made, the door opened once more. Ophelia entered, her ancient eyes surveying the scene with satisfaction. "Leave us," she commanded the attendants. "I must prepare the bride for the ritual." Beta Lydia hesitated, clearly unaccustomed to taking orders from someone outside her direct pack hierarchy, but eventually nodded. "We'll return in 1 hour for the processional." Mira was the last to leave, her fingers briefly squeezing Alara's in silent support as she passed. Then the door closed, leaving Alara alone with the mystic. "You know, don't you?" Ophelia asked without preamble once they were alone, about the true purpose of today's ceremony. Alara stiffened, caught off guard by the direct question. "I don't know what you mean." The old wolf cackled, the sound devoid of true humor. "Your eyes betray you, child. They always have. Windows to a soul far older and wilder than anyone in this pack realizes." Moving with surprising agility for one so ancient, Alara hadn't noticed before. "The silver blood must be awakened before it can be channeled. That is my task today." Before Alara could retreat, the mystic's gnarled fingers captured her arm in a grip far stronger than it appeared. From the box, Ophelia withdrew a small brush and a pot of what looked like liquid silver. "Be still," she commanded. "This won't harm you. Not yet, anyway." With precise movements, she began painting symbols on Alara's exposed skin, first her inner wrists, then along her collarbones, and finally, after turning her around, across her shoulder blades where the crescent birthmark lay. The substance burned cold wherever it touched, seeping into her skin rather than remaining on the surface. Each completed symbol seemed to pulse with an inner light that faded to a subtle shimmer. "What is that?" Alara asked, unable to contain her curiosity despite her fear. "Moon dust mixed with sacred herbs," Ophelia replied. "It activates the dormant power in your blood, making it accessible for the ritual." A sly smile crossed her weathered face. "Or for your own use, should you choose another path?" The cryptic addition caught Alara's attention immediately. "What do you mean?" Instead of answering directly, Ophelia continued her work, adding more complex patterns down Alara's arms. "The prophecy speaks of choice, does it not? Power united, but only if freely chosen. The Alphas conveniently ignore that part. You know what they plan to do to me?" It wasn't a question. "I know many things, child, including the fact that Kieran Bloodmoon waits for you at the northern boundary." At Alara's shocked expression, Ophelia's smile widened. "Did you think an old wolf like me wouldn't notice the connection between you? It vibrates in the air whenever you're near each other." Panic flooded Alara's system. "If you know, then Darius." "Darius sees only what he wishes to see," Ophelia interrupted. "A vessel for power, not a woman with a will of her own. That is his weakness." She completed the final symbol with a flourish. "And potentially your salvation." Confusion swirled through Alara's mind. "I don't understand. You're helping them prepare the ritual, yet you speak of my escape?" "I serve the Moon Queen, not mortal Alphas," Ophelia stated simply. "She has marked you for a purpose. Whether that purpose aligns with Jarius's plans or not remains to be seen." The old mystic stepped back, surveying her handiwork with satisfaction. The silver markings now covered strategic points on Alara's skin, forming an intricate network of power channels that converged over her heart. "There," Ophelia declared, "the silver blood is awakening." As if in response to her words, warmth began spreading through Alara's veins, starting from each point where the symbols had been painted and flowing inward. Behind her breastbone, her wolf stirred more powerfully than ever before, pushing against whatever barriers had kept her contained all these years. "What's happening to me?" Alara gasped as the heat intensified. "Your true nature emerges," Ophelia replied calmly. "Long suppressed, but never truly gone." The warmth built into an uncomfortable burn, then stabilized into a steady pulse that matched her heartbeat. When she looked down at her hands, she could see faint silver lines tracing the path of her veins beneath her skin. "The hour until the procession begins," Ophelia reminded her, moving toward the door. "I suggest you use that time wisely, to center yourself for what's to come, or to choose another path entirely." She paused at the threshold, her ancient eyes suddenly piercing. "Oh, and you might want to examine the ceremonial altar more closely before you make your final decision. The texts in the antechamber may prove illuminating." With that cryptic advice, the mystic departed, leaving Alara alone with her racing thoughts and the strange new sensations coursing through her body. The moment the door closed, she moved to the full-length mirror, examining the silver markings now adorning her skin. They pulsed with a subtle glow that matched the rhythm of her heartbeat, making her appear otherworldly. Half human, half something else entirely, her wolf pushed more insistently now, no longer causing pain, but creating a sensation of pressure, of something too large being contained in too small a space. In the mirror, her eyes flashed silver momentarily before returning to their normal amber. Whatever Ophelia had done was accelerating the awakening of something within her, something the Alphas intended to harness, or steal, for their own purposes. With sudden determination, Alara moved to the door. Beta Lydia had mentioned she had 1 hour before the procession began. If Ophelia's hints meant anything, she needed to investigate the ceremonial altar immediately. Slipping from her chambers, she made her way through the quiet corridors of the eastern wing. Most pack members were already gathering in the main hall or at the ceremonial grounds, leaving her path relatively clear. Her enhanced senses, another recent development, alerted her to approaching footsteps in time to duck into alcoves or side passages. The ceremonial building stood separate from the main pack house, a circular structure of ancient stone that predated even the eldest pack members. Its entrance was flanked by carved wolf statues, their eyes inlaid with silver that seemed to watch her approach. Normally, the building would be bustling with activity on such an important day, but Alara had timed her visit carefully, knowing that the final preparations would have been completed earlier, with the actual participants not due to arrive for at least another half hour. The massive wooden doors yielded to her push, opening silently on well-oiled hinges. Inside, the circular chamber was bathed in filtered sunlight from the skylight above, illuminating the central altar that dominated the space. Alara approached it cautiously, her pulse quickening as she took in details she hadn't noticed during the rehearsals. The stone platform was indeed carved with binding circles, as she had observed before, but now she could see that these were no ordinary mating bonds. The intricate patterns formed channels, all leading inward to a central depression. A ceremonial bowl, she realized with growing horror, a bowl meant to collect blood. At the edge of the platform, partially concealed by decorative cloths, she discovered what Ophelia had hinted at: a ceremonial dagger with a silver blade and handle carved from moonstone. Its edge gleamed wickedly in the filtered light, clearly recently sharpened. With trembling fingers, Alara lifted the cloth further, revealing a small alcove built into the base of the altar. Within it sat an ancient leather-bound book, its cover worn with age and use. She carefully extracted it, knowing instinctively that here lay the truth of what awaited her. The pages were brittle with age, covered in handwritten text and diagrams that made her blood run cold. The title alone confirmed her worst fears: The Rite of Power Transference, Harvesting the Silver Blood. Sinking onto the steps of the altar, Alara forced herself to read, her enhanced vision making the faded script clear despite the dim light. The text described an ancient ritual performed only during the rare celestial convergence, when the moon appeared half silver, half blood red in the sky. A being of silver blood, someone born with the Moon Queen's blessing, could have their power extracted and transferred to another. The process required the vessel to be bound, their blood spilled at the precise moment of convergence, their life force channeled through the ancient symbols to empower the recipient. Nowhere did it mention the vessel surviving the procedure. Bile rose in Ilara's throat as the full implications settled over her. This wasn't a mating ceremony. It was an execution disguised as a bonding ritual. A sound at the entrance startled her. Quickly returning the book to its hiding place, she straightened just as a pack member entered, one of the ceremony attendants coming to make final adjustments. "Lady Alara?" The female looked surprised. "We weren't expecting you yet." "I wanted a moment of solitude before the ceremony," Alara improvised smoothly, "to commune with the Moon Queen and prepare myself." The attendant nodded, accepting the explanation without question. "Of course. I'll return later." Once alone again, Alara knew her time for investigation had ended. She needed to return to her chambers before her absence was noticed. But she had seen enough, more than enough, to make her decision. Kieran had been right. The ritual would kill her. And for what? To transfer her supposed powers to Darius, a male who saw her as nothing more than a convenient tool for his ambition. As she slipped back through the corridors toward her chambers, the silver marks on her skin pulsed more strongly, as if responding to her rising emotions. Her wolf, too, pushed more insistently against her internal barriers, sensing the danger they faced. "Tonight," she promised her wolf silently. "Northern boundary, midnight. We'll find another way." The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the ceremonial grounds as the mating procession began. Pack members lined the path, their curiosity and excitement palpable in the air. Alara stood at the entrance to the main pack house, Beta Lydia making final adjustments to her ceremonial cloak. "Remember your training," Lydia murmured. "Head high, steps measured. You represent the Silver Crest today," for the last time, Alara thought, but she nodded obediently. The plan forming in her mind required her to play along until nightfall. Any hint of her intended escape would bring swift and brutal consequences. The silver markings Ophelia had painted on her skin had faded from view, visible now only if she looked closely at her veins, but their effect remained. A steady heat pulsed through her body, concentrating behind her breastbone where her wolf resided. The sensation was neither painful nor pleasant, simply present, like a storm gathering energy before breaking. A horn sounded, signaling the start of the procession. Alara took a deep breath and stepped forward, her elaborate dress whispering across the ground as she moved. The gathered wolves bowed their heads slightly as she passed, showing respect not to her personally, but to what she represented: the fulfillment of prophecy, the unification of packs, if only they knew the truth. The path to the ceremonial building had been decorated with silver and red ribbons twined around poles, symbolizing the joining of the packs. White flowers scattered the ground, their sweet scent mingling with the earthy smells of the forest beyond. As she processed slowly along the designated route, Alara's enhanced senses picked up details she might have missed before: whispered conversations among the onlookers, the subtle tensing of guards positioned strategically throughout the crowd, and most concerning, the presence of wolves she didn't recognize. These strangers wore no pack insignia, but watched with an intensity that sent a chill down her spine. Their eyes followed her movements with calculated interest, like scientists observing an experiment. Ophelia's words echoed in her mind: "I serve the Moon Queen, not mortal alphas." Perhaps these were others who served the same mysterious deity, gathered to witness whatever power would be unleashed tonight. The ceremonial building loomed ahead, its ancient stones now decorated with elaborate banners bearing the combined emblems of both packs. At its entrance stood Alpha Orion, resplendent in ceremonial robes, his expression a mixture of triumph and calculation. "You do the pack proud," he murmured as she reached him, though the words rang hollow in her ears. Together they entered the circular chamber, now transformed from the empty space she had explored earlier. Hundreds of candles illuminated the interior, casting dancing shadows across the walls. Pack members from both Silvercrest and Blood Moon filled the perimeter, arranged according to rank and standing. At the center stood the altar, now fully revealed in all its ominous glory. The binding circles glowed faintly with some substance Alara couldn't identify, the channels leading to the central depression more prominent than before. Alpha Darius waited there, dressed in ceremonial robes of deep red and black, his expression hungry as he watched her approach. But it wasn't Darius who captured her attention, it was what, or rather who, wasn't present. Kieran was nowhere to be seen. Her eyes scanned the assembled Blood Moon wolves, seeking his distinctive form among the guards or attendants. Nothing. His absence was conspicuous considering his position as Darius's general. Had something happened to him? Had their plan been discovered? Or was he already preparing for their midnight rendezvous, ensuring their escape route remained clear? The uncertainty nearly broke her carefully maintained composure. She needed him safe, needed to believe that escape remained possible. Without that hope, the charade would be unbearable. "Courage," Alpha Orion murmured beside her, misinterpreting her momentary falter. "It will soon be done." Yes, she thought grimly. One way or another. They reached the base of the altar steps. From the opposite side, Alpha Darius descended to meet them, his movements fluid and predatory. "The moon rises," he stated, his gaze fixed on Alara with an intensity that made her skin crawl. "The time approaches." Overhead, through the circular skylight, the first glimpse of the evening moon appeared, already unusual, one half gleaming silver, the other beginning to take on a reddish hue. The celestial convergence was beginning. Alpha Orion stepped back, symbolically relinquishing his authority over her. Darius took her hand, his grip too tight to be comfortable, and led her up the steps toward the altar. As she ascended, Alara's wolf suddenly surged forward with unprecedented force. The sensation wasn't the familiar ache of her past attempts to shift, but a violent push that sent spasms through her muscles and bones. Her vision blurred momentarily, edges tinged with silver. Darius's grip tightened further, his fingers digging into her wrist. "Control yourself," he hissed, low enough that only she could hear. "The transformation comes later." But this wasn't a controlled response. This was her wolf recognizing the danger they faced, desperately trying to emerge to protect them both. Each step closer to the altar intensified the pressure, until Alara felt as though her skin might split apart from the force of her wolf pushing outward. The pain must have shown on her face, for Ophelia stepped forward from her position near the altar. "The silver blood awakens," she announced loudly, as if this were part of the expected ceremony. "The vessel prepares to receive the blessing of the Moon Queen." Murmurs rippled through the assembled wolves. This hadn't been part of the rehearsed ritual, but Ophelia's authoritative tone prevented anyone from questioning the deviation. As they reached the top of the altar, Alara gasped audibly. The binding circles were now fully visible, their intricate patterns exactly matching the diagrams she had seen in the hidden book. Not bonding patterns, but containment spells, designed to hold a victim immobile while their life force was drained away. Darius positioned her at the center of the outermost circle, directly above the blood collection basin she had discovered earlier. "Don't fight it," he murmured. "The more you struggle, the more painful the extraction will be." Any lingering doubts about his intentions vanished with those words. Kieran had been right. This was no mating ceremony. It was a sacrifice. Her wolf howled internally, the sound echoing through her mind with such force that Alara wondered if others could hear it too. The pressure built behind her breastbone, pain radiating outward along her limbs as her body fought against itself. Silver light pulsed visibly beneath her skin now, following the pathways Ophelia had painted earlier, but growing stronger, more volatile. Darius stepped back, nodding to attendants who moved forward with ceremonial binding cords made of silver threads. As the first cord touched her wrist, seemingly benign but designed to secure her for the sacrifice to come, something inside Alara snapped. Her wolf would not be contained any longer. The binding cord tightened around Alara's wrist, the silver threads burning against her skin. Darius stood before her, reciting ancient words that had nothing to do with mating and everything to do with power transfer. The gathered wolves watched in reverent silence, unaware that they were witnessing not a union, but a sacrifice. Her wolf thrashed frantically beneath her skin, silver light pulsing visibly through her veins now. The pain was exquisite, every nerve ending alive with fire as her body fought against both the binding and the transformation trying to take place. Ophelia stepped forward, raising a ceremonial chalice. "The vessel is prepared," she announced, her voice carrying to every corner of the chamber. "As the convergence reaches its peak, the silver blood will flow, and power will transfer to its rightful wielder." Vessel, blood, transfer. The words confirmed every horrible suspicion. Alara's gaze darted desperately around the chamber, seeking any possibility of escape, but she was surrounded, bound, trapped, at the center of a ritual centuries in the planning. A commotion at the edge of the gathering caught her attention. Someone had dropped a tray of ritual implements, the metal pieces clattering loudly against the stone floor. All heads turned toward the disturbance. "Clumsy fool," Alpha Orion snarled. Alara recognized the clumsy fool immediately. Mira. Her eyes meeting Alara's for a split second, a message clear in their depths. Now. As attention focused on the disturbance, something small and sharp pressed into Alara's palm from behind. A knife, thin but deadly, easily concealed in her hand. She didn't turn to see who had passed it to her, knew instinctively it was Mira creating another opportunity. "Continue," Darius commanded, irritation clear in his voice. "The convergence waits for no one." Ophelia raised her hands to resume the ceremony, but another crash interrupted, this time a ceremonial brazier tipping over, hot coals spilling across the floor. Pack members scattered to avoid the burning embers. In the confusion, Mira appeared at Alara's side, swift and silent as a shadow. "Cut yourself free when I create the next distraction," she whispered, her lips barely moving. "North exit. Second alcove. Tap 3 times on the wolf carving." Before Alara could respond, Mira was gone, melting back into the crowd as Darius and Orion shouted for order. The guests settled once more, though an undercurrent of tension now flowed through the gathering, through the skylight above. The moon's transformation continued. Half silver, half blood red, the convergence approaching its peak. Darius seized Alara's bound wrist, his grip bruising. "Enough delays," he growled, producing the ceremonial dagger she had discovered earlier. "The time is upon us." With theatrical ceremony, he raised the blade high. "Great Moon Queen, witness this sacred rite." As it was foretold, the silver blood returns to us on the night of convergence, its power ready to serve its true purpose. The chamber fell silent, all eyes fixed on the blade poised above Alara's wrist. This was it. The moment where the mating ritual would reveal its true nature as blood sacrifice. Her fingers tightened around the small knife hidden in her palm. A blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. Miria stood near one of the massive support columns, her face contorted in apparent terror. "Fire!" she shrieked, pointing to where flames suddenly licked up the decorative banners. The temple burns. Chaos erupted instantly. Wolves rushed toward the exits, primal fear of fire overriding pack discipline. Darius's grip on Alara loosened momentarily as he turned toward the commotion. It was all the opening she needed. With one swift motion, Alara slashed through the binding cord with her concealed knife. The silver threads fell away, releasing a surge of energy through her body. Without hesitation, she shoved Darius with strength she hadn't known she possessed, sending him stumbling backward. "Stop her!" he roared, regaining his balance. But Alara was already moving, ducking through the panicked crowd toward the northern exit Mira had indicated. Her enhanced senses guided her through the confusion, the smell of smoke rapidly filling the chamber, the sounds of panic masking her movements, the sight of the small alcove ahead with its carved wolf sentinel. She reached it, tapping 3 times on the wolf's head as instructed. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then the stone wall shifted silently inward, revealing a narrow passage beyond. "This way!" Mira appeared beside her, pushing her toward the opening. "Quickly!" They slipped into the passage just as Darius's enraged roar echoed through the chamber. The stone wall slid closed behind them, plunging them into darkness. "What's happening?" Alara gasped, adrenaline surging through her system. "Who are you really?" "No time," Mira replied, producing a small light crystal that illuminated the narrow tunnel. "Follow me. This passage leads beneath the pack grounds and emerges near the northern boundary." They moved swiftly, the passage sloping downward before leveling out. Above them, muffled shouts and the sounds of pursuit filtered down, but the secret way remained undiscovered. "The fire?" Alara asked as they hurried forward. "Controlled. Meant to cause panic, not destruction," Mira assured her. "Though I doubt Darius will appreciate the distinction." After several minutes of silent progress, Mira slowed her pace. "We have a moment to breathe. They'll be searching the main grounds first." "You planned this?" Alara stated rather than asked. "All of it?" Mira's expression turned serious in the crystal's blue glow. "Not alone, and not without cause." She took a deep breath. "I'm not who you think I am, Alara. I'm not Silvercrest. Never was. I'm Moonstone Pack." "Moonstone?" The name was unfamiliar. "I've never heard of them." "Because we exist in shadow, watching and waiting, especially for you." Mira's eyes held a mixture of relief and urgency. "We've been searching for you for 19 years, ever since the Silverblood massacre." The words struck Alara like a physical blow. "Silverblood?" The mark on her shoulder blade seemed to burn at the name. "Your birth pack," Mira confirmed. "The pack your parents led as alpha pair before the attack." The tunnel seemed to spin around her as implications cascaded through Alara's mind. "My parents were alphas?" "Your father was Alpha Talon Silverblood, your mother Luna Aria. They led the most powerful pack in the Northern Territories until Darius and Orion formed an alliance against them." Mira's voice hardened. "The massacre happened when you were just 4 years old. We thought all Silverbloods had perished until rumors reached us of a kitchen girl with unusual abilities and a crescent birthmark." Fragments of memories stirred in Alara's mind. A strong male voice singing her to sleep, a woman's gentle hands brushing her hair, the scent of pine and wildflowers that always meant home. Impressions she had dismissed as dreams, now revealed as shattered pieces of her true past. "Why would they keep me alive?" she whispered. "If they destroyed my pack." "They didn't know what you were, not then," Mira explained urgently. "You were found among the survivors, your heritage concealed by those trying to protect you. By the time Orion realized who might be in his midst, you were already integrated into the pack. Your wolf suppressed through herbs they fed you in your meals, the headaches, the constant ache behind her breastbone, the inability to shift, it all made terrible sense now. They've been poisoning me. Mira nodded grimly, keeping your wolf dormant until they needed it awakened. The prophecy speaks of silver blood power, transferable only during the celestial convergence. They've been waiting 19 years for this night when the stars align and your power reaches its maturity. And Darius would drain it all, Alara concluded, the horror of her intended fate settling over her fully. Kill me to take my power. Yes, the ritual would have channeled your life force into him, granting abilities no Alpha has possessed for generations. Mira glanced anxiously down the tunnel. We need to keep moving. Kieran will be waiting at the rendezvous point. At the mention of his name, Alara's pulse quickened. Kieran is part of this? Part of your pack? Not exactly, Mira said cryptically. His story is his to tell, but know this. He risked everything to save you, and not just because of the prophecy. Before Alara could press for details, a distant howl echoed through the tunnel, the unmistakable sound of hunting wolves. They've found the passage entrance. Mira's voice tightened with renewed urgency. Run now. The exit is just ahead. They sprinted forward, the tunnel gradually sloping upward until they reached a dead end that resolved into another stone door when Mira pressed specific points in sequence. It swung open, revealing the forest beyond, bathed in the eerie dual light of the converging moon overhead. The Blackthorn Forest, Mira explained as they emerged. Neutral territory. Cross it to reach the northern river. Kieran waits there with horses. You're not coming? Alarm colored Alara's voice. I must return, maintain my cover. Mira squeezed her hand. Others depend on it. The howl sounded again, closer now. Mira pushed Alara toward the tree line. Go, run and don't look back. Your wolf has been awakened by Ophelia's ritual. Trust her to guide you. With one last grateful glance at the friend who had risked everything to save her, Alara plunged into the forest. The ceremonial dress hampered her movements, the delicate fabric catching on branches and undergrowth. Without slowing, she tore away the outer layer, leaving only the simpler shift beneath. The silver marks on her skin glowed visibly now, pulsing in time with her racing heart. The wolf inside her pushed against barriers weakened by Ophelia's ritual and her own surging adrenaline. For the first time in her life, Alara didn't fight the transformation, but embraced it, welcoming the wild creature that was as much a part of her as her own heartbeat. Come, she called silently to her wolf. We need you now. Pain lanced through her body, but different from before. Not the agony of a suppressed shift, but the intense pressure of muscles and bones reconfiguring for the first time. She stumbled, catching herself against a tree trunk as silver light exploded behind her eyes. The world shifted, colors fading while scents and sounds intensified dramatically. Her body contorted, a scream transforming into a growl as her face elongated, fur erupting across her skin. The change wasn't complete. Her body caught between human and wolf forms in what shifters called the half form, more powerful than human, but more dexterous than full wolf. Razor-sharp claws extended from fingers now tipped with silver fur. Her senses expanded exponentially, the forest coming alive around her in ways she'd never experienced. The path ahead appeared clearly to her enhanced vision despite the darkness, scent trails marking the fastest route through the unfamiliar terrain. Behind her, the howls multiplied. The hunt was on in earnest now. Adrenaline surged through her system, and she leaped forward on powerful limbs, moving faster than she'd ever thought possible. Trees blurred past as she raced through the Blackthorn Forest, instinct guiding her north toward the promised rendezvous. For the first time in her life, Alara felt the exhilaration of the wolf. The joy of strength and speed, of senses fully awakened. Despite the danger, a wild elation filled her heart. This was who she truly was, who she had always been beneath the suppression and lies. Daughter of Alphas, silver blood, wolf. The dense forest gradually thinned, and the sound of rushing water reached her sensitive ears. The river lay just ahead, and with it, freedom. She pushed herself harder, ignoring the burning in muscles unused to such exertion. The pursuit behind grew fainter as she used every advantage of her enhanced senses to choose paths her hunters couldn't easily follow. Through thorny thickets their larger forms couldn't penetrate, across fallen logs that wouldn't support their weight, doubling back to confuse her trail. Finally, the trees opened to reveal the riverbank, the water gleaming silver and red beneath the convergence moon. Alara paused, scanning the shoreline for any sign of Kieran. Nothing, just the rushing water and silent trees. Had she arrived too early? Too late? Had he been captured? The questions swirled through her mind as she fought to catch her breath, the partial shift wavering as exhaustion began to overtake adrenaline. A distant howl, too close for comfort, made the decision for her. She couldn't remain exposed on the shoreline. Following the river northward seemed her best option, staying close to the water to mask her scent. She had traveled perhaps half a mile when her legs finally gave out. The partial shift collapsed entirely, leaving her fully human again, trembling with fatigue on the rocky riverbank. The silver marks on her skin had faded to faint lines, her temporary power surge depleted by the sustained flight and partial transformation. Just rest a moment, she gasped to herself, knowing she needed to continue but unable to force her exhausted body to respond. Just a minute. A shadow detached itself from the tree line across the river, massive, four-legged, moving with lethal purpose. Alara froze, her tired mind struggling to process the new threat. Not Silvercrest or Blood Moon, this wolf was too large. Its fur midnight black with unusual blue undertones visible even in the moonlight. The creature dove into the river without hesitation, powerful strokes carrying it across the rushing current, directly toward her. Alara scrambled backward, searching for a weapon, a hiding place, anything, but her leaden limbs refused to cooperate. The black wolf emerged from the water, shaking its coat in a shower of droplets that caught the convergence moon's dual light. This close, she could see its eyes, deep, intelligent, and unmistakably familiar. Before she could process the recognition, the air around the wolf shimmered. Bones shifted, fur receded, the massive form straightening and transforming until Kieran stood before her, water streaming from his naked skin, his expression a complex mixture of relief and concern. "Alara," he breathed, reaching for her. "Thank the Moon Queen you're alive." Instinctively, she flinched away, 19 years of fear and caution not easily overcome. "Stay back." He froze, hands raised to show he meant no harm. "You're safe now. I won't hurt you." "Safe?" She laughed, the sound edged with hysteria. "I just discovered my entire life has been a lie, that I was meant to be sacrificed in a power ritual, that my birth pack was massacred." Her voice broke. "That I'm not even who I thought I was." "You're exactly who you've always been," Kieran countered softly. "Alara Silverblood, daughter of Alphas, the true heir to the Northern Territories." "How do you know who I am?" she demanded. "Are you Moonstone too, like Mira?" He shook his head, water droplets flying from his still wet hair. "No, I'm Blood Moon, or I was." Something dark flashed in his eyes. "Until my brother betrayed me and stole my birthright." It took a moment for his meaning to register. "Your brother? You mean Darius? Your brothers?" "Half-brothers," Kieran corrected, his jaw tightening. "Same father, different mothers. I was first born the rightful alpha of Blood Moon Pack. 3 years ago, Darius staged a coup while I was negotiating with Southern Packs. He poisoned our father, claimed I had abandoned the pack, and took control." "Why would he do that?" Alara asked, though she was beginning to suspect the answer. "Power. Always power with Darius." Kieran took a careful step closer, watching her reaction. He discovered ancient texts about the Silverblood prophecy, about a lost heir who could restore abilities long vanished from our bloodlines. He became obsessed. Another piece of the puzzle clicked into place. "That's why the assassination attempt against you failed. You're not really his general, you're his prisoner, kept alive and close to maintain the illusion of pack unity." A humorless smile crossed Kieran's face. "Not quite a prisoner, but yes, kept under close watch. Killing me would have raised too many questions, created too many loyalists seeking vengeance. Easier to diminish me, control me, make me appear to support his leadership." "Why help me?" Alara pressed, still not fully trusting despite the pull she felt toward him. Why risk everything to warn me, to help me escape? Kieran's expression softened, vulnerability replacing the hardness she'd grown accustomed to seeing. At first, because I couldn't stand by and watch an innocent be sacrificed for my brother's ambition. Then, he hesitated, seeming to search for words. That day in the courtyard, when our eyes met, something happened. Something I've only heard described in pack lore. Her breath caught. The electricity. The recognition. The mate bond, he confirmed quietly. True mates, chosen by the Moon Queen herself, rare beyond measure and considered unbreakable. He stepped closer, moving slowly as if approaching a wounded animal. I couldn't let him harm you, not just because it was wrong, but because every instinct I possess recognized you as mine to protect, to cherish. The confession hung in the air between them, as significant as the convergence moon overhead. Alara's wolf, exhausted but still present, stirred with recognition. This explained the inexplicable pull she'd felt toward him from the first moment, the sense of rightness when they were together despite all logic arguing against it. That's why your scent calls to me, she whispered, why my wolf responds to you even when she wouldn't surface for anything else. He nodded, relief evident in his expression. You feel it too. I feel something, she admitted cautiously. But I've just escaped one male who wanted to use me for power. How do I know you're not the same? Instead of taking offense, Kieran nodded as if he'd expected the question. Slowly, deliberately, he knelt before her on the rocky shore, tilting his head to expose his throat, the ultimate gesture of submission from one wolf to another. I make this vow beneath the convergence moon, he said formally. I claim no right to you or your power. I seek only to protect what is yours by birth, your freedom, your pack lands, your heritage. If you choose to walk away, I will not follow unless invited. The gesture stunned her. An alpha, for despite his deposed status, everything about him declared his dominant nature, placing himself at her mercy. No one in her memory had ever shown her such respect, such acknowledgement of her own agency. Something tight in her chest uncoiled slightly. She reached out, her fingers hovering just above his exposed throat. Stand, she said softly. Please. He rose in a single fluid motion, his eyes never leaving hers. We need to move, he said, practicality reasserting itself. Darius will have hunters covering every inch of these woods by now. As if summoned by his words, howls sounded in the distance, closer than before, approaching rapidly. There's a sanctuary, Kieran explained quickly. A hidden settlement of neutral wolves in the heart of the Blackthorn Forest. They've offered protection while you recover your strength. And then what? Then you decide, he said simply. Reclaim your heritage, disappear into anonymity, or anything in between. The choice will be yours. The promise of choice, of options beyond servitude or sacrifice, was intoxicating. Alara took a step toward him, then another, close enough now to feel the heat radiating from his skin. I want to trust you, she whispered, searching his face for any sign of deception. Then do, he replied, reaching out slowly to brush a strand of hair from her face. Or don't. But decide quickly because... A crashing sound from the nearby underbrush interrupted him. Silvery eyes gleamed from the shadows, not one pair but many. Silver Crest hunters had found them. In the split second before they emerged, panic surged through Alara's system. Blind, instinctive fear honed by years of submission and survival. Without conscious thought, she seized a rock from the riverbank and struck out, catching Kieran across the temple with shocking force. He crumpled without a sound, unconscious, before he hit the ground. Horror flooded through her instantly at what she'd done, but primal survival instincts had already taken control. She plunged into the river, the current catching her immediately, carrying her downstream, away from both Kieran and the approaching hunters. As the water swept her away, the last thing she saw was his still form on the shoreline, silver wolves emerging from the forest behind him. What had she done, her mate, her protector, abandoned to their enemies because of her own reflexive fear? The river carried her around a bend, the scene disappearing from view as the convergence moon watched impassively overhead, one half silver, one half blood red. Like the two halves of her heart, one still trapped in fear, the other yearning desperately for the connection she had just brutally severed. Chapter 5, Silver Bonds. You should still be resting, Alara protested, eyeing Kieran's rigid posture as he pulled himself into the saddle of the sturdy bay gelding. Despite his obvious pain, his movements remained fluid, a testament to his natural grace and strength even when compromised. Rest is a luxury we no longer have, he replied, extending a hand to help her mount the dappled gray mare beside him. My wolves suffer daily, while Darius maintained his grip on power. A week had passed since their reunion at Mira's cabin, a week of healing, planning, and cautious circling as they navigated their complicated connection. Kieran's recovery had progressed with supernatural speed, his alpha genetics and Alara's hesitant but increasingly effective healing abilities combining to mend the worst of his injuries. The silver brand on his shoulder would leave a permanent scar, but the other wounds had faded to faint marks that would soon disappear entirely. Throughout his convalescence, Alara had maintained a careful physical distance, still wary of the intensity that sparked between them whenever they touched. Kieran had respected her boundaries without comment, never pushing for more than she offered, though she occasionally caught the flash of longing in his dark eyes when he thought she wasn't looking. Today marked their first venture beyond the protective boundaries of Mira's territory, a reconnaissance mission to the edges of Blood Moon lands. Mira had remained at the cabin, preparing supplies for what all three recognized as the coming confrontation with both alphas. Alara accepted Kieran's outstretched hand, the brief contact sending the familiar electric current racing up her arm despite her gloves. Her wolf stirred in response, still eager for closer proximity to their mate, despite her human side's lingering hesitation. What exactly are we looking for at the border? She asked as they urged their mounts for understanding. Kieran replied, his expression somber beneath the healing cut along his temple. You've heard our explanations of what Darius has done, but seeing is different than hearing. Before you decide whether to stand with me, you need to witness the reality of his rule. The implication was clear. This mission wasn't just reconnaissance, but a test of sorts. Not of her abilities, but of her commitment to the cause Kieran and Mira had espoused. After years of manipulation by Orion and Darius, Alara appreciated the transparency. They rode in companionable silence for several hours, the forest gradually thinning as they approached the unofficial boundaries of Blood Moon territory. Kieran led them on a circuitous route that avoided established pathways and sentry positions, his intimate knowledge of the land evident in every decision. By midday, he signaled a halt, tethering the horses in a small clearing, before gesturing Alara forward on foot. From here, we move silently, he whispered, his breath warming her ear. We're approaching the eastern settlement, the farthest from Darius's central compound, but no less carefully watched. Alara nodded, falling into the stealthy movements she'd perfected during her weeks alone in the forest. Together, they slipped through the underbrush, working in silent coordination that felt as natural as breathing, despite their limited time as allies. After 20 minutes of careful progress, Kieran crouched behind a fallen tree trunk, motioning for Alara to join him. From this vantage point, they had a clear view of a small collection of cabins nestled in a valley below, the outer dwelling place of Blood Moon pack members. Even from a distance, the settlement's decay was evident. Buildings that had once been well-maintained now showed signs of neglect, missing roof shingles, broken windows patched with whatever materials were available, gardens overgrown or trampled. The wolves moving between structures lacked the proud bearing typical of pack members, their shoulders hunched, gazes downcast. They're afraid, Alara murmured, recognizing the body language from her own years of servitude. Always watching for the next blow. Kieran nodded grimly. When I was Alpha, these were thriving communities, self-sufficient, proud. Now they exist solely to provide resources for Darius's inner circle. As they watched, a patrol of 4 heavily armed wolves entered the settlement. Unlike the residents, these wolves moved with aggressive confidence, their well-fed physiques and quality clothing marking them as members of Darius's favored enforcers. The settlement's activity stuttered to a halt, everyone freezing in place at the patrol's arrival. A palpable wave of fear swept through the community. What are they doing? Alara whispered as the enforcers began methodically moving from cabin to cabin, roughly shoving aside anyone in their path. "Looking for dissidents," Kieran replied, his jaw tight with suppressed rage. "Anyone suspected of loyalty to me?" The patrol emerged from one cabin, dragging a struggling male, middle-aged, thin to the point of emaciation, but fighting with desperate strength against his captors. Behind him, a female wailed in anguish, held back by other pack members as she reached futilely toward the prisoner. "Traitor!" the patrol leader shouted, loud enough for the words to carry clearly to their observation post. This one was caught with the former Alpha's emblem. The punishment for such treason is public example. The enforcers forced the male to his knees in the center of the settlement, tearing his shirt to expose his bare back. One produced a whip, the silver-tipped kind that left wounds no wolf could heal quickly. "We should stop this," Alara whispered urgently, her body tensing to move. Kieran's hand closed around her wrist, his touch firm but gentle. "We can't," he replied, anguish evident in his voice. "Not without revealing ourselves and endangering everyone in that settlement. If Darius learns we're this close to his territory, he'll punish them all as potential collaborators." The first lash fell, the crack of the whip followed by a strangled cry as silver burned through flesh. Alara flinched as if she herself had been struck, memories of her own experiences with Silvercrest punishment surfacing unbidden. "His name is Tomas," Kieran said softly as the whipping continued. "Master Carpenter, father of 3. His only crime is remaining loyal to his rightful Alpha." 5 lashes. 10. The male's back became a crimson ruin, silver burns glistening obscenely in the afternoon light. Still the punishment continued, methodical in its cruelty. "This is what Darius does to maintain control," Kieran continued, his voice tight with barely contained emotion. "Terror. Public displays of power. Anyone who questions him faces this or worse." After what seemed an eternity, the enforcers released their victim, leaving him crumpled in the dirt as they moved on to search the next dwelling. The female who had been restrained earlier rushed to his side, her anguished keening carrying to their hiding place. Alara found herself trembling, not with fear, but with a righteous fury she'd rarely allowed herself to feel during her years of servitude. Her silver fire responded to her emotions, sparking at her fingertips before she could suppress it. "How many others?" she asked, her voice barely audible. "Dozens punished, hundreds living in fear," Kieran replied. "And not just in Blood Moon territory. Orion is less overt in his cruelty, but no less effective." Alara turned to face him fully, taking in the anguish etched across his features as he watched his people suffer. Without conscious decision, she reached out, placing her hand against his cheek. In the first purely voluntary touch she had initiated between them. "I'm sorry," she whispered, the simple words encompassing so much. Sorry for his pain, for his lost pack, for the suffering of innocents caught in the ambitions of cruel leaders. Kieran's eyes widened slightly at her touch, his hand coming up to cover hers, holding it against his skin as if it were something infinitely precious. "Not your burden to bear," he replied softly. "But it is," she contradicted, certainty crystallizing within her as she witnessed the human cost of Darius's tyranny. "These are the same wolves who helped you escape, who risked everything because they believed in their rightful Alpha." She took a deep breath, making a decision that felt both terrifying and inevitable. "If I can help stop this, I will." Something powerful moved in Kieran's eyes. Hope, carefully contained but unmistakable. He turned his face slightly, pressing a kiss into her palm that sent warmth spiraling through her entire body. "Thank you," he murmured against her skin. They remained there a moment longer, connected by touch and shared purpose, before Kieran reluctantly released her hand. "We should return to Mira. There's much to discuss before we move forward." With a final glance at the suffering settlement below, they retreated silently into the forest, each carrying the weight of what they'd witnessed, and the resolve to change it. "The mate bond isn't just an emotional connection," Mira explained, arranging various items on the cabin's rough-hewn table. "It's a physical and spiritual link, forged by the Moon Queen herself to create balance and enhanced power between true mates." Night had fallen by the time they returned to the cabin. both subdued by the day's observations. After a simple meal, Mira had insisted on beginning what she called proper bond education, something she claimed neither Orion nor Darius would have included in Alara's limited instruction about pack ways. Most wolves never experience a true mate bond, she continued, lighting candles positioned at specific points around the room. What they call mates are chosen partners, compatible, often loving, but not cosmically connected. How can you tell the difference? Alara asked, seated across from Kieran at the table, still maintaining a careful distance despite their earlier moment of connection. True mates know at first sight, Kieran replied, his voice low and resonant in the candlelit space. The recognition is instant and undeniable. Alara remembered their first meeting in the courtyard, the electric connection that had arced between them, causing her to drop the serving tray. Like a shock, she murmured. Exactly, Mira confirmed. The souls recognize each other across any distance, but that's merely the beginning. The true power of the mate bond manifests when both parties acknowledge and accept the connection. And if they don't? Alara couldn't help asking, aware of Kieran's intense gaze on her face. The bond remains, dormant but persistent, Mira replied, her expression softening with understanding. It cannot be forced or rushed. True acceptance must be freely given by both parties, which is why Darius's ritual was such a perversion of sacred law. He sought to harness the power of the silver blood without the consent that makes the bond sacred. And now, Kieran asked, his first contribution to the conversation, with the celestial conversions ended? Mira's expression turned grim as she added a pinch of dried herbs to a small copper bowl. The convergence was merely one window of opportunity. There's another approaching. The blood moon ritual. I've heard of it, Kieran nodded. A rare occurrence when the moon turns completely red for one night. Once every 50 years, Mira confirmed. And it happens in 7 days. During that night, mate bonds can be broken or reforged with extraordinary power. It's no coincidence that Darius attempted his ritual just before this event. He wanted to drain my power during the convergence, Alara reasoned, and then use the blood moon to sever any remaining connection to Kieran, ensuring I couldn't fight back. Precisely. Mira lit the herbs in the copper bowl, filling the cabin with sweet-smelling smoke. But his failure gives us an opportunity. The blood moon can strengthen your bond if you choose to accept it. The emphasis on choice wasn't lost on Alara. Everyone in the room understood that after years of having her agency stripped away, the freedom to decide was sacred to her. How would that help us defeat 2 alphas? She asked practically, neither accepting nor rejecting the possibility. The power amplification between true mates is exponential, not additive, Mira explained. Kieran's alpha strength combined with your silver blood abilities would create something greater than either individually, something neither Darius nor Orion could match, even united. Show me, Alara requested, needing demonstration rather than theory. Mira nodded, gesturing for them both to stand. A simple test first. Kieran, summon your alpha aura, but contained, not at full strength. Kieran rose, moving to the center of the room where space had been cleared. His expression shifted subtly as he called upon his innate power. The air around him seemed to thicken, pressure building as a subtle red-gold aura became visible around his large frame. Even restrained, his power filled the small cabin like a physical presence. Alara's wolf responded instantly, recognizing the primal authority of an alpha in his prime. Now, Alara, Mira directed, summon your silver fire but keep it controlled. Taking a steadying breath, Alara centered herself, reaching for the now familiar energy that had awakened during her weeks alone. The pendant warmed against her skin as silver light gathered in her palms, condensing into the purifying flames she had mastered in the forest. The cool fire danced across her fingers, casting shifting patterns on the cabin walls. Beautiful, Kieran murmured, his eyes reflecting her silver light. Now, Mira said softly, touch, just hands to start with. Alara hesitated, remembering how even casual contact sent that electric current between them. What would happen with both actively channeling their respective powers? Gathering her courage, she stepped forward. extending her silver-wreathed hands toward Kieran. He moved carefully, telegraphing each movement to avoid startling her, his own power-suffused hands rising to meet hers. Their fingertips touched. The effect was instantaneous and overwhelming. Silver fire and alpha power didn't just meet, they merged, spiraling together into something entirely new. A shockwave of energy pulsed outward from their joined hands, extinguishing the candles and rattling the cabin's windows in their frame. Alara gasped as her awareness expanded exponentially. She could feel Kieran's heartbeat as if it were her own, sense the flow of power through his body, the unique signature of his wolf just beneath the surface of his skin. More incredibly, she could sense her own presence through his perception. A dazzling nexus of silver energy unlike anything he had ever encountered. Between their joined hands, the merged power continued to build, shifting from silver and red gold to a perfect platinum shimmer that illuminated the cabin more brightly than the extinguished candles had. "This is just the beginning," Mira said, her voice seeming to come from a great distance. "A fraction of what a fully acknowledged bond could produce." With visible reluctance, Alara broke the connection, stepping back as the platinum light faded. She felt simultaneously energized and drained, as if she'd experienced something her body wasn't quite prepared to contain. Kieran appeared similarly affected, his breathing slightly elevated, eyes wide with wonder. "That was..." He trailed off, apparently unable to find adequate words. "Powerful," Alara finished for him, flexing her fingers as residual energy continued to tingle across her skin. "But also intimate," he supplied, understanding without explanation. Mira observed them both with satisfaction. The bond offers more than just power amplification. When fully formed, true mates share enhanced healing, telepathic communication, and emotional attunement. But these develop gradually as trust and acceptance deepen. "You mentioned practice," Kieran reminded her, visibly pulling himself back to the practical matter at hand. "If we're to use this against Darius and Orion, we need to master it first." Agreed. Mira began rearranging the furniture to create more open space in the center of the cabin. "We'll start with basic combat applications, channeling the shared energy into defensive and offensive patterns." For the next several hours, they worked under Mira's guidance, gradually increasing the duration and complexity of their joined powers. Each contact between them came easier than the last, the initial shock of connection mellowing into a sustained flow that they learned to direct with increasing precision. They discovered they could create protective shields of platinum energy, generate focused bursts that could potentially incapacitate opponents without killing them, and even heal minor injuries with unprecedented speed. Throughout the practice, Alara found herself growing more comfortable with Kieran's proximity, the initial wariness fading as their shared purpose took precedence over past fears. As the night deepened, Mira finally called a halt. "Enough for today. You're both nearing exhaustion, and burned-out wolves are of no use to anyone." Indeed, Alara felt the pleasant fatigue of muscles well used, combined with the distinctive mental tiredness that accompanied extended use of her abilities. Kieran looked similarly drained, though his eyes remained alert, constantly tracking her movements with protective awareness. "More exercise," Mira suggested as they prepared to end the session. "Something that will help you understand each other more deeply. Sit across from each other and join hands." They complied, settling cross-legged on the floor, their knees almost touching. Alara placed her hands palm up on her thighs, and after a moment's hesitation, Kieran covered them with his own. The now familiar energy began to flow immediately, gentler after hours of practice, but no less potent. "Close your eyes," Mira instructed. "Focus on the connection between you. Instead of projecting the energy outward, let it flow inward, create a bridge between your minds." "Is that safe?" Alara asked, suddenly nervous about the level of vulnerability such a connection would require. "The link will only share what you're both willing to reveal," Mira assured her. "Your minds remain your own, but understanding flows between them." Still hesitant but willing to try, Alara closed her eyes, focusing on the warm points where Kieran's hands covered hers. The energy between them shifted, no longer gathering for external projection but turning inward, creating what felt like a doorway opening between their consciousness. At first, she sensed only vague impressions: Kieran's curiosity, his carefully controlled desire, his deep-seated protectiveness toward her. Then, gradually, images began to form, memories flowing across the bridge they had created. She saw Blood Moon territory through his eyes, vibrant and thriving under his leadership. Felt his shock and betrayal when he returned from diplomatic missions to find his father dead, his brother claiming the Alpha position. Experienced the 3 years of contained rage as he was forced to serve as general to the usurper who had stolen his birthright. Then, startlingly, she saw herself, first across the courtyard on the day of Darius's arrival, her face striking him with unexpected recognition that transcended her servant's garb and downcast demeanor. The overwhelming protective instinct that had surged through him at first sight, coupled with admiration for the strength he sensed beneath her submissive exterior. The memories shifted, becoming more recent. His anguish when she'd struck him and fled at the river, not for the physical pain, but for her fear of him. The torture he'd endured at Darius's hands, made bearable only by his certainty that she had escaped safely. The moment she'd appeared in Mira's cabin doorway, alive and whole and stronger than before, bringing him a joy so profound it had accelerated his healing instantly. Simultaneously, she became aware that Kieran was experiencing her memories with equal clarity. Her childhood before the massacre, moments of abuse and determination during her years in Silvercrest, her awakening in the forest and communion with the Moon Queen, her guilt over attacking him, her growing admiration for his restraint and respect for her boundaries, her anger at witnessing his people suffering earlier that day. The exchange happened in seconds, but felt like hours, layers of understanding building between them with each shared perception. When a particularly painful memory of Darius's torture surfaced in Kieran's mind, Alara instinctively tightened her grip on his hands, offering comfort without words. The gesture created a feedback loop, intensifying the connection beyond what either had anticipated. Suddenly, they weren't just sharing memories, but experiencing each other's present awareness, feeling each other's heartbeats, breath, the unique texture of each other's thoughts. Enough, Mira's voice cut through the deepening bond, her hand on Alara's shoulder breaking the physical connection between them. That's more than I intended for your first attempt. Alara's eyes flew open, a gasp escaping her lips as the mental link dissolved. Across from her, Kieran looked equally shaken, his pupils dilated, breathing unsteady. What happened? She managed, her voice hoarse as if she'd been shouting. A true mind link, Mira replied, concern evident in her tone. Usually that takes months of practice and deepening trust. Your natural compatibility accelerated the process beyond what I anticipated. It was? Kieran paused, searching for words, his gaze never leaving Alara's face. Overwhelming, but not in a bad way. Alara nodded, understanding precisely what he meant. The intimacy of the connection had been intense, but not invasive, like the difference between being forcibly exposed and choosing to reveal oneself fully to a trusted confidant. You've both had enough for one day, Mira declared, helping Alara to her feet. Rest. Process what you've experienced. Tomorrow we'll continue with more controlled exercises. As they moved to their separate sleeping areas, Kieran on the bed that had become his during recovery, Alara on her pallet near the fire, a new awareness hummed between them. Though the physical link had been broken, echoes of the connection remained, a subtle awareness of each other's presence that transcended ordinary perception. Settling beneath her blankets, Alara found herself processing not just the technical aspects of their practice, but the deeper revelations the mind link had revealed. Kieran's perception of her as strong, worthy, decidedly his equal, contrasted sharply with how she had been seen her entire life at Silvercrest. His patience stemmed not from uncertainty, but from deep respect for her autonomy. His desire for her was tempered by genuine concern for her healing and readiness. Most significantly, she had felt with absolute certainty that he would accept whatever boundaries she set, whatever decision she made about their bond, even if that decision denied him both his mate and his opportunity to reclaim his birthright. The integrity of that commitment, proved through direct mind-to-mind contact that couldn't sustain deception, moved something deep within her. Across the room, she felt Kieran's gaze upon her, patient and protective even as his own thoughts undoubtedly processed what he had experienced through her memories. She turned her head, meeting his eyes in the firelight. No words passed between them, yet communication flowed nonetheless. Acknowledgement of what they had shared, appreciation for the trust it represented, and the first fragile tendrils of something that might, given time and choice, grow into the bond Mira had described. "Good night, Kieran," she said softly, the simple words carrying layers of meaning after the day's revelations. His smile held a warmth that reached his eyes, crinkling the corners in a way that transformed his usually severe features into something achingly handsome. "Good night, Alara. Rest well." As sleep claimed her, the pendant against her skin pulsed gently, almost like a heartbeat. 7 days until the blood moon. 7 days to master their combined abilities. 7 days to decide whether to fully embrace the bond that fate, or the Moon Queen, had created between them. For the first time since her escape from Silvercrest, the future held promise alongside its perils. And for the first time in memory, Alara fell asleep without the silver dagger beneath her pillow, a small but significant gesture of growing trust. The crackle of Mira's warning words jolted Alara from sleep, her body instantly alert as the cabin's protective perimeter was breached. Dawn had barely broken, thin gray light filtering through the cabin's small windows as she leapt to her feet. "They've found us," Mira announced grimly, already gathering essential supplies into a pack. Multiple hostiles approaching from the south, at least 20 wolves. Kieran was instantly moving, buckling on the weapons belt he'd kept ready beside his bed. "Darius," he confirmed, nostrils flaring as he caught the scent on the morning breeze. "And he's brought his elite guard." "How?" Alara demanded, quickly pulling on her boots. "We were so careful." "Betrayal or tracking magic," Mira replied tersely. "Questions for later. Now we run." Another ward triggered, this one sending a physical tremor through the cabin's foundation. "Northern escape route," Keo directed, moving to the rear window to assess their options. "They're trying to funnel us east toward the river ravine. It's a kill box." "Then we go west," Alara decided, gathering her own small pack of essentials. The pendant at her throat pulsed with warning energy, confirming the danger approaching. The three exchanged one final look of determination before Mira triggered the cabin's last defense. A cascade of prepared spell pouches that erupted in blinding, disorienting smoke that billowed outward from every window and door, obscuring the small clearing. They slipped out through a concealed trapdoor beneath the cabin, emerging into a narrow tunnel that would take them 20 yards into the forest before opening onto the western slope. The close confines of the passage forced them into single file, with Kieran leading and Mira bringing up the rear. Above them, the sounds of the attack reached their ears, snarls, crashes, the splintering of wood as Darius's forces breached the cabin itself. The tunnel seemed to stretch endlessly, each step both too slow and too hurried as they raced against discovery. Finally, they reached the exit, a concealed hatch beneath the roots of a massive oak. Kieran pushed it open carefully, scenting the air for immediate threats before signaling them forward. They emerged onto a steep hillside, the forest thick around them but providing less cover than ideal. "Keep moving," Mira urged, her voice hushed. "They'll realize the deception quickly." They hadn't covered 100 yards when the first enraged howl split the morning air, their escape discovered. Instantly, the sounds of pursuit changed direction, paws crashing through underbrush as the hunters adjusted their course. "Run," Kieran urged, taking Alara's hand as they increased their pace. "We need distance before they pick up our scent trail." They fled through the forest, moving with the silent efficiency of wolves accustomed to the wild despite remaining in human form. Speed was their priority now. Shifting would make them faster individually, but more easily tracked, and their scent as humans was marginally harder to follow through the dense vegetation. Behind them, the pursuit grew closer. Darius's elite guards were chosen for their tracking abilities, and the morning dew made their trail all too easy to follow despite their best efforts. "We need to split up," Mira decided as they paused momentarily behind a fallen tree. "I'll lead some of them away to the south, you two continue west toward the neutral settlement." "Too dangerous," Kieran objected immediately. "I know these woods better than anyone," she countered with quiet confidence. "And they're primarily tracking you two, not me. The pendant draws them like moths to flame." Before either could argue further, she pressed a small leather pouch into Alara's hand. Elderthorn will recognize this token. Tell him Mira of the Moonshadow clan calls in her debt. With a quick squeeze of Alara's shoulder, she was gone, deliberately crashing through the undergrowth to draw attention before disappearing southward. The diversion worked, at least partially. The sounds of pursuit split, some continuing after them while others changed course to follow Mira's more obvious trail. "She'll be all right," Kieran assured Alara, reading the concern on her face. "Mira's survived as a spy for decades for good reason." They continued westward, their pace steady but now more cautious, aware that noise would betray them faster than scent in the still morning air. The forest grew denser, the trees older and more massive, the terrain increasingly rugged as they entered territory rarely traveled by either established pack. For nearly an hour, they maintained their lead, the sounds of pursuit fading to distant crashes that gradually became sporadic as the hunting party spread out to search more efficiently. Just as Alara began to hope they'd successfully evaded immediate danger, Kieran froze, his body suddenly rigid with alertness. "Ambush!" he whispered, pulling her behind the broad trunk of an ancient pine. Seconds later, 4 wolves emerged from concealment ahead, their silver-tipped spears identifying them as Darius's personal guard, despite their lack of pack insignia. They moved with the silent coordination of experienced hunters who had circled around to cut off their quarry. "We can't outrun them," Kieran murmured, eyes calculating distances and options. "We have to fight." Alara nodded, the silver fire already gathering beneath her skin in response to the threat. Yesterday's practice session had prepared her for combat application of her abilities, but theory and reality were vastly different animals. "Remember what we practiced," Kieran said, his hand briefly squeezing hers. "We're stronger together than apart." The approaching wolves hadn't spotted them yet, but discovery was imminent. With silent communication born of their growing bond, they formulated a plan. Kieran would engage directly while Alara provided support from concealment, using her silver fire to disrupt their coordination. The moment the guards passed their position, Kieran burst from hiding, shifting mid-leap into his massive black wolf form. The attack caught the first guard completely by surprise, Kieran's jaws closing around the wolf's leg with brutal efficiency, disabling him instantly. The remaining 3 reacted with practiced precision, forming a defensive triangle with their silver spears, creating a barrier Kieran couldn't breach without severe injury. It was exactly the scenario they had planned for. Alara channeled her silver fire, focusing on the weapons rather than the wolves themselves. The purifying energy shot from her hands in a controlled arc, connecting with the silver spearheads and disrupting the metal's integrity. The guards' expressions shifted from confidence to shock as their weapons began to warp and twist in their hands, the silver components flaring white-hot before crumbling to useless ash. Their momentary confusion gave Kieran the opening he needed. He launched himself at the nearest guard, his massive form slamming the wolf to the ground. The 2 remaining attackers recovered quickly, drawing secondary weapons, wicked-looking knives with serrated edges. Alara stepped from concealment, silver fire now wreathing both hands as she faced the approaching threats. One guard lunged toward her while the other circled back toward Kieran, who was still engaged with his first opponent. Drawing on her weeks of wilderness training and newfound abilities, Alara met the attack with calculated precision. The guard expected fear or hesitation from the former servant girl, not the confident, lethal opponent who deflected his knife thrusts and countered with a blast of silver fire that sent him staggering backward, temporarily blinded. She sensed rather than saw Kieran finish his opponent, feel him shift his attention to the 3rd guard. Without looking, she knew exactly where he would move, what angle of attack he would use. Their training had connected them on a level that transcended conscious coordination. They moved as if they had fought side by side for years rather than minutes. The synchronized assault overwhelmed the elite guards despite their superior numbers. Within moments, 3 lay unconscious or disabled, while the 4th had fled to alert the main hunting party. "We need to move," Kieran urged, shifting back to human form and hastily donning the clothes from his pack. "They'll bring reinforcements." Alara nodded, already turning westward when a flash of movement caught her peripheral vision. A fifth attacker, previously concealed, launching from an overhead branch directly toward Kieran's exposed back. Time seemed to slow as she processed the threat. The gleam of silver on the blade, the trajectory that would pierce Kieran's heart from behind, the microseconds separating life from death. Pure instinct guided her response. The silver fire erupted from her outstretched hand, not as a concentrated stream, but as a concentrated burst of pure energy, intercepting the attacker mid-leap. The assassin's body convulsed as the silver energy engulfed him, his momentum carrying him past Kieran to crash harmlessly into the underbrush. Alara. Kieran's voice penetrated the strange ringing in her ears as she swayed, suddenly lightheaded. The massive energy expenditure had depleted her reserves more rapidly than she'd anticipated. His arms caught her as her knees buckled, strong and secure around her body. "I've got you," he murmured, concern evident in his voice. "That was necessary," she finished weakly. "He would have killed you." Kieran's expression softened even as urgency laced his movements. In one smooth motion, he lifted her into his arms, cradling her against his chest with careful strength. "Can you hold on?" She nodded, wrapping her arms around his neck as he began to move through the forest at a ground-eating lope that somehow avoided jostling her despite its speed. The warmth of his body seeped into hers, gradually restoring some of her depleted energy even as the pendant at her throat pulsed with gentle, healing vibrations. "The neutral's settlement," she murmured against his shoulder. "Is it much farther?" "Another hour at this pace," he replied, his breath remarkably steady despite the burden he carried. "Can you hold out that long?" Instead of answering directly, Alara tightened her arms around his neck, pressing her face into the crook of his shoulder. His scent enveloped her. Pine, wild herbs, and that distinctive musk that was uniquely Kieran. Her wolf responded to it with contentment despite their dangerous circumstances, recognizing the rightness of being in their mate's care. "Thank you," he said softly after several minutes of steady progress, his voice rumbling beneath her ear where it pressed against his chest. "For saving my life back there." "We're even now," she replied with weak humor, referencing his rescue of her from the river weeks ago. His arms tightened fractionally around her. "I wasn't keeping score." The simple sincerity in his voice penetrated deeper than elaborate declarations might have. Alara found herself relaxing further into his embrace, the last remnants of her instinctive wariness dissolving in the face of his consistent care and respect. As they continued their journey toward hoped-for sanctuary, the pursuing howls gradually faded behind them. The morning sun strengthened, dappling the forest floor with shifting patterns of light, and in Kieran's arms, despite the danger surrounding them, Alara felt something unfamiliar yet welcome. A sense of security that had nothing to do with physical safety and everything to do with the man holding her. For the first time since her escape from Silvercrest Pack, she allowed herself to acknowledge the truth. The mate bond connecting them wasn't just powerful, it was right. The neutral settlement materialized so gradually from the forest that Alara might have missed it entirely without Kieran's guidance. Dwellings built directly into living trees, structures crafted to blend seamlessly with the natural landscape, gardens that appeared indistinguishable from wild growth until one noticed their careful organization. "Remarkable," she murmured as Kieran finally set her gently on her feet, her strength mostly recovered during the journey. "The settlement has existed for generations," he explained, keeping his voice low as Kieran's eyes began to track their arrival from concealed positions. Wolves who rejected pack hierarchy or escaped abusive alphas, they govern by consensus rather than dominance. Before Alara could respond, they were surrounded by a half-dozen wolves in defensive formation, their weapons raised but not immediately threatening. Unlike pack enforcers, these guards wore simple leather garments devoid of insignia or rank markings, yet moved with the coordinated precision of those accustomed to protecting their own. "Halt and declare yourselves," commanded their leader, a lean female with salt and pepper hair and eyes that held the wisdom of decades. Kieran stepped forward, careful to keep his hands visible. "I am Kieran Blood Moon, rightful alpha of the Blood Moon Pack, currently in exile. This is Alara Silverblood, last survivor of the Silverblood Pack. We seek sanctuary under ancient rites of neutrality. Murmurs rippled through the guards at the mention of Silverblood, their eyes darting to Alara with new interest. And why should we risk Darius's wrath by sheltering you? The leader questioned pragmatically. Alara remembered Mira's token, producing the small leather pouch from her pocket. Mira of the Moon Shadow Clan calls in her debt to Elder Thorn. The effect was immediate. The guards exchanged significant glances before their leader nodded once, decisively. Follow us. The Elder will see you. They were led deeper into the settlement, following paths so naturally integrated with the forest that they seemed to appear and disappear with each step. Inhabitants watched curiously from dwellings and gardens as they passed, their expressions ranging from wary to openly interested. Unlike established packs with their rigid hierarchies displayed through clothing and housing, the neutral settlement featured a remarkable diversity. Wolves of all ages and apparent backgrounds coexisting in an arrangement that seemed chaotic at first glance, but revealed underlying order upon closer observation. Their procession arrived at the heart of the settlement, a massive, ancient oak whose sprawling branches sheltered a circular clearing. Built into and around the tree's enormous trunk was a structure that served as the community's central gathering place. Its architecture so perfectly melded with the living wood that it seemed the tree had grown that way naturally. Waiting on the broad steps leading to the main entrance stood the most ancient wolf Alara had ever encountered. A male whose dark skin was weathered by uncountable years, yet who stood straight and strong, his white dreadlocks adorned with wooden and silver beads that clicked softly with each slight movement of his head. His eyes, deep brown with flecks of amber, fixed on them with unsettling perception. Elder Thorn, Kieran greeted him with genuine respect. Young Blood Moon, the elder replied, his resonant voice belying his apparent age. Many moons have passed since you sought counsel here. His gaze shifted to Alara, widening slightly. And you bring a ghost from the past. Alara stepped forward, offering Mira's token with formal care. Mira sends her regards, Elder, and reminds you of a debt long standing. Thorn accepted the pouch with a soft chuckle. Mira never forgets a favor owed. He opened it, examining the contents. A small carved moonstone, before tucking it away. Where is the clever she-wolf? Not like her to send messengers. Creating a diversion to allow our escape, Kieran explained. Darius hunts us with his elite guards. The elder's expression darkened. Darius grows bolder to breach the boundaries of neutral territory. He studied Alara more carefully, his gaze lingering on the pendant at her throat. The Moon Queen's mark, and the silver blood flows in your veins. No wonder he hunts you so relentlessly, daughter of Arya. Alara's breath caught. You knew my mother? A sad smile touched Thorn's weathered features. Knew her? I helped deliver you into her arms, child. I was healer to the Silverblood pack before the massacre drove me here. He gestured toward the building behind him. Come, you both need healing, and we have much to discuss before Darius's forces regroup. Within the central structure, the air hung heavy with herbs and history. The circular main chamber served multiple functions: meeting hall, healing center, and repository of knowledge, with ancient texts lining shelves carved directly into the living wood of the tree. Several other elders were gathered around a central fire pit, their curious gazes following the newcomers. Prepare the healing circle. Thorn instructed his assistants before turning back to Alara and Kieran. The silver fire depleted you badly, he observed to Alara. And you, he addressed Kieran, have pushed your recovery too far. The wounds Darius inflicted still weaken you, whether you acknowledge it or not. Neither bothered denying his accurate assessment. Thorn directed them to a raised platform covered in soft furs at the room's center, surrounded by small stone basins that assistants were filling with various liquids and herbs. The ritual requires skin contact, the elder explained, lighting fragrant bundles of dried herbs. The healing energies must flow unimpeded between you. Alara hesitated only briefly before removing her outer garments, leaving only thin underclothes. Kieran followed suit, his movements careful to avoid aggravating the still-healing brand on his shoulder. They positioned themselves as Thorn directed, sitting cross-legged facing each other, knees touching, hands clasped between them. "Your energies are already seeking alignment," Thorn observed with approving surprise. "The mate bond forms whether you acknowledge it fully or not." The familiar warmth sparked between their joined hands. The platinum glow they'd discovered during practice beginning to manifest. Thorn nodded with satisfaction, beginning a low, rhythmic chant as he circled them, scattering herb mixtures into the stone basins where they released multicolored smoke that twisted and coiled around the pair. "Breathe in harmony," he instructed. "Let the energies flow without direction or purpose. The healing finds its own path." Alara closed her eyes, focusing on synchronizing her breath with Kieran's. The connection between them opened more easily now, their combined energy creating that distinctive platinum radiance that illuminated the chamber despite the daylight streaming through high windows. Unlike their practice sessions, this joining felt deeper, more fundamental. The shared energy didn't project outward for defense or attack, but circulated between and through them, seeking damage to repair, weakness to strengthen. Alara felt the residual fatigue from her massive energy expenditure dissolving as the combined power flowed through her system like cool, refreshing water. Through their connection, she sensed Kieran's injuries responding similarly. The silver-inflicted wounds that had resisted normal healing now yielding to the purifying force of their combined essence. Even the brand on his shoulder, marked permanently into his flesh by Darius's cruelty, seemed to shift slightly, the scarring changing from an ugly raised pattern to a smoother, less painful reminder. The ritual continued for nearly an hour, Thorn's chanting guiding the flow of energy until, gradually, the platinum glow subsided naturally, leaving both participants markedly improved. When Alara finally opened her eyes, she found Kieran watching her with an expression of wonder that likely mirrored her own. "That was," she began, searching for adequate words. "Profound," he finished, understanding without explanation. Elder Thorn nodded approvingly as he helped them rise from the platform. "The true mate bond facilitates healing beyond what either could achieve alone. You've barely scratched the surface of what's possible when the connection is fully acknowledged." Assistants brought clean clothing, simple garments in the neutral settlements style of natural fabrics and earthy colors. After they had dressed and taken refreshment, Thorn led them to a more private chamber where they could speak without the curious eyes of the entire community upon them. "You seek more than healing," the elder observed once they were settled on comfortable cushions around a small table. "Sanctuary is yours by ancient right, but I sense you have greater purpose." "We need allies," Kieran confirmed. "Darius and Orion must be confronted before they destroy more lives in their quest for power." Thorn's expression grew grave. "The neutrals avoid pack conflicts by sacred tradition. Many here escaped exactly such power struggles at great personal cost." "This isn't just a pack dispute," Alara interjected, her voice stronger than before. "Darius attempted to sacrifice me in a forbidden ritual. He tortured his own brother and rightful Alpha. Orion participated in the massacre of an entire pack and kept me suppressed and enslaved for 19 years. These aren't normal Alpha behaviors. They're atrocities that threaten all wolves." The elder studied her for a long moment, respect gradually replacing his initial reservation. "You speak with your mother's conviction, young Silverblood. Did you know her well?" Alara couldn't help asking, hunger for information about her parents momentarily overshadowing their tactical discussion. A fond smile softened Thorn's weathered features. "Arya was like a daughter to me, fiercely intelligent, compassionate but unyielding when protecting those she loved." His gaze shifted to include Kieran, and when she recognized her true mate, nothing could stand in her way. Not tradition, not politics, not even her existing betrothal. Kieran leaned forward, visibly intrigued. "Betrothal?" "To solidify an alliance," Thorn confirmed. "An arranged mating to Alpha Farron of the Northern Plains Pack. The contract had been signed, the ceremony arranged, when she met Talon Silverblood at a neutral territory gathering." His eyes crinkled at the memory. One look between them, and both knew their fates had changed forever. "She broke the betrothal," Alara surmised, a strange mixture of pride and unease filling her chest. At considerable political cost, Thorn nodded. Farron never forgave the perceived insult. When Orion and Darius's fathers began plotting against the Silverblood pack years later, Farron provided key support that made the massacre possible. The revelation settled over Alara like a physical weight. So my parents' choice, their true mate bond, ultimately led to the pack's destruction. No, Thorn corrected firmly. Ambition and vengeance led to the destruction. Your parents chose love and honor over political expediency. Never confuse the two. But if she had honored the betrothal, then you would not exist, the elder interrupted gently. And the silver blood would have died out entirely, leaving the Moon Queen without her chosen vessel in this critical time. Before Alara could process this further, a sharp knock interrupted them. The guard captain entered, her expression urgent. Scouts report movement at the eastern boundary, she announced. Darius approaches with reinforcements, at least 30 wolves, heavily armed. So much for neutral territory traditions, Kieran muttered, rising to his feet. We've prepared defensive positions, the captain continued. But Elder, we cannot withstand a full assault without significant casualties. Thorn's expression hardened with resolve. Summon the council, immediately. He turned to Alara and Kieran. It seems your request for allies has become suddenly more urgent. Come, the settlement must decide its position now, not in hours of deliberation. The council chamber filled rapidly with representatives from every segment of the neutral settlement's diverse population. Unlike pack meetings with their rigid protocols and alpha dominance, this gathering functioned as a true democracy. Elders held respected positions but not absolute authority, each voice given equal opportunity to speak. Thorn called the gathering to order with 3 sharp taps of his gnarled staff against the wooden floor. Friends, our sanctuary faces an unprecedented threat. Darius Bloodmoon approaches with armed forces, violating our territorial sovereignty. Murmurs of alarm spread through the assembled wolves. Many had experienced pack violence firsthand before finding refuge here. The prospect of that violence breaching their safe haven struck deep-rooted fears. We have 2 choices, Thorn continued. Surrender these refugees to Darius's custody, or stand in their defense despite the risk. Why should we die for pack disputes? Called one voice from the gathering. Our neutrality has protected us for generations. Darius has already violated that neutrality by pursuing them here, countered another, an older female with the bearing of a former warrior. If we yield now, what stops him from making further demands tomorrow? The debate escalated quickly, voices rising as factions formed and opinions clashed. Throughout it all, Alara remained silent, observing the democratic process with fascination after years in Silvercrest's rigid hierarchy. Beside her, Kieran watched with the careful attention of a born leader, assessing the room's dynamics. When the arguments began cycling repetitively, Alara felt a subtle warmth from the pendant at her throat. Encouragement, perhaps, from its mysterious source. Drawing a deep breath, she stepped forward into the center of the chamber, raising her hand for attention. Gradually, the voices quieted, all eyes turning to the silver-haired outsider in their midst. I understand your reluctance, she began, her voice clear and steady in the hushed chamber. You created this haven to escape precisely the kind of conflict that now threatens your doorstep. Each of you has suffered under alphas who abused their power, who put personal ambition above pack welfare. She turned slowly, making eye contact with various council members. But what happens here today reaches beyond pack politics. Darius and Orion don't just want control of their territories. They seek to fundamentally alter the balance of power among all wolves through forbidden rituals and sacrificial magic. What proof do you offer of these claims? Challenged a skeptical voice. In answer, Alara summoned her silver fire, allowing it to manifest as a gentle glow around her hands rather than a defensive flare. I am the last of the Silverblood line. My abilities were meant to heal and protect, to serve the Moon Queen's purposes of balance and renewal. Darius attempted to drain these gifts for himself through a ritual that would have killed me, using the celestial convergence to magnify the theft. She let the silver fire dissipate before continuing. Now he pursues the same goal through different means, the approaching blood moon ritual. If he captures me and forces a corrupted bond, he gains access to the Silverblood's power without the restraint and balance the true mate bond was designed to ensure. "The girl speaks truth," came a new voice from the rear of the chamber. The crowd parted to reveal a small group of older wolves who had remained silent until now. Their spokesperson, a female with silver-streaked dark hair and amber eyes startlingly similar to Alara's own, stepped forward. "We who survived the Silverblood massacre have watched and waited for this day." Alara's breath caught as recognition dawned. "You're from my birth pack," the female nodded, tears gathering in her eyes. "I was your mother's Bader child. Those of us who escaped the slaughter have lived here in hiding, waiting for the Silverblood to return as the prophecy foretold." Like a breaking dam, emotions flooded through Alara. Joy, shock, grief, hope, all tangling together as she stared at these living connections to her lost past. Without conscious decision, she moved toward them, her steps quickening until she was engulfed in embraces that carried the sense of a home she'd thought lost forever. "Nara," the female introduced herself once the emotional greeting subsided. "I held you as a cub, helped your mother teach you your first steps." Her weathered hand came up to cup Alara's cheek with aching tenderness. "You have her eyes, her spirit, but your father's determination, I think?" Turning to address the council, Nara's voice strengthened with conviction. "The Silverblood survivors stand with our Alpha's daughter. We have waited 19 years for this day. We will not surrender her now to the same wolves who destroyed our pack." Her declaration shifted the chamber's energy noticeably. Other voices joined in support, particularly from those who had suffered directly under Daria's rule before finding sanctuary with the neutrals. Thorn observed the changing tide with satisfaction before raising his staff for attention once more. "Let us be clear about what stand together means," he stated. "Not just defending our boundaries, but actively supporting Alara Silverblood and Kieran Blood Moon in challenging the corrupt alphas who seek dominion beyond their right. A dangerous proposition," noted one of the other elders. "Even with the Silverblood's power, two wolves cannot overthrow established alphas without significant support." "They won't stand alone," Nara declared. "The Silverblood survivors will fight, as will many in Blood Moon territory who remain loyal to their rightful alpha," added the former warrior who had spoken earlier. "I still have connections there. They await only the signal to rise against Arius's tyranny." Kieran stepped forward to stand beside Alara, his presence solid and reassuring at her side. "We don't ask you to fight our battles," he addressed the council, "only to provide sanctuary while we gather strength and allies, and to stand with us if Darius forces conflict onto your territory today." The debate continued, but with markedly different energy, tactical considerations rather than fundamental opposition. Gradually, consensus formed around a multi-stage approach: immediate defense of their boundaries, support for gathering additional allies, and commitment to the larger goal of restoring balance to the northern territories. As the council session concluded, Alara found herself surrounded by the small band of Silverblood survivors, each eager to reconnect with their lost Alpha's daughter. Stories flowed freely, memories of her parents, fragments of pack history, observations of her own childhood antics before the massacre. Kieran remained nearby, giving her space for this reunion while maintaining a protective awareness of their surroundings. Their gazes met occasionally across the chamber, each brief connection reinforcing the growing bond between them. When the gathering finally began to disperse, preparations for defense already underway throughout the settlement, Nara drew Alara aside for a more private conversation. "There's something you should know," she said softly, leading Alara to a quiet alcove near one of the great windows. "About your mother and father, and the choice that changed everything." "Elder Thorn mentioned their meeting," Alara replied, "that they were true mates who defied a political betrothal." Nara nodded, her expression growing both wistful and grave. "What he didn't tell you was the price of that choice. When your mother broke her betrothal to Alpha Farron, she didn't just create a political inconvenience. She defied generations of arranged alliances that had kept the Northern Pacts balanced. She chose love over politics," Alara said, uncertain why this particular detail seemed to hold such significance for Nara. She chose her true mate, the older wolf corrected gently, and in doing so, set in motion events that would ultimately lead to the pack's destruction, not because the choice was wrong, but because others couldn't accept the precedent it created. Understanding dawned gradually. If alphas and their heirs began choosing mates based on true bonds rather than political advantage, the entire power structure that benefited males like Orion and Darius would crumble, Nara finished. Your parents' union represented something revolutionary. Equal partnership based on cosmic compatibility rather than dominance and submission. She took Alara's hands, her grip firm despite her age. Your mother never regretted her choice, not even at the end. She believed that a world where wolves could freely choose their true mates was worth fighting for, worth dying for if necessary. The weight of this legacy settled over Alara, not as a burden, but as an inheritance far more valuable than territory or status. She died protecting that vision, and you live to fulfill it, Nara replied, her amber eyes bright with unshed tears. The silver blood has always served the Moon Queen's purpose of balance. Perhaps that balance begins with the freedom to choose one's own path, one's own mate, even when that choice disrupts the comfortable patterns of power. Alara's gaze drifted across the chamber to where Kieran stood in conversation with Elder Thorn, his tall frame relaxed yet alert, his presence a constant anchor in her awareness. The mate bond hummed between them, stronger with each passing day, yet still awaiting her full acknowledgement. Her mother had faced a similar choice, duty to established expectations versus the pull of a connection that transcended politics. She had chosen the mate bond, accepting all consequences that followed. Now Alara stood at a similar crossroads, though her path held different complications. The choice before her wasn't between an arranged mating and a true mate, but between caution born of past trauma and trust in a connection that promised both power and vulnerability. As if sensing her thoughts, Kieran looked up, his dark eyes finding hers across the busy chamber. No pressure, no demand, only patient waiting, the choice eternally hers to make. In that moment, Alara understood with sudden clarity that her parents' legacy wasn't just the silver blood that flowed through her veins or the pack that had been destroyed. It was the courage to choose connection over isolation, to risk everything for the chance to build something authentic and balanced in a world that preferred convenient power arrangements. "Thank you," she told Nara softly, squeezing the older wolf's hands before releasing them. "For surviving, for remembering, for sharing this with me." Nara's smile held both sadness and hope. "Your parents would be so proud of who you've become, little Silver Moon, and of the choice I suspect you're about to make." Before Alara could respond, the warning drums began to sound throughout the settlement. Darius's forces had reached the outer perimeter. The time for reflection had ended. Action could no longer be delayed. Yet as she moved to join Kieran and the Defense Council, a profound sense of peace accompanied her urgency. Her mother had chosen her path with clear eyes, accepting both the joy and the danger it brought. Now Alara would do the same, not because prophecy demanded it or because others expected it, but because her heart and wolf both recognized the truth that had been evident from that first electric connection in the Silvercrest courtyard. Some choices were worth any risk. Some bonds transcended politics and fear. Some paths, though dangerous, led to the future the Moon Queen herself had designed, and perhaps that was the true purpose of the Silver Blood after all. Not just power to be wielded or stolen, but the courage to choose connection over isolation, love over expediency, balance over dominance. The choice her mother had made, the choice now. Chapter 6. Blood and Silver Dawn had barely broken when the War Council convened in Elder Thorn's central chamber. 3 days had passed since Darius's forces had tested the neutral settlement's boundaries. 3 days of uneasy stalemate as both sides gathered strength and formulated strategy. The initial assault had been repelled with minimal casualties, the neutral territory's elaborate defensive measures proving more formidable than Darius had anticipated. But everyone in the chamber knew the respite was temporary. Alara studied the gathered allies arrayed around the massive oak table. Elder Thorn and the settlement's defense captain, Nara and representatives from the surviving Silverblood wolves, messengers from loyal factions within Blood Moon Pack. and Mira, who had returned triumphantly the previous evening after successfully misleading her pursuers and gathering critical intelligence. At the head of the table stood Kieran, his powerful frame radiating quiet authority as he leaned over the detailed territory maps spread across the wooden surface. The days among allies had changed him subtly. The constant wariness had eased from his posture, replaced by the natural command presence of a born alpha. This was his element. Strategic planning, leading others, preparing for the battle that would reclaim his birthright. Darius has consolidated his forces here. Kieran indicated a position on the map. Approximately 40 elite guards plus 20 regular enforcers. He's left the Blood Moon Central compound vulnerable, believing we won't risk a direct assault. And Dorian? Asked the defense captain, a former beta from a southern pack who had escaped an abusive alpha decades earlier. Still in Silvercrest territory, Mira replied. My sources indicate he's growing increasingly paranoid, believing Darius might turn on him once we're eliminated. He's keeping most of his forces close rather than joining the hunt, which creates our opportunity, Kieran concluded. Division in their alliance weakens them both. Elder Thorn nodded thoughtfully, his weathered fingers tracing lines across the territories. A two-pronged approach seems inevitable. Challenge both alphas simultaneously to prevent them from supporting each other. Precisely, Kieran agreed. But to succeed, we need to demonstrate our capabilities. He turned to Alara, his dark eyes warming as they met hers. Show them. Taking a deep breath, Alara stepped forward. The past 3 days had been as transformative for her as for Kieran. Intensive training with the Silver Blood survivors and Elder Thorn had rapidly expanded her control of the Silver Fire abilities. Now, with all eyes upon her, she called forth her power, not in the defensive bursts she'd first manifested, but with precise, controlled intent. Silver light gathered between her outstretched hands, condensing into a perfect sphere that pulsed with internal energy. Unlike her earlier manifestations, this form remained stable, as she mentally directed it to float above the center of the table, illuminating the maps with its ethereal glow. The silver fire can be shaped to my will, she explained, her voice steady despite the concentration required. It's not just a weapon, but a tool with multiple applications. With subtle gestures, she transformed the sphere into various configurations. A protective dome that could shield allies, a directed beam that could neutralize opponents without killing them, a network of glowing threads that could create barriers or traps. Most significantly, she continued, it can disrupt the ritual bindings Darius and Orion rely on for their enhanced powers. The silver energy shifted once more, forming intricate patterns that mirrored the ceremonial symbols they had discovered in the ancient texts recovered from Mira's cabin before its destruction. Murmurs of appreciation rippled through the gathered allies. Even those who had witnessed her abilities before seemed impressed by the increased precision and variety of applications. Impressive, Elder Thorn acknowledged. But sustained use still depletes your energy reserves, does it not? Alara nodded, allowing the demonstration to dissipate. Which is why coordination is essential. I can target critical moments, but can't maintain continuous output during extended conflict. That's where tactical deployment comes in. Kieran picked up the thread smoothly, their presentation flowing with the natural synchronization that had developed between them. He began outlining battle formations, specifically designed to maximize Alara's impact while minimizing her exposure, protective configurations that would allow her to focus her abilities at strategic moments rather than waste energy on continuous defense. As he spoke, Alara couldn't help but admire the transformation in the wolf she'd first met as Darius's intimidating general. In this role, his true role as alpha and strategist, Kieran's natural leadership qualities shone through. The gathered allies responded to his quiet authority, even those who had initially been skeptical of aligning with pack wolves. More surprising was her own response to him. Each day, each shared practice session, each victory in controlling her abilities had strengthened the connection between them. The mate bond hummed continuously in her awareness now, not demanding or overwhelming, but persistently present, like a favorite melody playing just at the edge of hearing. When their hands brushed accidentally as they both reached to indicate the same position on the map, The now familiar current passed between them, more intense than ever. Their eyes met briefly over the table, mutual awareness reflected in Kieran's subtle intake of breath and the faint flush that colored Alara's cheeks. Mira, ever observant, raised an eyebrow but tactfully redirected the conversation to practical matters. We need to establish timeline. The blood moon rises in 4 days. After that, the ritual opportunity Darius seeks will pass. Which means we need to be in position by tomorrow at the latest, Kieran confirmed. 1 day to infiltrate, 1 to gather remaining allies within each territory, and 1 to prepare for coordinated action. The discussion turned to specific assignments. Who would accompany each leadership team? What resources could be allocated? How communication would be maintained between the separated forces? Throughout the planning, it became increasingly clear that the allied group would need to divide their strength, creating 2 distinct strike forces targeting Silvercrest and Blood Moon territories simultaneously. "I'll lead the Blood Moon contingent," Kieran stated, surprising no one. "It's my pack, my responsibility." All eyes turned to Alara. As the last Silver Blood and carrier of the Silver Fire abilities, her placement would be critical to either mission's success. "Silvercrest," she said firmly, recognizing the strategic necessity despite the emotion that tightened her chest at the thought of separation from Kieran. "I know the territory intimately, including hidden passages and weaknesses in their security, and..." She hesitated before acknowledging the harder truth. "My history there gives me insight into Orion that others lack." A weighted silence followed her declaration. Everyone present understood the implication. The 2 wolves connected by the developing mate bond would be separated during the most dangerous phase of their plan. "Are you certain that's wise?" Elder Thorn asked carefully. "The mate bond remains functional across distance," Kieran interrupted, his expression revealing nothing of whatever emotions churned beneath his controlled exterior. "We've tested the range. Our combined abilities are strongest in proximity, but the connection persists regardless of separation." What he didn't mention, what everyone tactfully avoided discussing openly, was the strain such separation would place on a bond still in its formative stages. Neither Alara nor Kieran had fully acknowledged or completed the mate bond through the traditional rituals, leaving it in a liminal state. Powerful but unstable, sensitive to disruption. "It's the right strategic choice," Alara affirmed, meeting Kieran's gaze directly across the table. Something unspoken passed between them, acknowledgement of the risk, acceptance of the necessity, and a wordless promise to find each other again when the dangers had passed. "Then it's settled," Elder Thorn declared, breaking the charged silence. 2 forces, 2 targets, simultaneous action. He turned to the defense captain. "Assemble the teams according to skill and knowledge of each territory. We depart at nightfall." As the council disbanded to prepare for their respective missions, Alara found herself lingering in the chamber, studying the maps of Silvercrest. Her prison for 19 years, soon to become her battlefield. The thought of returning brought a complex tangle of emotions. Fear mingled with determination, painful memories alongside fierce resolve. "Having second thoughts?" Kieran's quiet voice interrupted her contemplation. She hadn't heard him approach, a testament to both his natural stealth and her deep absorption in thought. "No," she replied, not looking up from the map. "Just preparing mentally. Silvercrest holds no good memories for me." He moved beside her, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from his body without actually touching. "You're not returning as the same person who left. You go back as Alara Silverblood, daughter of Alpha's, wielder of the Silver Fire. Not as a servant, but as a liberator." The confidence in his voice strengthened her, as did the respect evident in his tone. Unlike Orion or Darius, who had only seen her in terms of her usefulness to their ambitions, Kieran consistently acknowledged her as an equal, powerful in her own right, capable of making her own choices. "I know," she agreed, finally looking up to meet his gaze. "That doesn't make it easy." His expression softened. "Few worthwhile things are." The chamber had emptied, leaving them temporarily alone, a rare occurrence in the bustling settlement. The privacy seemed to intensify the mate bond's persistent hum between them, the air almost vibrating with unspoken awareness. "I don't like the thought of you facing Orion without me there," Kieran admitted, breaking their unspoken rule against acknowledging the personal implications of their strategic decisions. "Just as I dislike imagining you confronting Darius alone," she countered with a ghost of a smile. "I won't be alone," he reminded her. "Neither will you." "You know what I mean." Her hand moved unconsciously to the pendant at her throat, a habit she'd developed when anxious. "The bond will hold." Kieran's certainty was unwavering. "Distance may strain it, but cannot break what the Moon Queen herself has forged." The confidence in his voice prompted her to ask the question that had lingered in her mind throughout their days of training. "How can you be so sure? About all of this? The bond, the prophecy, me?" Instead of answering immediately, Kieran reached toward her slowly, giving her ample time to withdraw if she chose. When she remained still, he gently took her hand, intertwining their fingers. The touch sent the familiar current racing up her arm, stronger than ever before. "I was sure the moment our eyes met in that courtyard," he said simply. "Everything since has only confirmed what I knew instinctively then." "And if you're wrong?" she pressed, needing to test his conviction. "If the bond isn't what everyone believes, or if I'm not the prophesized savior the Silverblood survivors expect," his thumb traced gentle circles on the back of her hand, the simple caress somehow more intimate than any passionate embrace. "Then we adapt. We find another way. The titles and prophecies matter less to me than the wolf I've come to know, stubborn, compassionate, fiercely independent, and stronger than anyone I've ever met." The simple honesty in his words reached places within her that elaborate declarations could never touch. For 19 years, Alara had been defined by others. Servant, vessel, tool for their ambitions. Kieran alone had consistently seen her complete self and valued her for exactly who she was, prophecy and powers aside. Without conscious decision, she found herself moving closer, the space between them narrowing until barely a breath separated their bodies. His free hand came up to cup her cheek, the gentle contact sending waves of warmth through her entire system. "Alara," he murmured, her name becoming something sacred in his mouth. "Whatever happens in the coming days..." The chamber doors swung open abruptly, causing them to step apart with reflexive caution. Mira entered, her expression apologetic as she registered the moment she had interrupted. "Teams are assembled," she reported, tactfully avoiding comment on their proximity or the flush still coloring Alara's cheeks. "They await your final instructions before preparation begins." Kieran nodded, his composure returning with remarkable speed. "We'll be right there." With a knowing smile, Mira withdrew, leaving them alone once more. But the moment had passed, practical necessities reasserting their priority over personal connection. "We should join them," Alara said, reluctantly withdrawing her hand from his. Kieran nodded, though his eyes held promises their interrupted conversation hadn't been able to express. "This isn't finished," he said softly. "Just delayed." As they moved toward the door, the mate bond pulsed between them, stronger for having been acknowledged, however briefly. Whatever separation the coming mission would impose, Alara realized, the connection between them had already taken root, too deeply to be easily severed. Whether that was comfort or complication remained to be seen. The approach to Silvercrest territory felt like traversing the boundary between dreams and waking life, familiar yet strangely altered by new perspective. Alara moved silently through the pre-dawn forest, leading a team of 12 wolves chosen for their stealth and combat abilities. Among them were Nara and 2 other Silverblood survivors, their knowledge of Silvercrest almost as detailed as her own, though decades older. They had separated from Kieran's group at midnight, each team taking different routes toward their respective targets. The farewell had been brief, public, and deliberately impersonal. A leader addressing another leader rather than a mate bidding his partner goodbye. Only their eyes had conveyed the deeper meanings neither could safely express in words. Now, 3 hours later, the outer boundaries of Silvercrest territory loomed ahead. Alara signaled for the group to halt, gathering them in a tight circle for final instructions. "From here we maintain absolute silence," she whispered. Border patrols change at dawn, creating a 3-minute window when the northwestern sector will be vulnerable. We enter there, using the dry creek bed for cover." The wolves nodded their understanding, faces grim with determination. Unlike Kieran's force, which would join with allies already positioned within Blood Moon territory, Alara's team needed to operate covertly until they could locate and communicate with potential sympathizers within Silvercrest. "Remember," she added, "our primary objective is infiltration and alliance building, not open confrontation. We need to reach key pack members who may support us once they know the truth about Orion's involvement in the Silverblood massacre." "And if we're discovered before that's possible?" asked one of the neutral wolves, a former enforcer from a southern pack who knew all too well how quickly stealth operations could devolve into direct conflict. "Then we adapt," Alara replied, unconsciously echoing Kieran's words from earlier. "Each of you knows the rendezvous points and fallback positions. If separated, make your way to the nearest safe location and wait for nightfall." With final nods of acknowledgement, the team dispersed into the formation they had practiced exhaustively during the previous day's preparations. Alara took point position, her enhanced senses and intimate knowledge of the territory making her the natural leader for this phase of the mission. The boundary crossing proceeded exactly as planned. The patrol gap appeared precisely when expected, allowing them to slip across the territorial line and into the concealment of the overgrown creek bed without detection. From there, they followed Alara's lead through rarely used game trails and neglected maintenance paths, gradually working their way deeper into Silvercrest land. By mid-morning, they had reached their first objective, an abandoned groundskeeper's cottage on the far edge of the pack's extensive gardens. Once used for storing tools and providing shelter during inclement weather, the small stone building had been forgotten by most of the pack when newer facilities were constructed closer to the main compound. Alara had discovered it during her years of servitude, occasionally using it as a rare refuge when she could slip away from her duties unnoticed. Now it served as their temporary base of operations, secluded enough for safety while positioned advantageously for the next phase of their plan. "We rest here until dusk," she instructed as they secured the perimeter. "Nara, establish communication with our contacts. The rest of you, rotating watches and recovery. I need everyone at full strength by nightfall." As the team settled into their assigned tasks, Alara took a moment to center herself, reaching instinctively along the mate bond. Despite the physical distance now separating them, she could still sense Kieran's presence, a warm certainty in her awareness, like sensing sunlight with closed eyes. The connection had thinned but remained intact, providing wordless reassurance that he too had reached his initial position safely. A soft touch on her arm broke her concentration. Nara stood beside her, expression thoughtful as she observed Alara's momentary abstraction. "The bond stretches," the older wolf noted, her tone sympathetic rather than critical. "But does not break. A good sign." Alara nodded, not bothering to deny what Nara had clearly perceived. "It's stronger than I expected." "True mate bonds usually are," Nara replied with the wisdom of long experience. "Your mother described it as having an additional sense, one attuned specifically to her mate regardless of distance." The mention of her mother triggered both comfort and curiosity. Did she ever regret it, the bond, the consequences it brought? Nara's expression softened with memories. Never the bond itself. The consequences, yes, especially when they affected others. But even in our darkest hours, when the pack was falling around us, she would look at your father across the chaos and draw strength from their connection. The parallels to her own situation weren't lost on Alara. "I worry about dependencies," she admitted quietly. After years with no choices, no power, the thought of being bound, even to someone she hesitated, unable to fully articulate her complex feelings for Kieran. Trust? Respect? Desire? Nara supplied with gentle understanding. "The mate bond isn't the cage you fear, child. Rather, it's an enhancement to what already exists between two wolves. It cannot create feelings that aren't present, nor diminish the individual to elevate the pair." Before Alara could respond, a soft whistle from their sentry signaled movement nearby. Conversation forgotten, both wolves immediately shifted to alert readiness, moving silently to defensive positions within the cottage. Through a gap in the boarded window, Alara observed a Silvercrest patrol passing along the main garden path approximately 50 yards from their position. Standard procedure, nothing suggesting they had detected the infiltrators. She released a careful breath as the patrol continued past without pausing. "Too close," murmured one of the neutral wolves once the danger had passed. "We knew the risks," Alara replied calmly. "But the proximity to the main compound is precisely why this location serves our purposes." She gestured for the team to gather around the crude map she had sketched in the dirt floor. "From here we can access the servant passages that connect the kitchen complex to the main hall. Those passages are typically empty during evening gatherings, and Alpha Orion conveniently hosts such a gathering tonight," Nera added with grim satisfaction, "the supplication ceremony where pack members bring disputes for his judgment. Every wolf of significance will be present." "Creating our opportunity," Alara confirmed. "We'll move through the passages during the ceremony, position ourselves strategically, and reveal Orion's crimes when the gathering is at its peak." "A bold plan," observed the former enforcer. "Confronting an alpha in his own territory before his assembled pack. Bold but necessary," Alara replied. "The Silvercrest wolves value tradition and hierarchy. To turn them against their alpha, they must witness his dishonor directly, not through rumor or secondhand accounts." The team continued reviewing specifics: timing, positioning, contingencies if things went awry. Throughout the planning, Alara maintained the calm authority that had increasingly become natural to her since embracing her heritage. No longer the hesitant escapee struggling to survive in the wilderness, she had grown into her role as leader with surprising ease. As afternoon faded toward evening, she took a moment alone to prepare herself mentally for what lay ahead. Returning to the main compound, to the place where she had spent 19 years in servitude, would test her in ways physical combat never could. The memories alone might have overwhelmed the kitchen girl she had been. The wolf she had become needed to transcend them. Closing her eyes, she reached for the silver fire within, drawing it forth not as an external manifestation, but as an internal cleansing force. The energy flowed through her system, burning away doubt and fear, leaving clarity and purpose in their place. When she opened her eyes again, they gleamed momentarily with silver light, her wolf and human aspects in perfect alignment, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Dusk fell, bringing the moment of action. Silently, the team moved from the cottage toward the main compound, using the lengthening shadows for concealment. Alara led them unerringly to a servant's entrance, a small door half hidden behind ornamental shrubs, typically used by kitchen staff disposing of waste or receiving deliveries from hunters. The lock yielded easily to her touch, recognition magic responding to her Silvercrest scent despite her weeks of absence. Inside, the familiar smells of the kitchen struck her with unexpected intensity. Herbs, bread, the distinctive tang of the pack's traditional spiced wine. For a disorienting moment, she was once again the servant girl scrubbing pots before dawn, anonymous and powerless. A gentle touch from Nera anchored her back to the present. "Not a servant now," the older wolf whispered, reading her expression accurately. "An alpha returning to claim justice." Nodding gratefully, Alara refocused on their mission. The kitchen stood empty, its staff presumably occupied serving the evening ceremonial gathering. Perfect timing. She gestured the team forward, guiding them through the labyrinthine back passages she had traversed thousands of times during her years of service. They encountered only one pack member, a harried young male carrying a stack of linens who barely glanced at them as they flattened against a wall to let him pass. Alara's heartbeat pounded in her ears during the near discovery, but the servant continued on, apparently assuming they belonged in these back corridors. Finally, they reached their destination, a concealed entrance to the main hall positioned behind an ornamental tapestry. Through the heavy fabric, the sounds of the gathering filtered clearly. Dozens of voices raised in formal pack greetings, the ceremonial drums marking the Alpha's entrance, Orion's distinctive voice calling the proceedings to order. Alara turned to her team, meeting each pair of eyes in the dim passageway. "Remember your positions," she instructed softly. "Wait for my signal before revealing yourselves." With final nods of understanding, the infiltrators dispersed to their assigned locations, some remaining in the servants' passage, others slipping through additional concealed entrances to position themselves around the hall's perimeter. Alara, Nara, and the two other Silverblood survivors would make the primary confrontation. Closing her eyes briefly, Alara sent a silent thought along the mate bond. It begins. Be safe. Though no direct response came, she felt a warm pulse of acknowledgement. Kieran, similarly positioned in Blood Moon territory, preparing for his own confrontation with Darius. Taking a deep breath, she parted the heavy tapestry just enough to observe the hall beyond. The scene was exactly as she had anticipated. Alpha Orion seated on his ceremonial chair at the head of the room, Beta Lydia at his right hand, the twins Celine and Serena positioned prominently nearby. Arrayed before them in hierarchical formation stood the assembled Silvercrest pack, from high-ranking council members to common wolves, all gathered for the traditional supplication ceremony. Alara's gaze lingered briefly on familiar faces. Bertha, the head cook who had shown her small kindnesses over the years, the groundskeeper who had occasionally slipped her extra food when Celine withheld her rations, the pack healer who had tended her injuries with silent compassion when the twins' accidents left her wounded. Not all of Silvercrest was complicit in Orion's crimes. Many were simply wolves trying to survive within the structure they'd been born into. These were the ones she hoped to reach, to show them the truth that had been hidden for nearly 2 decades. Orion's voice cut through her contemplation. "Bring forth the first supplicant," he commanded, settling back in his chair with the easy arrogance of unchallenged authority. A middle-aged female approached, had appropriately bowed as she presented some minor territorial dispute for the Alpha's judgment. Alara let the proceedings continue, watching as Orion dispensed what passed for justice in Silvercrest decisions, that inevitably reinforced existing hierarchies and his own ultimate authority. After the third such case, she caught Nara's eye and nodded. The time had come. With deliberate movements, Alara pushed the tapestry aside and stepped into full view at the side of the hall. For several heartbeats, no one noticed her presence, just another servant moving along the periphery of the important proceedings. Then, as awareness spread like ripples in a pond, heads began to turn. Conversations faltered and a wave of shocked recognition swept through the gathering. "I believe I have a dispute to bring before the Alpha," Alara announced, her voice carrying clearly through the suddenly silent hall. Alpha Orion froze mid-sentence, his head snapping toward the familiar voice. His eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the transformed figure standing confidently at the edge of his ceremonial gathering. Not the cowed servant girl who had fled weeks ago, but a poised woman whose silver-white hair and glowing amber eyes proclaimed her heritage to anyone with knowledge of pack history. "Impossible," he breathed, half rising from his chair. "Quite possible," Alara replied, beginning a measured walk toward the center of the hall. As she moved, Nara and the other Silverblood survivors emerged from concealment, flanking her in protective formation. "I've returned to claim justice for crimes long hidden." Murmurs swept through the assembled wolves, confusion and shock evident in their expressions. Beta Lydia had moved instantly to Orion's side, her hand going to the ceremonial dagger at her belt. The twins, Celine and Serena, stared with undisguised hatred from their position of privilege near the Alpha's chair. "Guards!" Orion barked, recovering his composure. "Seize the fugitive." None moved. The enforcers stationed around the hall hesitated, caught between ingrained obedience to their Alpha and the sheer audacity of the interruption. Something in Alara's bearing, in the confidence with which she faced Orion despite being massively outnumbered in his own territory, gave them pause. She seized the moment of uncertainty. Before anyone acts rashly, perhaps the pack deserves to hear the truth about their Alpha, the crimes he has concealed for 19 years. "What crimes?" called a voice from the gathering, one of the council elders, his expression more curious than hostile. Alara turned to address the entire assembly rather than just Orion. "The massacre of the Silverblood pack, the murder of Alpha Talon and Luna Aria, the attempted erasure of an entire bloodline to prevent the prophecy of the Silverblood's return." Gasps rippled through the gathering. The Silverblood massacre was known in pack history, but the official account claimed southern invaders had been responsible. Alara's accusations struck at the foundation of Silvercrest's perception of their own alpha. Lies and delusions, Orion snarled, fully standing now. This servant girl fled her duties and returns with wild accusations. Her mind is clearly unbalanced. I am no servant, Alara replied, allowing a controlled flare of silver fire to manifest around her hands. Not threatening, but unmistakable evidence of her heritage. I am Alara Silverblood, daughter of Alpha Talon and Luna Aria, hidden in plain sight among you for 19 years while my abilities were suppressed through herbs in my food and ritualistic bindings. The silver fire's appearance sent another wave of shock through the assembly. Such abilities were the stuff of pack legends. Abilities that, according to those same legends, belonged exclusively to the Silver bloodline. Witchcraft and deception Orion countered, though uncertainty had crept into his voice as he observed the gathered wolves' reactions. This changes nothing. Guards, remove her! Again, hesitation from the enforcers. Alara pressed her advantage, addressing them directly. You've served loyally, believing in the honor of your alpha. Ask yourselves, why would a fugitive servant return to face certain punishment unless the truth demanded it? What would I gain by these accusations if they were false? Her words struck home. She could see it in their expressions, doubt beginning to erode decades of conditioned obedience. Enough, Orion roared, his patience snapping. I am Alpha here. My word is law. Even Alphas answer to pack law, came a new voice. Elder Mathis, oldest of the council members, rising slowly from his seat. If such accusations are made, they must be addressed, not simply dismissed. Seeing her opening, Alara met the elder's gaze respectfully. I offer proof, not just accusation. Witnesses who survived the massacre, documentation of the conspiracy between Alpha Orion and Alpha Darius's father, evidence of my heritage that cannot be denied. At her signal, Nera stepped forward. I was Beta to Luna Aria. I witnessed the attack ordered by Orion and carried out with assistance from Blood Moon forces. I helped conceal the infant daughter of my alphas when all seemed lost, hoping someday she would return to restore what was destroyed. One by one, the surviving Silverblood wolves added their testimonies, specific details of the attack, names of the conspirators, the systematic elimination of a pack whose only crime had been possessing abilities that threatened the power structure other alphas relied upon. Throughout these revelations, Alara monitored the room's emotional temperature. Shock had given way to unease, then to growing anger, not directed at her, but at the alpha whose deception had compromised the honor of the entire pack. Silvercrest wolves prided themselves on tradition and legitimacy. The suggestion that their status was built on massacre rather than rightful succession struck at the core of their identity. Orion must have sensed the shifting mood. His tactics changed abruptly from dismissal to counterattack. Even if these wild tales held any truth, he snarled, the actions were necessary. The Silverblood line threatened the natural order with their unnatural abilities. Power concentrated in a single bloodline creates imbalance that all other packs must correct. Is that why you kept me alive? Alara challenged, moving closer to the Alpha's position. Not from mercy, but to use my abilities once they matured, to drain my power through the ritual you and Darius planned during the Celestial Convergence. This revelation drew audible reactions from the assembly. Using sacred ceremonies for blood sacrifice violated the most fundamental pack laws that even alphas were bound to respect. You know nothing of leadership, Orion spat, desperation edging his voice as he felt control of the situation slipping. Difficult decisions must be made for the good of all, like murdering an infant's parents and raising her as a servant in your own house. Alara's voice remained steady, despite the emotions churning beneath her composed exterior. Like poisoning her food to suppress her natural abilities, like planning to sacrifice her life to steal power that was never yours to claim. From the corner of her eye, Alara noticed movement. Celine and Serena conferring urgently, their expressions shifting from hatred to something more complex as they absorbed the implications of their father's admissions. The twins had been cruel throughout her childhood, but even they operated within certain understood boundaries of pack behavior. Blood sacrifice and ritual murder fell well outside those boundaries. "You've served your purpose," Orion growled, apparently deciding direct confrontation was his only remaining option. With surprising speed for his age, he lunged forward, ceremonial dagger drawn. "The silver blood line ends today, as it should have 19 years ago." Several things happened simultaneously. Beta Lydia moved to join the attack, her loyalty to Orion overriding any moral qualms. The Silverblood survivors shifted to defensive positions around Alara, and most surprisingly, Selene cried out, "Father, stop!" with genuine horror in her voice. Alara didn't flinch from the approaching threat. Instead, she called forth the silver fire in its most controlled manifestation, a perfect dome of protective energy that enclosed her and her immediate allies. Orion's dagger struck the barrier and recoiled with such force that he staggered backward, nearly falling before Lydia steadied him. "I didn't come to fight," Alara stated clearly, allowing the barrier to remain visible around her. "I came for justice and truth. The pack deserves to know what was done in their name, what their alpha has hidden beneath tradition and ceremony. The pack is mine," Orion shouted, his composure completely shattered now, revealing the desperate tyrant beneath the veneer of traditional authority. "I decide what truth they need, no father," came Selena's voice again, stronger this time. To everyone's astonishment, she stepped away from her position of privilege, moving to stand in the neutral space between Orion and Alara. "The pack deserves truth, whatever it may be." Serena joined her twin a moment later, their synchronized movement creating a powerful visual statement to the assembled wolves. "We were raised to believe in Silvercrest honor," she added. This isn't honor." The twins' defection visibly staggered Orion more than any physical blow could have. "My own daughters?" he whispered, betrayal evident in his voice. "You two are deceived by this witch's tricks." "We see clearly for the first time," Selene countered, surprising strength in her voice. She turned to face the assembled pack, her lifelong position of privilege giving weight to her words. "I've known Alara all my life. Tormented her, I admit with shame. But never once did she show the vindictiveness or deception Father claims. She returns at great personal risk, not for revenge, but for truth." A profound shift rippled through the gathering. If even the Alpha's daughters, known for their absolute loyalty to their father and their cruelty to the servant girl, now questioned his actions. Kieran pressed his back against the rough stone wall, signaling the others to halt as a patrol of Darius's guards passed mere feet away. The narrow maintenance tunnel beneath Blood Moon's main compound offered concealment but little room for maneuver if they were discovered. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he held perfectly still, controlling even his breathing to avoid detection. 5 torturous seconds passed, then 10. Finally, the guards' footsteps receded, continuing their rounds without pause. Kieran released a silent breath, exchanging quick nods with the 6 wolves accompanying him on this most dangerous phase of their operation. 3 days had passed since they'd separated from Alara's team. 3 days of careful infiltration, gathering allies, and preparing for tonight's decisive action. The mate bond hummed steadily in his awareness, despite the physical distance separating them, providing wordless reassurance that she too progressed with her mission at Silvercrest. "This way," he mouthed silently, leading his team deeper into the underground network that honeycombed the Blood Moon compound. As rightful Alpha, Kieran knew pathways and secrets his half-brother had never bothered to learn. Darius governed through intimidation and spectacle, caring little for the pack's history or the hidden infrastructure created by generations of Blood Moon Alphas. That arrogance now provided the opportunity Kieran needed. They reached a junction where the maintenance tunnels split in 3 directions. Kieran paused, scenting the stale air. Beneath the musty dampness lingered something more troubling. Blood, fear, and the distinctive acrid smell of silver burn. "The holding cells," he whispered, indicating the leftmost passage. "Darius has been busy." According to their intelligence gathered over the previous days from sympathetic pack members, Darius had imprisoned dozens of wolves suspected of loyalty to Kieran. Some were former council members who had questioned Darius's leadership. Others were simply wolves who had spoken Kieran's name with respect, rather than the prescribed contempt. The passage narrowed as they approached the prison section, forcing them to proceed single file. Kieran led, hyper-aware of every sound and scent. The mate bond provided unexpected support, Alara's strength somehow flowing through their connection despite the distance, steadying his focus when memories of his own imprisonment threatened to surface. Finally, they reached an iron grate set into the tunnel floor. Through its rusted bars, they could see the holding cells below, a large chamber carved from bedrock, divided into a dozen barred enclosures. Each cell held multiple prisoners, wolves of all ages crowded into spaces designed for solitary confinement. Kieran's jaw tightened as he counted at least 30 imprisoned pack members. Among them, he recognized faces of wolves who had supported him for years. His former beta, council elders who had served his father, training officers who had taught him pack defense as a juvenile. "More than we anticipated," murmured Tomas, the master carpenter whose public whipping Alara had witnessed during their reconnaissance mission weeks earlier. His back still bore fading scars from the silver-tipped lash, but his determination remained unbroken. "Can we free them all without alerting the guards?" "We must," Kieran replied simply. "These are the pack's heart. Without them, any victory against Darius would be hollow." Using hand signals, he directed the team into position. 2 would remain in the tunnel as lookouts, while the rest would descend to the prison level through the grate. The most dangerous moment would be the initial entry. Once below, they could secure the single guard station that monitored the cells. With practiced silence, Kieran worked the ancient locking mechanism that secured the grate. Knowledge passed from Alpha to Air through generations served him now. The complex series of pressure points that disengaged the lock without triggering alarm wards was known only to the Blood Moon's true leadership line. The grate swung open noiselessly, revealing a short ladder descending to the shadowed space between 2 cell blocks. Kieran went first, each movement calculated for silence. His enhanced vision cut through the gloom, identifying 2 guards stationed at a desk near the chamber's only conventional entrance. He waited until his entire team had descended before giving the signal to move. In perfect synchronization, honed through days of intensive training, they flowed from the shadows like living darkness. Before the guards could react, they were subdued, not killed, an important distinction in Kieran's operational design. These weren't enemies, but pack members following orders. Their loyalty could be reclaimed once Darius's influence was removed. The prisoners had noticed their arrival, but years of surviving Darius's rule had taught them discretion. Not a single cry or exclamation escaped, only intent eyes watching from behind the bars, hope warring with caution in their expressions. Kieran approached the first cell, where his former beta, Locke, stood pressed against the bars. The older wolf's face showed evidence of recent beatings, one eye swollen shut, but recognition flared instantly in his good eye. "Alpha," he breathed, the title a declaration of loyalty despite Kieran's current circumstances. "Stand back," Kieran instructed softly, retrieving the master key from the unconscious guard's belt. The lock yielded with a soft click, the cell door swinging open to release its occupants. What followed was a precisely orchestrated liberation. As each cell opened, Tomas would briefly explain the situation and direct the freed wolves to gather essential supplies without creating noise that might alert upper levels. Those too injured to move were supported by comrades, their pack bonds reasserting after weeks of enforced separation. Throughout the operation, Kieran remained hyper-aware of their vulnerability. At any moment, a routine patrol could descend the stairs, discovering the prison break in progress. Every second heightened the danger. Yet, methodical precision remained essential. Rushing would create exactly the noise they sought to avoid. Halfway through the liberation, a complication arose. A young female wolf approached Kieran, her expression urgent despite her obvious exhaustion. "Alpha, there are others," she whispered. "The basement level below this one. Darius's special prisoners, those he tortures personally for information about your loyalists." Kieran's blood ran cold. He'd suspected additional holding areas existed but hadn't confirmed their location. "How many?" "At least 10, including your former Gamma Ren. They're guarded more heavily. 4 dedicated enforcers with silver weapons." A tactical dilemma presented itself immediately. Their current operation was proceeding smoothly, but remained highly time-sensitive. Diverting resources to a second, more heavily guarded location significantly increased their risk of discovery before all prisoners could be evacuated to the rendezvous point outside the compound. Kieran thought of what Alara would do in this situation. Her compassion, balanced with strategic thinking, had impressed him repeatedly during their planning sessions. She wouldn't abandon pack members to torture, but neither would she recklessly endanger an entire operation. Tomas, he decided, continue overseeing the evacuation. Use the Eastern Tunnel network as planned. I'll take Reed and Soren to the lower level. His decision made, Kieran gathered the two most combat-experienced wolves from his team. The female prisoner provided quick directions to the concealed stairwell leading to the basement level, a narrow spiral accessible through what appeared to be a supply closet. The descent into darkness felt symbolic. With each step, Kieran moved deeper into the heart of Darius's cruelty, the hidden infrastructure of terror that had maintained his illegitimate rule. The air grew colder, heavy with the metallic scent of blood and the acrid burn of silver. At the bottom, a reinforced door blocked their path. Unlike the cells above, this entrance featured modern security, a digital keypad that would trigger alarms if incorrectly accessed. Reed, a former security specialist, examined the system with worried eyes. This is beyond my expertise, Alpha. Forcing it will alert the entire compound. Kieran studied the door thoughtfully, then closed his eyes, reaching along the mate bond almost instinctively. Since their separation, he'd discovered that intense focus sometimes allowed impressions to flow between himself and Alara. Not thoughts, exactly, but intuitive insights drawn from their collective knowledge. What would Alara see here? Her perspective, shaped by years of navigating Silvercrest as an invisible servant, had given her unique insight into how power systems maintained themselves. The memory of her voice seemed to whisper through their connection. Security exists to intimidate as much as to actually secure. The appearance of impenetrability often hides simple weaknesses. His eyes snapped open, focusing on the hinges rather than the lock. The door is designed to withstand frontal assault, he murmured, but the frame itself... Understanding immediately, Reed and Soren positioned themselves on either side of the doorway. Using their claws, extended through partial shifts, they began carefully working the mounting screws from the metal frame surrounding the high-tech lock. The electronic system remained undisturbed while its physical housing gradually loosened. Within minutes, they had created enough play in the frame to slip the edge of the door free of its moorings. The alarm remained silent as they eased the heavy barrier open just enough to slip through one by one. Beyond lay a scene from nightmares. The basement level consisted of a single open chamber divided by transparent barriers, observation cells, designed to allow prisoners to witness each other's suffering. Each contained a single wolf in various states of injury and exhaustion. Sophisticated silver restraints bound them to examination tables, angled upright to keep them conscious and visible to their fellow captives. At the chamber's center stood a monitoring station, where 4 guards observed the prisoners while maintaining equipment for what could only be described as systematic torture. Silver infusion devices, electrical nodes, and traditional implements of pain lined the walls in meticulous order. Rage threatened to overwhelm Kieran's careful control. This was beyond mere imprisonment or punishment. This was calculated breaking of both body and spirit. This was his half-brother's true nature laid bare. He forced himself to think clearly. Frontal assault would endanger the prisoners who had no means to protect themselves while restrained. Stealth remained their only option, but with 4 alert guards constantly monitoring the entire chamber, traditional ambush tactics wouldn't work. Once again, he found himself wondering what Alara would do. Her unconventional approaches had repeatedly surprised him during their training sessions. As if in response to his thought, a flicker of silver seemed to dance across his vision. The mate bond, perhaps, offering inspiration. "Silver fire," he whispered, the solution crystallizing. "We need a distraction that appears natural rather than an attack." Reed and Soren looked confused but trusting. Kieran indicated the complex monitoring equipment at the guard station. "Their systems rely on electricity. If we could create a power surge." Understanding dawned on Reed's face. The backup generators in the maintenance tunnels, if properly manipulated, they'd create a surge that would temporarily disable security systems without immediately signaling an attack. Kieran finished. Go. 2 minutes, then trigger it. We'll be ready. As Reed slipped away to access the nearby generators, Kieran and Soren positioned themselves on either side of the chamber entrance, prepared to move the moment darkness fell. The waiting tested Kieran's control. Each second stretched as he watched the guards casually monitoring the suffering before them, occasionally increasing a prisoner's pain simply to observe the reaction. Then it happened. A sudden power fluctuation that sent the lights flickering before plunging the chamber into darkness. Emergency lighting activated seconds later, but those precious moments of confusion were all Kieran and Soren needed. They moved like shadows through the chamber, targeting the guards with precise efficiency. No killing blows, Kieran maintained that discipline despite his rage, but incapacitating strikes that ensured the guards wouldn't rise again during their operation. With the monitoring station secured, they began the more complex process of freeing the prisoners. The silver restraints required careful manipulation. Touch them incorrectly, and the rescuer would be as disabled as the prisoner. One by one, they released the captives, many too weak to stand without assistance. Kieran personally freed Ren, his former Gamma and childhood friend. The wolf's condition shocked him, where once it stood a powerful enforcer with a ready laugh, now hunched a shadow, his body mapped with silver burns and half-healed wounds from repeated torture sessions. Knew you'd come, Ren managed through cracked lips, his voice barely a whisper. Told that bastard, true Alpha never abandons his own. Save your strength, Kieran murmured, supporting his friend's weight as they moved toward the exit. We're going home. The evacuation proceeded with tense efficiency, each movement calculated to maximize speed while minimizing detection risk. They rejoined the main rescue operation in the tunnels, incorporating the additional wounded into their carefully organized exodus. By the time they reached the rendezvous point, an abandoned hunting lodge 3 miles from the compound, dawn approached. Nearly 40 freed prisoners accompanied Kieran's team, each representing a potential ally in the coming confrontation with Darius. As the rescued wolves were settled into the temporary sanctuary, receiving medical attention and nourishment from the support team waiting there, Kieran took a moment alone on the lodge's dilapidated porch. Exhaustion pulled at him, but satisfaction balanced the physical drain. Phase 1 had succeeded beyond their most optimistic projections. Not only had they freed key allies, but they'd done so without raising general alarm. Darius would discover the empty cells soon enough, but by then Phase 2 would be underway. The balance had shifted, momentum gathering behind the rightful Alpha's return. Tomas joined him on the porch, offering a steaming mug of herbal tea. The pack healer insists, he explained with a tired smile. Says you're no good to anyone if you collapse from exhaustion. Kieran accepted the drink gratefully, the warmth seeping into hands stiff from hours of tension. How are they? Recovering, physically weakened but spirits intact. Tomas leaned against the porch railing, studying Kieran thoughtfully. They've been telling stories while the healers work. About your father's leadership, about your training as heir, and about your mate. The mention of Alara sent a warm pulse through the bond between them. What about her? They say the Silverblood's return was prophesied generations ago, that the Moon Queen herself orchestrated your meeting. Tomas hesitated. Is it true? Is she really your true mate? Yes, Kieran answered simply. No qualifications or explanations needed. The bond between them was the most certain thing in his life, despite Alara's continued caution about fully embracing it. Tomas nodded, satisfaction evident in his expression. Good. The pack needs that certainty, that their alpha found his equal, someone who stands beside him rather than behind him. The observation struck Kieran deeply. Traditional pack hierarchy placed even alpha females in subordinate positions to their mates. What he and Alara were building, whatever its final form, represented something different. Balance. Partnership. Mutual strength. As if reading his thoughts, Tomas added, I saw how you incorporated her tactical approaches tonight. The non-lethal takedowns, the focus on recovery rather than revenge. Different from traditional Blood Moon methods. More effective, Kieran noted. Less blood, more success. And more loyalty earned, Tomas agreed. The pack notices these things. They see a leader who values life over dominance display. He straightened, stretching tired muscles. I should check on the others. Dawn Patrol leaves in 20 minutes to secure the perimeter. Left alone once more, Kieran closed his eyes, focusing on the mate bond with greater intensity than he'd allowed himself during the night's operations. With the immediate danger past, he could afford the momentary vulnerability of reaching for Alara across the distance separating them. The connection remained steady, stronger than when they'd first parted, as if each challenge overcome on their separate missions somehow reinforced the bond between them. He couldn't sense her exact location or situation, but the general impression of determination and controlled tension suggested her mission progressed as planned. Soon, he thought along the bond, uncertain if the concept would transmit but needing to express it nonetheless. Soon, we'll face what comes together, not apart. A flicker of warmth answered. Acknowledgement, perhaps, or simply the bond's natural response to his attention. Either way, it steadied him as he turned back toward the lodge and the freed wolves, who represented the first step toward reclaiming his pack and his birthright. 3 days later, Alara stood at the edge of the neutral zone, watching as the combined forces gathered for what would likely be their final council before confrontation. The territorial boundaries between Silvercrest and Blood Moon met here, at a traditional meeting ground that had hosted pack gatherings for generations. Tomorrow, these same grounds would become their battlefield, the site where Darius planned to conduct the Blood Moon ritual that would permanently sever the mate bond between her and Kieran to claim her power for himself. But tonight, it served as their staging area, where allies from both operations reunited to share intelligence and finalize strategy. Alara's heart quickened as a group approached from the eastern path, Kieran at their head, flanked by freed prisoners and Blood Moon loyalists. Even at a distance, the mate bond flared in recognition, stronger and more insistent after days of separation. She fought the urge to run to him, maintaining the composed leadership presence she'd cultivated during their time apart. Her own mission had succeeded beyond expectation. The confrontation with Alpha Orion had ended not with the bloodbath many had feared, but with a stunning reversal. The twins' defection had triggered a cascade of support from key pack members. Orion remained technically Alpha, but effectively contained under guard by his own council, pending formal succession proceedings. Even more significantly, Alara had secured alliance from nearly 60 Silvercrest wolves. Not just warriors, but healers, tacticians, and specialists whose skills complemented the Blood Moon forces Kieran had gathered. Now, watching him approach, she allowed herself a moment to acknowledge how dramatically her life had transformed in the weeks since her escape. From servant to leader, from isolated survivor to the center of an alliance that might reshape pack politics throughout the Northern Territories, and from solitary to connected. The mate bond pulsed gently in her awareness, no longer the alarming electric shock of their first meeting, but a steady warmth that offered support without demanding surrender. Their eyes met across the gathering space, and everything else momentarily faded to background noise. Kieran's pace quickened subtly, his path adjusting to intercept hers directly rather than proceeding to the central meeting area where Elder Thorn awaited them. They reached each other in the shadow of ancient pines that bordered the clearing, creating a small pocket of privacy amidst the bustling preparations. For a moment, neither spoke, simply absorbing the reality of reunion after days of connecting only through the tenuous thread of their bond. "You succeeded," Kieran stated, his eyes taking in her changed appearance. The Silvercrest ceremonial leathers she now wore, symbols of authority that her former captors had provided voluntarily in acknowledgement of her heritage. "As did you," she replied, noting the freed wolves who watched their interaction with undisguised interest. "Your prisoners? Recovering well. Most will fight tomorrow." His expression softened, though he maintained careful distance between them, respecting her boundaries even now. "I felt you with me during the operation. Your perspective helped us succeed with minimal casualties." The admission surprised her. "I experienced something similar. Moments when your strategic approach seemed to clarify my options when facing Orion." A smile touched his lips. "The bond strengthens, even when we're apart." Yes, she didn't deny it, couldn't with the evidence so clearly manifested between them. Instead, she redirected to practical matters. "Elder Thorn awaits us. The final council begins soon." Kieran nodded, falling into step beside her as they moved toward the central gathering. They walked in comfortable silence, close but not touching, the invisible thread between them carrying more meaning than physical contact might have expressed. The War Council proceeded with efficient focus. Maps were studied, intelligence shared, assignments confirmed for the coming confrontation. Darius's forces had consolidated around the ritual grounds, the same location where Alara had nearly been sacrificed during the celestial convergence. Intelligence suggested he planned a similar ceremony during the blood moon, though with modifications to account for Kieran's presence. "He believes capturing you both creates opportunity," Elder Thorn explained, indicating the ritual diagrams recovered from Darius's compound. "The blood moon allows bonds to be broken or strengthened. He intends to sever your connection, then use Alara's abilities without the balance the true mate bond provides." "Can he succeed?" Alara asked directly. Thorn's expression grew grave. "Any bond can be broken if both parties aren't fully committed to its maintenance. The blood moon amplifies such vulnerabilities." The implications hung heavily in the air. Their mate bond, while strengthening, remained unconsummated, neither formally acknowledged through traditional rituals nor fully embraced through physical completion. This liminal state created the very vulnerability Darius hoped to exploit, which is why you've suggested the bonding ritual tonight, Kieran stated, his tone carefully neutral. "A precaution only," Thorn clarified, addressing Alara as much as Kieran, "not a requirement. The ritual would reveal the true nature of your connection, allowing you both to see potential futures depending on your choices. Armed with that knowledge, even an incomplete bond might withstand Darius's attempts to sever it." Alara considered the suggestion carefully. Throughout their alliance, choice had remained paramount. Kieran had never pressured her toward commitment beyond what she freely offered. This ritual represented another decision point, another opportunity to either embrace or step back from the connection between them. "I'll consider it," she said finally, "after the council concludes." The discussion continued, tactical details and contingencies reviewed until every fighter understood their role in tomorrow's confrontation. As the gathering broke into smaller groups for final preparations, Alara found herself drawn toward the eastern edge of the neutral ground, where the rising moon cast silver light across a small meadow. She needed space to think, to process everything that had occurred and what tomorrow might bring. The mate bond had proven beneficial in countless ways. Enhanced abilities, tactical insights, emotional support during their most challenging moments. Yet full commitment still gave her pause. After 19 years with no choices, the freedom to decide her own fate remained precious beyond measure. Lost in thought, she didn't immediately notice Kieran's approach until he spoke from several paces away. "I can leave if you prefer solitude," he offered, respectful as always of her boundaries. She turned, studying him in the moonlight. Their separation had changed him subtly. New confidence in his bearing, the haunted look of the tortured prisoner replaced by the calm assurance of a leader who had proven himself to his people. Yet his eyes held the same warmth when they looked at her, the same patient acceptance of wherever she chose to draw the line between them. Stay, she decided, surprised by how much she meant it. "Please." He moved to join her, maintaining comfortable distance while close enough for conversation. Above them, the moon cast silver patterns through the pine branches, its shape swelling toward the blood-red fullness it would achieve tomorrow night. "Elder Thorn's ritual?" she began, approaching the subject that hung between them. "Have you participated in something similar before?" Kieran shook his head. "It's ancient practice, rarely performed even before Darius usurped leadership. But I've studied the texts that describe it. And what do they say?" He considered his words carefully before answering. "That true mates experiencing the ritual together glimpse possible futures, paths their bond might follow depending on choices made, not predestination, but potential. Including the potential of breaking the bond?" she pressed, needing to understand all possibilities. "Yes." His candor remained unwavering. "The ritual reveals all options, including separation. Some historical mate pairs chose that path when their individual purposes required different journeys." The confirmation eased something within her, knowing that even within the ritual, choice remained central. "And you would accept that outcome?" If the vision suggested separation served greater purpose, Kieran turned to face her fully, moonlight illuminating the sincerity in his expression. I told you once that I make no claim on you beyond what you freely offer. That hasn't changed. Whatever path serves your highest good, our highest good, separately or together, that's what I want. The simple truth in his words reached places within her that elaborate declarations could never touch. Throughout their alliance, he had consistently demonstrated this core principle: respect for her autonomy above his own desires. Even now, on the eve of potentially fatal confrontation, he maintained that commitment. I've been afraid, she admitted softly, the confession easier beneath the sheltering darkness. Not of you, but of losing myself again, of exchanging one form of bondage for another. I know. His voice carried no judgment, only understanding. After 19 years without choices, any bond might seem like constraint rather than connection. But it isn't, is it? She took a step closer, the mate bond humming more intensely with proximity. What's between us? It doesn't diminish either of us. I felt that during our separation. The bond didn't control me or direct my decisions, it supported them, enhanced them. Something like cautious hope flickered in Kieran's eyes, though he kept his expression carefully neutral. That's how true mate bonds are meant to function. Enhancement rather than limitation. Strength shared rather than power imposed. Another step closer. The air between them seemed to vibrate with possibility, with potential energy seeking expression. I'll participate in the ritual, she decided, not from fear of what tomorrow brings, but from desire to understand what we might become together. Relief and gratitude washed across his features, genuine and unguarded. Thank you for trusting me that far. I trust you further than that, she replied, surprising herself with the depth of truth in the statement. I just needed time to trust myself, to believe I could maintain my newfound strength within a bond rather than apart from one. The moments stretched between them, pregnant with unspoken feelings. The mate bond pulsed in counterpoint to their heartbeats, urging closer connection while respecting the boundaries they had maintained. Words seemed simultaneously essential and inadequate. Without conscious decision, Alara found herself moving closer still until mere inches separated them. Kieran remained perfectly still, allowing her to dictate the pace and nature of their proximity. Moonlight silvered his features, highlighting the strength and patience that had drawn her despite her initial wariness. Kieran, she whispered, his name carrying questions she couldn't fully articulate. He understood nonetheless. Yes? I'd like to try something before the ritual. Her heartbeat accelerated, nervousness and anticipation tangling in her chest. If that's all right? His nod was almost imperceptible, permission granted without pressure. Gathering her courage, Alara reached up slowly, giving him ample time to withdraw if he wished. Her hand came to rest against his cheek, the simple touch sending waves of warmth cascading through her system. His skin felt exactly as she'd imagined, warm, slightly rough with evening stubble, vibrant with constrained energy. Kieran remained motionless, except for his sharp intake of breath, his eyes never leaving hers as she explored this new territory between them. The mate bond sang with approval, silver energy visibly manifesting along her arm where it connected with his skin. You're glowing, he murmured, wonder evident in his voice. Indeed, the silver fire had emerged without conscious summoning, not as the defensive weapon she'd mastered, but as a gentle illumination that traced her veins where they touched. More surprising, a complementary energy answered from within Kieran, deep indigo blue light rising to meet her silver, intertwining where their skin connected. So are you, she whispered back, fascinated by the visual manifestation of their bond. Heart pounding, Alara made her decision. Rising slightly on her toes, she closed the final distance between them, pressing her lips gently against his. The contact ignited something beyond physical sensation. Silver and indigo energies flared brilliantly around them, creating a luminous cocoon that illuminated the small clearing with otherworldly light. The mate bond expanded exponentially, transforming from steady background presence to all-encompassing awareness of each other. Kieran responded with exquisite restraint, returning the kiss with gentle pressure while allowing her to maintain control of its progression. His hands remained at his sides, though she could sense his desire to hold her through the heightened emotional awareness the bond now provided. The kiss deepened naturally, exploration rather than demand, discovery rather than conquest. Alara found herself drawn closer until her body pressed against his, one hand sliding into his hair while the other rested over his heart. His pulse raced beneath her palm, matching her own accelerated rhythm. When they finally separated, both breathing unevenly, the silver moon aura remained, fainter but persistent, connecting them visibly as well as emotionally. Alara didn't step away, finding unexpected comfort in the continued proximity. "That was," she began, searching for adequate description. "Illuminating," Kieran supplied with a small smile that transformed his normally serious features. The simple joke broke the tension, laughter bubbling up unexpectedly from deep within her. He joined her, the shared moment of lightness amidst their grave circumstances, somehow more intimate than the kiss itself had been. As their laughter faded, Kieran's expression grew more serious, though warmth remained in his eyes. "The ritual can wait, if you prefer. That demonstration suggests our bond has strengthened considerably during our separation." Alara shook her head. "No, I want to proceed. Understanding the potential futures matters, not just for tomorrow's confrontation, but for whatever comes after." She hesitated, then added what she hadn't yet found courage to express directly. "For us." Whatever shape that takes, something fundamental shifted in Kieran's expression. Hope, no longer cautious, but blooming fully. "Then let's find Elderthorn. The ritual requires preparation." He offered his hand, palm up, an invitation rather than a presumption. Alara took it without hesitation, their fingers intertwining naturally as the silver-blue aura brightened briefly before settling into a subtle glow around their joined hands. They had taken only a few steps back toward the main encampment when a distant howl pierced the night. Not the communication call of their allies, but the hunting cry of approaching enemies. Seconds later, alarm signals sounded throughout their perimeter. Kieran tensed, his posture shifting instantly from contemplative to alert. "Darius," he growled, recognition in his voice. "He's found us." Additional howls confirmed his assessment. Many voices joining the first, surrounding their position from multiple directions. Their careful plans for tomorrow's confrontation had just been rendered obsolete. "How?" Alara questioned, her own body shifting to combat readiness, the silver fire gathering beneath her skin in response to the threat. "Betrayal or tracking magic," Kieran replied grimly. "It doesn't matter now. We need to rally our forces." The moment of connection between them transformed seamlessly into tactical partnership. Without discussion, they ran toward the central encampment, already processing adjustments to their battle strategy. Behind them, the indigo-silver aura lingered briefly in the moonlight before dissipating into the night air. A promise, interrupted but not erased by the approaching conflict. The time for ritual understanding and careful exploration had passed. The battle they had prepared for had found them sooner than expected, forcing action before contemplation. Yet as they raced toward their gathered allies, the strengthened mate bond thrummed between them with newfound clarity and purpose. Whatever futures the ritual might have revealed would need to be discovered through action rather than vision. The path forward, together or separate, would be written not in mystical revelation, but in the choices they made in the coming hours. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 7. Moonbound. The first rays of dawn painted the sky in blood-orange hues as Darius' forces crashed through the eastern perimeter. Alara had barely enough time to secure her weapons belt before the neutral territory's central clearing erupted into chaos. Howls split the morning air, battle cries from attackers and defenders alike as wolves shifted and clashed in an explosion of violence. She found herself instinctively seeking higher ground, a small rise that offered momentary strategic advantage. From this vantage point, she assessed the unfolding battle with the calm clarity that had become second nature during her weeks of training. Darius had committed at least 60 wolves to the assault, far more than intelligence had suggested he could muster without leaving his territory vulnerable. "He's gambling everything on this attack," came Kieran's voice as he materialized at her side, his presence registering through the mate bond before her physical senses detected him, leaving nothing in reserve. Either supremely confident or desperately afraid, Alara agreed, the silver fire already gathering beneath her skin in response to the threat. The indigo blue energy that had manifested during their kiss the previous night now shimmered visibly around Kieran's form, responding to her silver glow. Below them, the battle lines formed with practiced precision despite the surprise assault. Elderthorn's neutrals created a defensive perimeter around their most vulnerable members, while the freed Blood Moon loyalists and Silvercrest allies moved to engage the attackers directly. Together? Kieran asked, his hand extending toward hers. Together, she confirmed, their fingers intertwining briefly. The contact sent a surge of combined power cascading through them both, silver and indigo energies merging into the now familiar platinum light that enhanced their natural abilities beyond what either could achieve alone. They had practiced this combat application of their bond extensively, yet the real-world implementation felt vastly more potent than any training session. With a final squeeze of reassurance, they separated, shifting smoothly into the coordinated attack pattern they had developed. Kieran took the forward position, his massive black wolf form materializing in a blur of motion as he charged directly into the thickest concentration of enemy forces. Alara followed 2 beats behind, remaining in human form to maintain control of her silver fire abilities. Their first engagement demonstrated the deadly effectiveness of their synchronized approach. Kieran's physical power created openings that Alara immediately exploited, her silver fire manifesting as controlled energy bursts that incapacitated rather than killed their opponents. The combination proved devastating. Within moments, 8 of Darius's elite guards lay unconscious or disabled. They moved across the battlefield like a single organism, position constantly shifting to maintain optimal coverage of each other's vulnerabilities. The mate bond hummed between them with unprecedented strength, allowing instinctive coordination that required no verbal communication. "Alpha!" The warning cry came from Tomas, engaged with 3 opponents near the western edge of the clearing. "Silvercrest wolves approaching fast!" Alara's heart stuttered momentarily. Her mission at Silvercrest had secured alliance with many pack members, but Orion remained technically Alpha despite being contained. Had he somehow broken free and rallied loyalists to join Darius's attack? The question answered itself moments later as 30 wolves burst from the tree line bearing Silvercrest insignia. At their head ran the twins Celine and Serena, fully shifted into their distinctive pale blonde wolf forms. Behind them came Beta Lydia and council elders who had supported Alara's revelation of Orion's crimes. But they didn't attack the defenders as feared. Instead, they smashed into the flank of Darius's forces with coordinated precision, creating instant chaos in the previously organized assault. "Allies," Kieran confirmed, shifting briefly back to human form beside her. "You're doing?" "Apparently," Alara replied, equally surprised by the twins' leadership of the reinforcements. Their defection to her cause had been unexpected. Their apparent enthusiasm for battle against Darius even more so. The battlefield dynamics shifted dramatically with this new development. What had been a desperate defense transformed into a 3-sided confrontation, with Darius's forces caught between Elderthorn's coalition and the newly arrived Silvercrest wolves. Seizing the moment, Kieran signaled their allies to implement the pincer movement they had planned for the following day's confrontation. The maneuver executed with remarkable precision despite the chaotic conditions, gradually forcing Darius's wolves into an increasingly contained area near the ritual grounds. As Alara fought her way toward the eastern sector, she spotted a Silvercrest wolf in trouble, one of the twins, separated from her sister and surrounded by 3 of Darius's largest enforcers. Even at a distance, Alara recognized Celine by the distinctive white patch on her left flank. Without hesitation, she changed direction, silver fire erupting from her hands in a focused beam that cleared a path through the melee. By the time she reached the embattled twin, Selene had taken down one opponent, but sustained a deep gash along her side that hampered her movements. Alara positioned herself back-to-back with her former tormentor, creating a defensive perimeter with silver fire that kept the remaining attackers at bay. "Can you shift back?" she asked over her shoulder. "I can heal that wound." A shimmer of transformation indicated Celine's compliance. Moments later, the young woman stood in human form, clutching her bleeding side. "Why help me?" she gasped, pain evident in her voice. "After everything I did to you?" "The past remains the past," Alara replied simply, maintaining the protective barrier while extending her free hand towards Celine's injury. Silver fire flowed in gentle waves across the wound, purifying and knitting flesh with remarkable efficiency. "But we choose what futures we create." Wonder crossed Celine's features as the pain visibly receded. "I never understood what Father feared so much," she murmured, watching the silver energy heal her wound. "This isn't something to destroy. It's beautiful." "Power often is," Alara agreed, completing the healing before turning her attention back to the battle. "It's the intent behind it that determines its nature." The momentary connection was interrupted as a familiar howl cut through the cacophony of battle. Kieran's voice recognizable to her on bone-deep level through their bond. She turned instinctively toward the sound, immediately locating him near the center of the clearing. There, in a space that had opened naturally around them, as other combatants instinctively withdrew, Kieran faced his half-brother for the first time since his torture. Darius stood in human form, arrogance evident in every line of his posture despite being significantly outnumbered. His elite personal guard formed a protective circle around him, preventing direct approach from other quarters. "Sister, go," Alara urged Celine, who had shifted back to wolf form as her wound closed. "Rally your forces near the eastern perimeter. This confrontation belongs to them alone." With a quick nod of acknowledgement, Selene bounded away, already signaling to her twin across the battlefield. Alara moved purposefully toward Kieran, using controlled bursts of silver fire to clear a path while maintaining enough energy reserve for the confrontation ahead. By the time she reached the cleared area, Kieran had shifted back to human form, facing his brother with controlled fury evident in his rigid posture. The gathered wolves had formed an impromptu arena around them, combat temporarily suspended as all recognized the significance of this confrontation. "The usurper returns to face justice," Darius sneered, his voice carrying across the suddenly quieter space, "and brings his unnatural mate to hide behind." "I stand with him, not before or behind," Alara corrected, taking position at Kieran's side. The mate bond pulsed visibly between them, silver and indigo energies intertwining in the space where their shoulders nearly touched. Kieran's eyes never left his brother's face. "You violated every pack law, betrayed our father's trust, and tortured those who remained loyal to the rightful Alpha. Surrender now and you'll receive the mercy you never showed others." Laughter erupted from Darius, cold, calculating, and utterly devoid of humor. Mercy? From the weak pup who couldn't even protect his own birthright? His gaze shifted to Alara, undisguised greed in his expression. "The silver blood belongs to whoever proves strong enough to claim it, as does the pack." "The silver blood belongs to no one but itself," Alara replied evenly. "And the pack is not a possession to be stolen or claimed. It's a responsibility to be honored." Something flickered across Darius's features. Recognition, perhaps, that the situation had evolved beyond his ability to control through intimidation alone. His forces were gradually being contained by the combined might of Silvercrest and neutral territory defenders. His backup plan, whatever it might have been, clearly hadn't materialized. Then, with the unpredictability that had made him such a dangerous opponent, Darius smiled. Not his usual sneer or mocking grin, but a genuine expression of satisfaction that sent cold ripples down Alara's spine. "Well said, child," he replied, his tone shifting to almost paternal approval. "The silver blood indeed belongs to itself, and to the Moon Queen's greater purpose." Before either Alara or Kieran could respond to this unexpected shift, the ground beneath them trembled. Ancient symbols, previously invisible, flared to life across the clearing's floor, ritual markings far older and more complex than those used during the Celestial Convergence ceremony. "What have you done?" Kieran demanded, instantly alert to the new threat. "Nothing compared to what has been planned for generations," Darius replied cryptically, stepping backward into his protective circle of guards. "Ask your mate about the Moon Queen's true servants." The ground shuddered again, more violently this time, Cracks appeared in the earth, spreading outward from the central ritual area in a pattern that matched the glowing symbols. From these fissures rose silvery mist that carried the unmistakable tang of moon magic. Ancient, powerful, and completely outside Alara's experience, despite her weeks of training with her abilities. Instinctively, she reached for Kieran, their hands clasping, as the mate bond flared in response to this new danger. The platinum light of their combined power created a protective bubble around them as chaos erupted once more across the battlefield. Not from combat this time, but from the mysterious force emerging from beneath the very ground they fought upon. Through the confusion, a familiar figure approached. Ophelia, the mystic who had marked Alara's skin before the original ceremony. She moved with unhurried confidence through the turmoil, wolves of all packs scrambling to avoid the spreading fissures and silver mist. "The convergence prepared the vessel," the ancient wolf called out, her voice carrying unnatural power. "The blood moon completes the transformation," understanding dawned in Kieran's eyes an instant before Alara's. "It's a trap," he growled. "The entire battle. It's drawn us exactly where they wanted us." "But Darius," Alara began, confusion evident in her voice. "Is as much a pawn as the rest," Kieran finished grimly. "Look." Indeed, Darius's smug expression had transformed to one of dawning horror as the silver mist began to encircle his position as well. His guards shifted nervously, several breaking formation to retreat from the advancing phenomenon. "Ophelia!" Darius shouted, genuine fear replacing his earlier confidence. "This wasn't our arrangement." The mystic's laughter echoed unnaturally across the clearing. "Poor Alpha! Did you truly believe the Moon Queen's power would be transferred to one so unworthy? You were merely the instrument of her gathering." She gestured expansively to the battle around them. "All of you are drawing every significant wolf of power to this place at this moment, when the blood moon approaches its zenith." The revelation struck Alara with physical force. Ophelia hadn't been serving Darius or Orion. She had manipulated them all, orchestrating events to create precisely this convergence of forces at the ritual grounds during the blood moon. "We need to retreat," she urged Kieran, suddenly certain they had misunderstood the true nature of the threat all along. "Rally everyone away from the ritual grounds before—" Her warning came too late. The silver mist surged upward in a coordinated wave, forming a dome that encompassed the entire clearing. Wolves who attempted to flee found themselves repelled by an invisible barrier that now enclosed the battlefield completely. "The gathering is complete," Ophelia announced with satisfaction. "Now the separation begins." With a gesture that crackled with ancient power, she thrust her hands toward Alara and Kieran. The invisible force that exploded between them struck with such violence that their clasped hands were ripped apart, despite desperate attempts to maintain contact. Alara found herself flung backward, skidding across the ground until she collided with the trunk of a massive pine at the clearing's edge. Dazed from the impact, she struggled to regain her orientation. Across the clearing, she glimpsed Kieran, similarly sprawled, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead as he fought to rise. Between them, the battlefield had transformed into utter chaos. Wolves from all factions scattered in confusion as the silver mist continued to rise from the fissured ground. Alara reached instinctively along the mate bond, seeking the reassurance of Kieran's presence in her awareness. The connection remained, but felt strangely attenuated, as if seen through clouded glass rather than experienced directly. "The true separation has begun," came Ophelia's voice directly behind her. Before Alara could react, invisible restraints seized her limbs, immobilizing her against the tree trunk. The ancient mystic approached with unhurried confidence, her eyes no longer the clouded white of age, but gleaming with unnatural silver light. "What are you doing?" Alara demanded, struggling against the magical bonds. "Completing what was set in motion generations ago," Ophelia replied calmly. "The silver blood must be purified and returned to its source. The mate bond, while useful in developing your abilities, has served its purpose and now becomes an obstacle to the final transformation." "You orchestrated everything," Alara realized, pieces falling into horrifying alignment. "The prophecy, the conflict between Orion and Darius, even my escape." "Not everything," the mystic corrected with something approaching respect. Your strength and Kieran's loyalty were your own achievements. But yes, the broader pattern was guided. The Moon Queen requires her vessel to be tested before ascension. Vessel? The familiar term triggered alarm bells in Alara's mind. You're no different than Darius or Orion, just another power-hungry wolf seeking to drain my abilities for your own use. Ophelia's laughter held genuine amusement. Oh, child, I don't seek to take your power. I seek to complete it. The silver blood has never belonged to the wolves who carried it. It belongs to the Moon Queen herself, a fragment of her divine essence placed in mortal form to execute her will in the physical realm. The mystic leaned closer, her ancient features softening with what appeared to be genuine compassion. You were never meant to remain bound to a mortal mate, Alara Silverblood. Your destiny lies beyond pack politics and mortal attachments. The ritual will sever what binds you to this realm, allowing your true ascension to begin. Horror replaced confusion as Alara grasped the full implications. You want to kill me. Transform you, Ophelia corrected gently. The physical form is merely a vessel. The silver blood, your true essence, will transcend mortal limitations to rejoin its source. Across the clearing, Alara saw Kieran fighting desperately to reach her, cutting through opponents with single-minded determination, despite the blood streaming down his face. Even at this distance, the mate bond carried his frantic concern, his absolute refusal to abandon her despite the growing separation between them. I don't want transcendence, Alara stated firmly, certainty crystallizing within her. I choose this life, this form, this connection. The choice is not yours to make, Ophelia replied, genuine regret coloring her tone. With a gesture, she lifted Alara from the ground, the invisible restraints maintaining their hold as she began moving them both toward the central ritual area. The Moon Queen's will supersedes mortal desire. Kieran's howl of rage echoed across the clearing as he witnessed Alara's captivity. He redoubled his efforts to reach her, his massive black wolf form cutting through opponents with frightening efficiency. But for each enemy he dispatched, more moved to intercept him. Not just Darius's forces now, but wolves who moved with the same silver glow in their eyes that illuminated Ophelia's. More of the Moon Queen's servants, the mystic explained, noting Alara's recognition, placed in every pack, every territory, awaiting this moment for generations. With growing despair, Alara watched Kieran's progress slow as he confronted this unexpected opposition. A coordinated attack by 3 of these glowing-eyed wolves finally brought him down, their combined weight pinning his massive form despite his desperate struggles. Through the mate bond, she felt his pain and fury, his absolute refusal to surrender despite the impossible odds. He fights well, Ophelia observed dispassionately. A worthy mate in another lifetime, perhaps. But the Moon Queen's chosen cannot be bound to mortal flesh when the ascension begins. They reached the central ritual area, the same ancient stone platform where Alara had nearly been sacrificed during the celestial convergence. This time, however, the stone gleamed with internal light, the silver veins running through the granite pulsing in rhythm with the approaching blood moon that had begun to rise despite the early hour. With another gesture, Ophelia positioned Alara atop the platform, the invisible restraints pressing her against the cold stone surface. Familiar binding symbols carved into the rock began to glow with the same silver light that emanated from the mystic's eyes. The convergence prepared you, Ophelia explained, as she began arranging ritual components around the platform. Awaken the dormant silver blood and loosen its connection to your mortal form. The blood moon completes the separation, allowing your essence to return to the Moon Queen while your physical form transitions to pure vessel status. And what happens to me, my consciousness, myself, in this transition? Alara demanded, still struggling against the restraints despite their unyielding grip. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Ophelia's features. The texts are unclear on the specifics. Some vessels retained aspects of their mortal consciousness. Others, she hesitated, Others became perfect conduits for the Moon Queen's will, uncomplicated by individual identity. You mean they ceased to exist as themselves, Alara translated grimly, their bodies continuing as empty shells controlled by your queen. A necessary evolution, Ophelia insisted, though her brief hesitation suggested this aspect troubled even her devoted mind. The silver blood must return to its source to restore cosmic balance. As the mystic continued preparing the ritual components, Alara reached desperately along the mate bond, seeking the reassurance of Kieran's presence. The connection remained intact but continued to weaken. Whether from physical distance or Ophelia's magic, she couldn't determine. Through their tenuous link, she sensed Kieran had regained his feet, still fighting to reach her despite accumulating injuries. His determination burned like a beacon through their connection, unwavering despite the increasingly hopeless odds. "Kieran," she called silently along the bond, unsure if her thoughts could reach him across their growing separation. "I'm at the ritual platform. Ophelia plans to sever our bond completely when the blood moon reaches zenith." No direct response came, but she felt a pulse of acknowledgement. He had received at least the general impression of her warning. His determination intensified, his efforts to reach her redoubling despite his wounds. The air temperature around the platform dropped suddenly as the blood moon continued its unnatural ascent, now a quarter of the way above the horizon. Its color deepened from orange to crimson, bathing the ritual grounds in ominous red light that contrasted sharply with the silver glow emanating from the stone beneath Alara. "The alignment begins," Ophelia announced, satisfaction evident in her voice. "The tether weakens as cosmic forces align." Indeed, Alara felt the mate bond stretching painfully, like an elastic band pulled beyond its natural capacity. The sensation wasn't physical, but nonetheless created genuine distress, as the connection that had become fundamental to her sense of self began to attenuate. "Don't fight it," the mystic advised, misinterpreting Alara's expression of pain. "Resistance only prolongs the separation. Accept the dissolution, and the transition becomes easier." But Alara had no intention of accepting anything about this forced transformation. Throughout her life, from orphaned child to pack servant to fugitive, choice had been systematically denied her. Only in recent weeks had she begun to experience true agency, the freedom to determine her own path rather than follow others' designs. The mate bond with Kieran represented the epitome of that newfound choice, a connection freely acknowledged rather than imposed, strength shared rather than power taken. She would not surrender it without fighting to her last breath. As Ophelia began chanting in an ancient language that seemed to resonate with the silver light pulsing through the stone, Alara closed her eyes, focusing her complete attention inward. The silver fire within her, the ability she had cultivated and mastered during her weeks of training, responded instantly to her mental call. But instead of directing it outward as a weapon or shield, she channeled it directly into the mate bond itself. The connection had weakened but remained intact, a thread of platinum light in her mind's eye that stretched across the clearing to where Kieran continued his desperate advance toward the ritual platform. "The bond is ours," she projected along that tenuous connection. "Not hers to sever, not anyone's to control but our own." For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then, like distant thunder felt rather than heard, she received Kieran's response. Not words, but pure emotional force, determination, agreement. And, underlying it all, something deeper and more fundamental that neither had fully acknowledged in words: love, unconditional and absolute. The platinum thread between them pulsed once, then stabilized despite Ophelia's ongoing ritual. The mystic's chanting faltered momentarily as she sensed the unexpected resistance. "Impossible," she murmured, genuine surprise coloring her voice. The separation should be progressing with the blood moon's ascent. She intensified her efforts, the chanting becoming more forceful as she drew sigils in the air with silver glowing fingertips. The pressure on the mate bond increased proportionally, the pain of its stretching becoming nearly unbearable. Alara gritted her teeth against the agony, maintaining her focus on the connection with single-minded determination. Through their strained bond, she felt Kieran doing the same, fighting both physical opponents and the mystic's magic with everything he possessed. The blood moon continued its relentless climb, now half govel above the horizon. Its bloody light intensified the ritual's power, the carved symbols in the stone platform now burning with almost unbearable brightness. Alara felt something fundamental beginning to shift within her. The silver blood itself responding to the celestial pull, seeking to separate from her physical form as Ophelia had predicted. In this moment of extremity, suspended between mortal existence and whatever transcendence the mystic promised, Alara faced the choice that had always waited at her journey's end: sever the bond to preserve her individual identity and power, or embrace it fully despite the unknown such commitment entailed. The silver blood pulled toward ascension, toward union with its cosmic source. The mate bond pulled toward Kieran, toward a shared future of balanced partnership and mortal connection. She could not maintain both indefinitely. The time for ambivalence had passed. Choose, the universe seemed to whisper as the blood moon's light bathed her in crimson radiance. Choose and accept the consequences of your choice. As the blood moon climbed higher, bathing the ritual grounds in crimson light, Alara's consciousness seemed to splinter. Part of her remained bound to the stone altar, struggling against Ophelia's powerful ritual. Another part floated outside herself, suspended in a place between realities where memories and possibilities intersected. In this liminal space, images from her recovered past flashed before her with crystalline clarity. Her mother, Luna Aria, silver hair gleaming in moonlight as she faced the assembled Silverblood Council. Her voice rang clear and unwavering as she declared her intention to break her arranged betrothal to Alpha Farron. "I choose Talon Silverblood as my mate," Aria's voice echoed across time. "Not from obligation, but from recognition of what we are to each other." An elder raised his voice in objection. "The alliance has been arranged, the contract signed. You risk war for the whims of your heart." Aria's response came without hesitation. "I risk far more by denying the bond the Moon Queen herself has blessed. This pack has always believed that true power flows from choice rather than coercion. I make my choice, freely and completely, and will accept whatever consequences follow." The memory shifted to her father, Alpha Talon, standing protectively beside her mother as hostile wolves from Farron's pack surrounded them. His voice carried the same certainty that had marked her mother's declaration. "I choose her as she chooses me. In this choice lies our strength, not the political alliances that would bind us to paths contrary to our true nature." In that moment of clarity, suspended between past and present, Alara understood what her parents had always known. True power came not from control or domination, but from the courage to choose one's own fate despite the consequences. Her mother and father had chosen their mate bond over political expediency, had chosen love over tradition, and while that choice had ultimately led to tragedy, it had also created something beautiful. Her. The continuation of the silver blood, the possibility of balance restored, the revelation struck with physical force. Throughout her life, choice had been systematically denied her, orphaned, enslaved, manipulated by forces seeking to use her abilities for their own purposes. Even Ophelia's supposedly divine purpose represented just another form of control, another attempt to strip away her agency in service to external will. The blood moon now hung halfway above the horizon, its unnatural crimson glow intensifying as it continued its ascent. Ophelia's chanting reached a crescendo, the pressure on the mate bond becoming almost unbearable as the mystic sought to sever Alara's connection to Kieran and the mortal realm. Choice, Alara realized with sudden clarity. This moment, like every moment, offered a choice, if she had the courage to claim it. No longer fighting against the ritual's constraints, she turned her focus inward, toward the attenuated thread of platinum light that represented her bond with Kieran. Rather than resisting the pain of its stretching, she embraced it completely, pouring her consciousness directly into the connection. "Kieran," she called, no longer uncertain whether he could hear her across their separation. "I choose you, I choose us, not from desperation or necessity, but from recognition of what we are to each other." For one heart-stopping moment, nothing answered. Then, like distant thunder growing steadily closer, she felt his response, Not words, but pure unfiltered emotion surging along their connection. Determination, relief, joy, love. Together, his presence seemed to say without words, always. Instead of passively maintaining their link, Alara made a decision that contradicted everything she'd been taught about self-preservation. She gathered her silver fire, not holding it in reserve to protect herself, but channeling it directly through the mate bond to Kieran. The energy flowed from her in a torrent of silver light, traversing the physical distance between them through the metaphysical connection that transcended space. Ophelia faltered mid-incantation, sensing the unexpected shift in energies. "What are you doing?" she demanded, genuine alarm replacing her previous confidence. "The separation ritual cannot be reversed once begun." "I'm not reversing it," Alara replied, her voice steady despite the strain of maintaining the power transfer. "I'm transforming it, redirecting it toward its true purpose. Balance, not dominance. Connection, not isolation." Through their strengthened bond, she felt the immediate effect of her choice. Kieran's presence blazed like a supernova in her awareness, his injuries healing, his strength multiplying as her silver fire merged with his natural alpha power. The deep indigo of his energy signature flowed back along the same connection, creating a continuous circuit of power between them that grew stronger with each passing second. Ophelia's expression shifted from alarm to outrage. "Foolish child. The silver blood belongs to the Moon Queen, not to mortal attachment. The silver blood belongs to itself," Alara countered, certainty filling her voice. "And I choose to share it rather than surrender it, with my mate, with my pack, with the land itself, as my mother did before me, as all silverbloods were meant to do before your cult twisted the Queen's purpose toward isolation and control." The mystic's face contorted with fury. She redoubled her efforts, the silver light around her hands intensifying as she poured more power into the separation ritual. The symbols carved into the stone altar flared painfully bright, the restraints binding Alara tightening until they cut into her skin. But the mate bond no longer attenuated under this assault. Instead, it continued to strengthen, the platinum connection between Alara and Kieran growing more substantial with each passing moment. Through their shared awareness, she sensed him fighting with renewed vigor, cutting through the remaining opponents separating him from the ritual grounds. Coming, his presence promised along their bond. Hold on. Kieran had never experienced anything like the power now surging through his system. One moment he had been fighting desperately against overwhelming odds, his body accumulating injuries that would have felled a lesser wolf. The next, silver fire had erupted along his veins, healing wounds instantly while multiplying his strength beyond anything he had known before, through the mate bond. Now a blazing conduit of shared energy rather than the tenuous connection Ophelia's ritual had reduced it to. He felt Alara's presence with complete clarity. Her choice resounded through every fiber of his being, her deliberate sharing of power the most profound declaration of trust and partnership possible between true mates. Wolves with silver-gleaming eyes still blocked his path to the ritual platform, but they might as well have been attempting to hold back an avalanche. Kieran moved through their formation with unstoppable momentum, each opponent dispatched with efficient precision rather than killing force. These weren't enemies, but puppets, manipulated by whatever force controlled Ophelia. Across the clearing, Darius watched his approach with a mixture of fury and fear, his previous confidence shattered by the unexpected turn of events. As Kieran dispatched the last of the guardians blocking his path, his half-brother made a decision, not to flee, but to challenge directly. "This ends between us," Darius snarled, shifting instantly into his wolf form, smaller than Kieran's massive black wolf, but quicker, with the vicious cunning that had kept him in power for 3 years despite his illegitimate claim. Kieran welcomed the challenge, completing his own shift with fluid grace. Through the mate bond, he felt Alara's continued support, her power flowing freely into him even as she maintained her own struggle against Ophelia's ritual. The brothers circled each other, ancient instincts guiding movements honed through years of pack combat training. Darius struck first, launching himself in a blur of motion aimed at Kieran's throat, the killing move he had successfully employed against countless challengers. But Kieran was no ordinary opponent. Enhanced by Alara's silver fire and driven by righteous purpose, he countered with precision born of superior training and natural talent. Their confrontation escalated with brutal intensity, claws slashing, jaws snapping, bodies slamming together with force that would have shattered ordinary wolves. Blood matted their fur as wounds opened and closed in the supercharged healing environment created by the ritual's ambient energy. Throughout the battle, Kieran maintained absolute focus. Unlike Darius, whose attacks grew increasingly desperate and uncontrolled, he fought with strategic precision. Each movement calculated, each response measured. The discipline that had defined his leadership before Darius's betrayal now served him in the most important confrontation of his life. The blood moon continued its ascent, now 2/3 visible above the horizon, its crimson light bathing the combatants in bloody illumination. Around them, the larger battle had largely subsided, wolves from all factions gathering to witness the Alpha challenge that would determine leadership of the Blood Moon Pack. Darius, sensing his advantage slipping away, resorted to the dirty tactics that had characterized his rule. Feinting retreat before attempting to slash at Kieran's underbelly, targeting already wounded areas, using terrain advantages to compensate for his lesser strength. But each deception found Kieran prepared, the mate bond providing split-second awareness that bordered on precognition. Finally, sensing inevitable defeat, Darius attempted his most desperate gambit, breaking away from direct confrontation to charge toward the ritual platform where Alara remained bound. If he couldn't defeat Kieran directly, perhaps he could still disrupt whatever power transfer had given his brother this unexpected advantage. It was exactly the opening Kieran had been waiting for. As Darius committed to his charge, Kieran intercepted with devastating precision, his massive form slamming into his brother's exposed flank. The impact sent Darius tumbling across the ground, disoriented and vulnerable. Before the usurper could recover, Kieran was upon him, powerful jaws closing around his throat in the traditional position of dominance. The pressure was precisely controlled, enough to immobilize but not kill, to establish victory without requiring death. For a tense moment, Darius continued to struggle, pride overriding survival instinct. But as Kieran's grip tightened fractionally, the message became unmistakable. Submit or die. Finally, with a whimper that carried across the now silent clearing, Darius went limp beneath his brother's superior strength. The gesture of surrender was unmistakable to every wolf present. The Alpha challenge had been decided. Kieran maintained his hold for several seconds longer, ensuring the submission was genuine before releasing his half-brother. Then, with deliberate intent, he shifted back to human form, standing over the defeated wolf with undeniable authority. "I claim my birthright," he announced, his voice carrying to every corner of the gathering. "By blood, by right, and by challenge fairly won, I am Alpha of Blood Moon Pack." No voice rose in objection. Even Darius's most loyal supporters recognized the legitimacy of the challenge's outcome. The satisfaction of reclaiming his rightful position lasted only a moment, however, as Kieran's focus immediately returned to the ritual platform, where Alara continued her struggle against Ophelia's magic. Despite Darius's defeat, the mystic showed no sign of abandoning her purpose. If anything, her efforts intensified, the silver light surrounding the platform growing blindingly bright as the blood moon neared its zenith. "You're too late, Alpha!" she called, triumph evident in her voice despite the unexpected complications. The ritual reaches completion. The silver blood returns to its source, regardless of your interference. Kieran didn't waste breath arguing. Instead, he channeled his newly confirmed Alpha authority directly into the mate bond, adding the pack magic that now flowed through him to the circuit of energy connecting him with Alara. Their shared powers surged in response, the platinum light of their bond becoming visible to every wolf present as it arced between them. Through their connection, he heard Alara's wordless cry of triumph as the combined force of their bond finally overcame the restraints binding her to the altar. The invisible bonds shattered with an audible crack, releasing her from Ophelia's control. The mystic staggered backward, genuine shock replacing her previous certainty. "Impossible," she gasped. "No mortal bond can override the Moon Queen's will." "Perhaps you misunderstood her will," Alara replied, rising from the altar with silver fire flowing like liquid mercury across her skin. Perhaps the Moon Queen never intended isolation but connection, not dominance but balance. Kieran reached the platform just as Alara regained her feet. Their hands clasped instinctively, the physical contact sending visible waves of combined power rippling outward from their joined bodies. Silver and indigo energies spiraled around them, merging into the distinctive platinum light that characterized their unique bond. Ophelia wasn't finished. With a cry of desperation, she attempted to redirect the ritual's power, channeling the accumulated energy from the blood moon into a direct assault against their combined defenses. The attack struck with physical force, driving both Alara and Kieran to their knees despite their shared strength. The ritual must be completed, the mystic insisted, ancient power crackling around her contorted form. The convergence of energies must find resolution. Through the pain of Ophelia's assault, Alara's eyes met Kieran's. Understanding passed between them without words. The mystic was right about one thing. The massive energies gathered by the ritual couldn't simply be dispersed without consequence. They needed direction, purpose, resolution. Together, Alara whispered, the word carrying layers of meaning beyond its simple syllables. Kieran nodded, complete trust evident in his expression. Always. Their free hands extended simultaneously toward the center of the ritual platform. Instead of fighting against the gathered energies or attempting to contain them, they opened themselves fully to the power flowing through the ancient stone, redirecting rather than resisting. If the silver blood truly serves the Moon Queen's purpose, Alara declared, her voice carrying the authority of her heritage, then let it heal what corruption has damaged. Let it restore balance where greed created discord. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The silver fire flowing through Alara's veins merged with the ritual energies, transforming their purpose from separation to restoration. The combined power surged outward from the platform in concentric rings, washing across the gathered wolves and beyond into the territories that had suffered under corrupt leadership. Wherever this wave of energy touched, healing followed. Wounds from the battle closed instantly. The land itself seemed to respond, withered vegetation greening, polluted streams clearing, the very soil vibrating with renewed vitality after years of neglect and exploitation. Ophelia fell to her knees as the purifying energy washed over her, the silver glow fading from her eyes to reveal their natural color beneath. Her expression transformed from rage to wonder as the corrupted connection that had driven her actions for decades dissolved under the cleansing power. "I see now," she whispered, tears streaming down her ancient face. The bond was never meant to be severed, but completed. The silver blood never meant to return to the queen, but to spread her blessing throughout the mortal realm. The blood moon reached its zenith directly overhead, its crimson light softening to a warm, pulsing glow that seemed to resonate with the platinum energy still flowing from Alara and Kieran's joined hands. For one breathtaking moment, time itself seemed suspended, the cosmic and mortal realms aligning in perfect harmony. Then, gradually, the extraordinary energies began to subside. The silver fire retracted into Alara's system. The ritual symbols faded from the stone altar, and the blood moon resumed its natural appearance, though it remained full and bright overhead. Kieran rose first, helping Alara to her feet with gentle strength. They stood together atop the platform that had nearly become her place of sacrifice, now transformed into the site of their ultimate victory. Around them, wolves from all packs watched in silent awe, witnessing the birth of something entirely new in the Northern Territories. "It's over," Alara said softly, exhaustion and triumph mingling in her voice. Kieran's arms encircled her, supporting her weight as reaction set in. "No," he whispered against her hair. "It's just beginning." The blood moon still hung full and bright in the night sky as the packs gathered for the reckoning that would reshape the Northern Territories. 3 days had passed since the battle and ritual. Days of recovery, reorganization, and preparation for the formal establishment of the new order. In the central clearing of the neutral territory, now permanently designated as shared ground between all packs, representatives assembled according to their allegiances. Blood Moon Wolves stood to the east, their ranks swelled by those who had been imprisoned under Darius's rule. Silvercrest occupied the western section, led by the twins, whose support had proven crucial during the final confrontation. Between them stood the neutral wolves and the small but significant contingent of surviving Silverbloods. At the clearing's center, a simple raised platform had been constructed, not for ritual purposes, but for the formal proceedings about to take place. Alara and Kieran stood together upon it, their appearances transformed by both circumstance and choice. Kieran wore the traditional alpha leathers of the Blood Moon pack, modified to incorporate silver accents that symbolized the new alliance between their bloodlines. The jagged scar along his jawline remained, a reminder of the trials he had overcome to reclaim his birthright. But otherwise, he radiated the confident strength of an alpha in his prime. Beside him, Alara had chosen attire that honored both her Silverblood heritage and her new role in the territories. Silver-white leathers similar to those her mother had worn in recovered memories, accented with the deep indigo that represented her mate's energy signature. The pendant from the Moon Queen hung visibly at her throat, no longer a mysterious artifact, but a recognized symbol of her connection to the ancient power that flowed through her veins. Elderthorn approached the platform first, his weathered features solemn as he prepared to oversee. Behind him came 4 wolves bearing burdens, Darius and Ophelia, both bound with specially crafted restraints that limited their abilities without causing undue suffering. "We gather under the blood moon to witness justice and establishment," Elderthorn announced, his resonant voice carrying to every corner of the assembly. "Let those who have transgressed against pack and wolfkind face judgment before the territories united." Darius was brought forward first, his previously commanding presence diminished by defeat and the knowledge of his crimes. Still, he maintained the proud bearing that had characterized his time as false alpha, refusing to bow even in the face of inevitable punishment. "Darius Bloodmoon," Kieran addressed his half-brother formally, "you stand accused of usurpation of alpha status through patricide, torture of pack members, illegal imprisonment of loyalists, attempted sacrifice of a Silverblood, and violation of sacred pack laws regarding ceremonial use of moon magic. How do you answer these charges?" Defiance flashed in Darius's eyes. "I did what was necessary to strengthen the pack," he retorted, "something a weak alpha like you could never understand." Murmurs of disapproval rippled through the gathering at his unrepentant response. Kieran's expression remained impassive, though Alara felt his disappointment through their bond. Despite everything, he had hoped for some acknowledgement of wrongdoing from his brother. "The evidence speaks for itself," Kieran declared after a moment. "By pack law, these crimes deserve death. However," he continued, raising his hand to silence the rumbles of agreement from the assembled wolves, "I will not begin my legitimate leadership with bloodshed that could create future division." He turned to address the entire gathering rather than just his half-brother. "The Northern Territories have seen enough death, enough vengeance cycles that solve nothing while creating new grievances for future generations. Instead, I pronounce exile complete and permanent. Darius Bloodmoon will be escorted beyond our farthest borders, stripped of pack connection, forbidden to return on pain of immediate execution." The pronouncement created a stir among the more traditional wolves, who expected, perhaps even desired, the blood justice typical of pack succession disputes. But Kieran's steady gaze swept the assembly, his newly confirmed alpha authority evident in his unwavering stance. "We build something new today," he continued, "based on justice, tempered with wisdom, strength balanced with compassion. The cycle of retribution ends now with us." Gradually, the murmurs subsided, replaced by nods of acknowledgement, first from the younger wolves, then spreading to the elders and traditionalists. Through their bond, Alara felt Kieran's relief at this acceptance, though he maintained his composed exterior. Ophelia's judgment followed, though her case proved more complex. The ritual's purifying energy had broken whatever corrupted connection had driven her actions, leaving her ancient and disoriented, but no longer actively dangerous. The mystic acted under influence we cannot fully comprehend, Alara stated, taking the lead in this judgment as the representative of the Silverblood lineage most affected by Ophelia's manipulations. Her knowledge remains valuable, though her methods were misguided. After careful consideration and consultation with Elder Thorn, they pronounced a modified sentence: confinement within the neutral territory under the Elder's supervision, where her knowledge could be preserved while preventing further harm. The ancient wolf accepted this judgment with humble gratitude, her previously fanatical certainty replaced by genuine remorse. With the judgments complete, the proceedings moved to formal recognition of the new leadership structure. Elder Thorn called forth representatives from each pack, including the Silvercrest Council. Alpha Orion has formally relinquished leadership, announced Beta Lydia, now acting as Silvercrest's interim alpha. He acknowledges his crimes in the Silverblood massacre and his subsequent deception of the pack. The council has accepted his abdication and seeks a new path forward. To everyone's surprise, the twins stepped forward together. "We propose an interim leadership council," Celine stated, her voice steady despite her youth. "Until traditional succession can be properly established through challenge or bloodline, the Silvercrest pack acknowledges its debt to Alara Silverblood," Serena added, "and seeks formal alliance with both Blood Moon and the re-established Silverblood pack." Murmurs of approval greeted this proposal, evidence of how dramatically circumstances had changed since Alara's confrontation with Oregon days earlier. The twins who had tormented her throughout her childhood now publicly acknowledged her rightful status and sought alliance rather than dominance. Nara approached next, representing the surviving Silverblood wolves. "We are few," she acknowledged, "but our lineage endures through our Alpha's daughter." She turned to face Alara directly. "We pledge ourselves to Alara Silverblood, rightful heir to Alpha Talon and Luna Aria, and recognize her authority as our Alpha." One by one, representatives from each faction stepped forward to formally acknowledge the new leadership structure. Kieran as legitimate Alpha of Blood Moon, Alara as Alpha of the reconstituted Silverblood pack, and the interim council leading Silvercrest. Treaties and alliances were proposed, resource-sharing agreements tentatively outlined, and boundaries redrawn to reflect the new balance of power. Throughout these proceedings, Aletta remained acutely aware of Kieran at her side, their mate bond humming with shared purpose and mutual support. They had discussed their unique situation extensively during the days following the battle. How to balance their respective leadership roles with their personal connection, how to honor both pack traditions and their own innovative vision. As the formal business concluded, Elder Thorn raised his hands for attention once more. "The Blood Moon reaches its zenith," he announced, gesturing toward the crimson orb overhead. "No matter remains, if the Alphas consent." His knowing smile made his meaning clear. Though Alara and Kieran's mate bond had proven its strength during the battle and ritual, it remained unconsummated in the formal, ceremonial sense recognized by pack tradition. Kieran turned to Alara, his question carried through their bond rather than spoken aloud. "Your choice. Always your choice." She smiled, the last of her hesitation dissolved by the events they had weathered together. "Yes, we consent," they answered simultaneously, their voices blending in perfect harmony. A ripple of approval moved through the assembled wolves as Elder Thorn directed the gathering to form the traditional circle around the central platform. Members from all packs joined together, erasing territorial divisions in recognition of the significance of this mating, not just the union of two wolves, but the symbolic joining of bloodlines that would reshape pack politics throughout the Northern Territories. The ceremony itself was both ancient and elegantly simple, no elaborate rituals or lengthy recitations, just the essential elements that had bound wolf pairs since the earliest days of their kind. Elder Thorn produced a ceremonial cord woven from silver and indigo threads, symbolic of the energies that characterized each mate. Under the blood moon, before the gathered packs, and with the blessing of the Moon Queen herself, he intoned, "These mates come together by choice rather than obligation, by recognition rather than arrangement." He wrapped the cord loosely around their joined hands, the simple action carrying profound symbolism. Unlike the restraints that had bound Alara to the ritual altar, this binding represented freedom through connection rather than control through force. Kieran Blood Moon, rightful Alpha, do you acknowledge this wolf as your true mate, chosen freely and completely? I acknowledge and claim her, Kieran responded, his voice carrying the depth of emotion usually hidden beneath his controlled exterior, not from obligation or prophecy, but from recognition of what we are to each other. Alara Silverblood, rightful Alpha, do you acknowledge this wolf as your true mate, chosen freely and completely? Alara met Kieran's gaze directly, all her previous doubts dissolved by the certainty of what they had built together. I acknowledge and claim him, she declared, echoing her mother's words from generations earlier. Not from necessity or circumstance, but from choice. My choice, freely made and fully embraced. As the final words left her lips, the cord binding their hands began to glow with the now familiar platinum light of their combined energies. The mate bond between them pulsed visibly, no longer just an internal connection, but a physically manifested reality that all present could witness. What the Moon Queen has joined, let no force sever, Elder Thorn concluded, stepping back as the ceremonial cord dissolved into pure energy that sank beneath their skin, permanently marking their wrists with faintly shimmering bands. The traditional words of closure were barely spoken before Kieran pulled Alara into his embrace, his kiss carrying all the restrained passion and devotion that had characterized their journey together. The assembled wolves erupted in approval, howls and cheers from all packs combining into a single voice of celebration that echoed across the territories. When they finally separated, both slightly breathless and glowing with happiness, Kieran pressed his forehead against hers in the traditional wolf gesture of intimate connection. From the moment I saw you across that courtyard, he murmured, his voice for her alone despite the surrounding celebration, I knew you were my future. Thank you for choosing that future too. The choice was easier than I expected, she replied softly. Once I understood that true strength comes from connection rather than isolation. Around them, the celebration continued as wolves from all packs mingled freely for perhaps the first time in generations. Old boundaries dissolved as new alliances formed, the shared experience of the battle and its aftermath creating connections that transcended traditional pack divisions. As the blood moon began its gradual descent from zenith, Alara and Kieran slipped away from the formal gathering, seeking a moment of privacy amidst the celebration. They found themselves drawn to the same small clearing where they had shared their first kiss days earlier, now transformed from battleground back to peaceful sanctuary. Moonlight silvered the landscape around them, the blood moon's crimson hue gradually returning to normal as its celestial significance concluded. The pendant at Ilara's throat pulsed gently, harmonizing with the mate bond that now connected them completely and irrevocably. What happens now? Alara asked, not with uncertainty, but with genuine curiosity about the future they would build together. Kieran's smile held both tenderness and excited anticipation. Whatever we choose, he replied simply. The territories will need time to heal, the pack's time to adjust to new leadership and alliances. And us, she pressed, her hand finding his, fingers intertwining naturally. We lead, we build, we create something new from the ashes of the old. His free hand cupped her cheek gently. Together. Always together. The simple word contained everything they had fought for. The right to choose their path rather than follow others' designs. The strength found in balanced partnership rather than domination. The future built on connection rather than isolation. As the night deepened around them, the mate bond hummed with possibilities yet to be explored. Silver and indigo energies danced across their joined hands, visible reminders of the unique connection they shared. Alara leaned into her mate's embrace, savoring the sense of homecoming that transcended physical location. For 19 years, she had been defined by others, servant, vessel, tool for their ambitions. Now, finally, she defined herself, Alpha, Silverblood, and most significantly, a wolf who had claimed her own destiny through the courage to choose connection over fear. Later, they would rejoin their packs and begin the complex work of rebuilding. Treaties would need formalization, territories redistribution, pack members reassurance after generations of corruption and conflict. But for this moment, beneath the watching moon, they simply existed together in the perfect harmony that true mates could achieve. The silver blood and the rightful alpha, the servant girl and the deposed heir, the matched halves of a whole that was greater than its separate parts, moonbound by choice rather than constraint, free precisely because they had chosen each other. 1 month later, the first full moon since the blood moon ritual rose over the northern territories, its silver light bathing the massive gathering in ethereal radiance. Where once 3 distinct packs would have maintained careful distance from one another, now wolves from Silver Crest, Blood Moon, and the reconstituted Silver Blood pack mingled freely in the sprawling meadow that had once marked the neutral territory's heart. Alara stood at the edge of a natural stone outcropping that formed a perfect speaking platform, taking a moment to absorb the extraordinary sight before her. Hundreds of wolves filled the meadow below, former enemies now engaged in conversation, sharing food from communal tables, children from different packs playing together without awareness of the boundaries that had once divided their parents. A month of intensive healing, rebuilding, and diplomatic efforts had transformed the battle-scarred territories into something entirely new. Not perfect, not without occasional tension, but fundamentally changed from the fractured, hostile domains that had existed under Orion and Darius's corrupt leadership. The warm, familiar sensation of Kieran approaching registered through their bond before his physical presence appeared at her side. The mate connection had deepened exponentially in the weeks since their formal bonding ceremony, developing from instinctive awareness into a continuous, comfortable sharing that enhanced rather than diminished their individual identities. "Admiring your handiwork?" he asked, slipping an arm around her waist as he joined her in surveying the gathering. Alara leaned into his embrace, still marveling at how naturally physical affection came to her now after years of avoiding touch. "Our handiwork," she corrected. "I couldn't have accomplished any of this alone." His smile warmed her more effectively than the early summer evening. "This alliance wasn't just my vision, Silver." The affectionate nickname had developed spontaneously during their first week as formally mated pair, his acknowledgement of both her silver blood heritage and the distinctive silver-white coloring of her wolf form. In return, she had taken to calling him Shadow in private moments, referencing the midnight black fur that made him nearly invisible during their nighttime runs, except for his indigo blue eyes. "It's time," came Nara's voice as the older wolf approached the outcropping. As Alara's formal beta, the experienced Silverblood survivor had proven invaluable during the complex restructuring of the territories. "They're all assembled." With a nod of acknowledgement, Alara took Kieran's hand and moved to the edge of the stone platform. The gathering below gradually quieted as wolves noticed their leader's appearance, conversations fading into expectant silence. The traditional howl would have announced an alpha's address in the old pack structure. Here, simple respect accomplished what protocol once enforced. Kieran spoke first, his deep voice carrying effortlessly across the meadow. "A month ago, blood was spilled on these grounds as 3 packs fought for different visions of the future. Today, we gather not as separate entities with temporary alliances, but as the beginning of something new," Alara continued seamlessly, their practiced coordination making the transition natural. "For generations, our packs maintained separation through rigid boundaries, political maneuvering, and traditions that reinforce division rather than cooperation. The results are clear in the history we all know: periodic conflicts, resource imbalances, and vulnerability to outside threats. The Blood Moon Pack prospered in some ways under this system," Kieran acknowledged, "but that prosperity came at costs we didn't always recognize. Aggression valued over compassion, strength defined as dominance rather than protection, loyalty based in fear rather than respect. Silvercrest similarly emphasized tradition and hierarchy," Alara added, "preserving order at the expense of growth, maintaining stability by resisting necessary change. My own birth pack, the Silverbloods, preserved unique abilities but became isolated and eventually targeted precisely because of their difference. Her gaze moved across the assembled wolves, noting the solemn nods of agreement from elders who had lived through these patterns, alongside the curious attention of younger pack members who had known no other system. Today, we formalize what began in the aftermath of battle, Kieran announced. Not a temporary alliance between separate packs, but a fundamental restructuring of how our territories function. A ripple of murmurs spread through the gathering, anticipation rather than resistance, curiosity rather than fear. The groundwork for this announcement had been laid carefully over the preceding weeks, key influencers from each pack involved in the planning to ensure broad support. Alara raised her hand, silver fire manifesting briefly around her fingers, not as a show of power, but as a visual emphasis for her words. The Northern Territories Alliance is born today, a cooperative union of 3 distinct packs maintaining their unique identities while sharing governance, resources, and protection. From the front of the gathering, Elder Thorn stepped forward, unrolling an elaborately inscribed document. The Alliance Charter, he announced, crafted with input from all 3 packs and unanimously approved by the Joint Council. 3 key provisions form its foundation. He nodded to Kieran, who continued the explanation. First, unified defense. No longer will each pack maintain separate security forces with duplicated efforts. A combined protective force drawn from all 3 packs will guard our shared borders, responding to threats against any part of our territories as threats against the whole. Second, resource sharing, Alara added. The territory's natural abundance, from the Silvercrest Mountains' mineral wealth to Blood Moon's fertile valleys to Silverblood's ancient forests, will be managed cooperatively, ensuring sustainable use and equitable distribution, rather than competition or exploitation. But the third provision, Kieran continued, his voice taking on additional significance, represents the most fundamental departure from our previous traditions. He paused, making deliberate eye contact with key elders throughout the gathering. From this day forward, throughout the Northern Territories Alliance, the practice of arranged political matings is abolished. No wolf will ever again be forced into a mating bond for political advantage, territorial gain, or dynastic purposes. The pronouncement created an immediate stir among the assembled wolves. Not rejection, but the excited energy of recognized liberation. Though many successful matings had occurred through traditional arrangements, countless others had resulted in lifelong unhappiness, resentment, and, in some cases, the suppression of true mate bonds when they occurred outside political convenience. Let our own story serve as reminder, Alara said, her voice quieting the murmurs as she gently raised the wrist that bore the shimmering mark of their mate bond. My mother chose her true mate over an arranged political alliance, setting in motion events that eventually led to tragedy, not because the choice itself was wrong, but because the systems around them couldn't accommodate wolves following their authentic nature rather than political expedience. The Moon Queen herself blesses true mate bonds, Kieran added. Our strength comes not from controlling such connections, but from honoring them, from choice freely made rather than obligation imposed. From the gathering, Celine stepped forward, her transformation over the past month as remarkable as any physical healing. Where once arrogance and cruelty had defined her interaction with the world, now thoughtful confidence characterized her leadership of the Silvercrest Interim Council. Silvercrest endorses this provision with particular emphasis, she announced. Our pack's reliance on arranged matings did not create the stability we claim to value, but rather resentment and secret resistance that undermined our true strength. Similar endorsements came from representatives of each pack, formal acknowledgments of the Charter's provisions and public commitments to the new alliance structure. As the ceremonial portion concluded, Alara felt a profound sense of completion. The vision that had begun forming during their first strategic discussions at Mira's cabin had manifested more fully than she could have imagined. The formalities complete, the gathering transitioned to celebration. Musicians from all 3 packs combined their traditional sounds into new harmonies. Food reflecting diverse territorial specialties filled long tables. Elders shared stories with mixed audiences of young wolves, no longer filtering history through competitive pack narratives. As twilight deepened toward true night, Alara found herself drawn away from the main celebration toward the forest edge. Kieran materialized beside her without needing to be called, their bond allowing each to sense when the other desired company or solitude. "Overwhelm?" he asked gently, recognizing the complex emotions flowing through their connection. "In the best way," she assured him, leaning into his solid presence. "A month ago, I was a fugitive with no place to call home. Now you belong everywhere," he finished for her, understanding her meaning perfectly. She nodded, grateful as always for his instinctive comprehension. "Not just with you, though that would be enough." Her hand found his, fingers intertwining naturally, "but with the silver blood survivors who knew my parents. With the silver crest wolves who now look to me for guidance rather than service. With this land itself that responds to the silver blood flowing through my veins." Above them, the full moon reached its zenith, bathing the territories in silver radiance that called to something primal in every wolf present. Throughout the celebration, wolves began responding to that call, shifting forms to honor the moon's presence in the most fundamental way possible. "Run with me," Kieran murmured, his eyes reflecting moonlight as they gazed into hers. "Not as alphas or diplomats or architects of alliances, just as wolves beneath the moon." The invitation resonated perfectly with her own desires. With practiced ease, Alara shifted forms, her clothes falling away as silver-white fur flowed across her skin. The transformation had become effortless in the weeks since the ritual, her wolf no longer separate but perfectly integrated with her human consciousness. Beside her, Kieran completed his own shift, his massive black wolf form materializing with fluid grace. They stood together, momentarily, silver white and midnight black. As different in appearance as two wolves could be, yet perfectly matched in everything that mattered. Alara initiated the run with playful energy, darting toward the forest before circling back toward the open meadow, Kieran matching her movements with the synchronization that characterized everything they did together. Their bond hummed with joy as they raced beneath the moon, reveling in the simple pleasure of movement and connection. From the celebration, other wolves noticed their alphas run and responded to the unspoken invitation. First individually, then in groups, wolves shifted forms and joined the impromptu midnight run. Silver crest, blood moon, silver blood. The distinctions blurred as they moved together across the territories, no longer constrained by boundaries that had separated their packs for generations. Alara led the growing pack toward Moon Ridge, the elevated plateau that offered unobstructed views of the Northern Territories in their entirety. As she crested the rise, she paused, Kieran beside her, to observe the extraordinary sight below. Dozens of wolves streamed across the landscape, fur of every color moving in harmonious flow beneath the silver moonlight, not segregated by pack or rank or bloodline, but united in the most fundamental aspect of their nature, the joy of running as wolves beneath the watching moon. With a surge of pure happiness, Alara threw back her head and released a howl that carried across the territories. Not a call to battle or a territorial claim, but a song of belonging, of unity, of hope for the future they were building together. Kieran's deeper voice joined hers instantly, their tones twining in perfect harmony. One by one, then, in growing chorus, the wolves below added their voices to the song. The howl swelled and expanded, carrying far beyond their immediate gathering, perhaps, Alara liked to imagine, all the way to the Moon Queen herself, whose silver light blessed their new beginning. When the howl finally faded, Alara exchanged a glance with her mate, silent communication flowing effortlessly between them. With shared purpose, they descended from the ridge, rejoining the waiting wolves who had naturally formed a loose circle around their alphas. No orders needed to be given, no direction specified. As one, the assembled wolves began to run again, moving together across territories that were now shared rather than divided. Following the silver white and midnight night wolves, who had shown them a new way forward. The boundaries that had once separated their packs existed now only in memory. The rivalries that had driven them to conflict had been replaced by recognition of their fundamental connection. The traditions that had kept them isolated had evolved into something that preserved identity while embracing unity. Silver and shadow, darkness and light, strength and compassion, complementary forces balanced in harmony rather than locked in competition. As the pack ran beneath the silver moon, Alara's heart swelled with certainty that they had found their true purpose, not just as individual wolves or mates or alphas, but as architects of a future built on choice and connection. Moonbound not by force or obligation or ancient prophecy, but by the most powerful force of all, the conscious decision to create something greater together than any could achieve alone. Silver, white, and midnight neck. Running side by side beneath the watching moon, leading wolves from all packs into a future where boundaries dissolved and connection prevailed. United at last beneath shared moonlight.